Jennings and slip. It was right in the slot for driving, but Mosley didn't quite get there, and a straightforward take. Go take a look. There's balls drift onto the pads of Davis, who's going to score his 50th run by nudging it down to long leg. Aspinwall sends the throw in, and Alex Davis with a very well-made 50 off 121 balls. 7 fours in his 50. And this is run down wide of third slip by Bethel, and he's going to take 4 runs down to third man. It's just going to beat Aspinwall over the road.
He's on strike, waiting for Aspinwall. Nice shot off the back foot, that's 4. Lovely looking shot by Bethel, beautifully timed.
3 walking paces, then jog trot up to the crease. And she's cut hard for 4, probably by Davis. Yeah, Aspinwall's after him and he won't catch him. It's a good stroke. Here he comes around the wicket, and back goes Bethel. Hits this hard through the covers off the back foot. He's going to get 4.
Joe Morley comes left up over the wicket, bowls. Big appeal for LBW, he's got him! Bethel departs for 40. Morley to Davis, played nicely, he's cut that leg down towards the third man boundary. That'll be 4. What's that? Bailey to Burgess, who's down the pitch, and that's kind of squirts away down towards the third man boundary. Wells is doing his best to try and react to it. I don't think he picked it.
Bailey goes wider on the crease this time. Burgess drive, that's a better stroke. His first real stroke of authority, Michael Burgess, and he gets 4 through extra cover. Morning before the next championship games. And now Burgess goes again, this time off the back foot, and hits it through almost exactly the same slot. Plenty of rain in the West Midlands as well. Balls and balls, and they really like that appeal for LBW, and Burgess is gone. Was pushing towards the leg side, but that was the most confident shout from Balderson, and
it's tempting him a bit of that. Flying reverse sweep attempted. Balderson can't cut that off, he does get 4. Some cries of catch, it's in the air on the reverse. For Nathan Lyon to drift back in and balls. It's wide, it's cut, and it's 4, and it's a century for Alex Davis. It's a fine knock by the Warwickshire skipper. He's battled through it. 3 figures reverse sweep attempted by Linton again, and he's just top-edged it. A little bit of a balloon, maybe a glove, perhaps.
It's the glove, I think he might think it's the forearm.
Aspinwall to Hassan Ali.
So I spend my Friday night.
That's a good shot off the back foot by Hassan. Punched away through back point for 4. Back to 4.
Great shot.
Hammered that down the ground. Hassan Ali underneath the fingertips of Nathan Lyon towards the long-off boundary.
Wow.
That's 4.
That is a shot, isn't it?
Play stage. Reverse sweep by Hassan Ali off Nathan Lyon for 4. Hassan, he's gone big to the leg side this time. He might have been all the way for 6.
It's a big hit, isn't it?
He has cleared the rope. So here's Luke Wells. In balls down on one knee. Hassan Ali goes for a big shot again out towards long on and caught, I think, yes. Fabulous work on the long on boundary by Tom Bruce.
certainly sounded like they were.
He's got an LBW here as well. It's a duck for Michael Ray. He's left. And this one's trapped him on the front pad. It's trapped away to the leg side by Davis, and a diving attempt by Aspinwall on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he's given it. Hannon Dolby's gone. Morley gets his second. And Warwickshire are all out for 284.
Yorkshire comes round the wicket, and it's caught at second slip, and he strikes with the second ball of the innings. Wells looks like he would almost try to shield the bat behind the pad, but gets an outside edge, and he's caught at second slip. After that, Burgess made 24, Hassan Ali 29, Hannon Dolby bowls back and drives, maybe just
Rogers, and Yates takes the catch. Second wicket for Alan Dolby and for Warwickshire.
Ray's going to bowl, and it's driven by Bell, and he got 4 for that through the big gap extra cover. It's being chased. Life depends on it by Alex Davis, as if he's not in enough work today. So Ray and Bell hits it obviously, but into the gap between Golding backward point and Alan Dolby bowls. And Bell is on the back foot, hitting it hard through the covers for 4 runs. Good shot. Most authoritative shot so far. That was a good day for all concerned. Here comes Hassan Ali, who was with the Pakistan squad briefly as injury covered. And he concedes 4 here off a thicky hedge, I think. He was the next highest contribution. Hassan Ali bowls. This is chopped down hard by Bell for 4 runs. Mosley's on that deep backward point down. Somerset having got a good result last week. Hassan Ali drives. Oh, it's gone straight through for 4 of something. Has it gone off the edge? Yeah. Jennings drove, but
For the innings 6-run win over Somerset. Bell cuts this one away through the offside out towards the deep backward point boundary, all the way for 4. Kent in reply at the close of play for 118 for 4. Reverse sweep from Bell. Gets it up in the air and down towards the boundary. It'll head towards the rope, and he gets 4 runs as well. 12 for 2. It's a sweep, it's in the air. Oh, it's a good catch by Alan Dolby. Both batters sink to their knees, both Bell and Jennings and the non-strikers in. The highlights of the second day from Emirates Old Trafford. Very good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. Real shame that George Bell just losing his wicket right at the very close of play. He batted very nice. He got himself to 40, so a real disappointment that for George that he couldn't be here to resume his innings this morning. That's the current scene from Emirates Old Trafford. I've got to say, it's a bit better than what I thought might be the case. We'd written it off today, largely. We'd looked at the forecast yesterday and thought there's absolutely zero chance we're going to get any play. It was for thunderstorms, which we might still get. It was for heavy rain, which of course we might still get, but it looked like it was pretty covered right across the northwest, and we'd turn up this morning and it would be tipping it down and we'd have no chance of any play. But the umpires are primed and ready on their balcony. That's the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, who's set to resume his first innings this morning. I mean, it's not the most summary of scenes, in truth. It is cloudy, it is dark, but it's dry. The ground staff have got the pitch cover just to the side of the pitch that we're using. The sound there of the bells, we might actually hear the hover cover fired into life, and we might see the players heading out shortly. But yeah, I mean, it's not the most summary of scenes, but it's a lot better than what the forecast was suggesting. So it could be a day where we're a little bit on and a little bit off, and if there are thundery showers and some thunder and lightning, which is being forecast, actually there might just be a very few kind of light drops of rain just falling, then I reckon we could be in for a slightly frustrating day with it being a little bit on and off. But we shall see. The Warwickshire boys are keen. The umpires are gathering at the bottom of their stairs. Now the hover cover is being fired into life here. Is that being pushed onto the pitch? It is. So there's obviously just a little bit of rain that's just started to fall. So the ground staff are not removing the cover as the lights crackle into life. They're just dragging it onto the pitch to protect the pitch. So we might be in for just a little bit of a delayed start. In fact, looks like the Warwickshire players are going to head back to their dressing room. Mike Taylor from BBC WM, who covers Warwickshire, part of the team that covers Warwickshire, will be with us through the course of the day, and Callum Flynn is alongside me this morning. You missed the best day yesterday. We had 104 overs. It was beautiful.
I know, I missed the sunniest day. It was a bit of a waste myself. I got a bit of a beating myself at cricket yesterday, but yeah, it looked a really good day, but a tricky day for batting still, isn't it? Warwickshire was going at 2.56 and over across their innings, and Lancashire only going at 2.26 at the moment in their innings. So it doesn't look easy to score for any of the batters, but Lancashire will, if they get on today, I think, like we say, we will be in dribs and drabs, I think, on and off, and I think it'll be a bit of a battle for the Lancashire lads. The Warwickshire boys will have the tails up a little bit and they're probably the more favourable of the two teams who can produce a positive result.
Yeah, this feels like there's not a great deal to be gained, is there, from if you're the batting side going out there at the minute under these conditions with the floodlights on, and you might be a bit on and off, and you're still trailing by 200 runs. It's not massively inviting, that, is it? No,
you'd rather you don't mind coming on and off as a fielding side, but as a batter, you hate coming on and off and trying to restart and trying to switch on and trying to switch off when you're in the changing rooms. It's a hard battle. So someone like Keaton Jennings, who's very experienced, he'll be used to something like that. So, but hopefully the younger boys in the middle order for Lancashire can cope with them battles, and I think the range is starting to get a little bit heavier here as well.
I think it is, yeah. Just starting to fall a little bit more now, isn't it? The rain. It has been a bit of a battle. I think that's a good word to describe it, really. In terms of for batters, it's been a slow game. I mean, it's been hot. It's been pretty hard work at times. Warwickshire kind of creeped along at about 2 runs and over in the morning session yesterday, and then there's a bit more acceleration after in the afternoon, and things happened when the new ball was taken. Hassan Ali came out and had a bit of fun. He got a quick fire 29. But you look at the way that Alex Davis has batted, and you look at the way that Keaton Jennings has batted, it tells you that. And it was, George Bell got himself going a little bit yesterday and played some nice shots. But again, it's hard work. So I mean, it looks like it's not the easiest pitch to bat on here.
Yeah, especially when someone like Alex Davis is scoring 127 now and carrying his bat, but it was just off short of 300 balls, wasn't it? So he's quite an attacking player as well, Alex Davis. So if someone like the calibre of player that he is taking that many balls, you really do know it's a battle out there. You could see when they moved the hover cover on the wicket actually how much dust was coming up as they moved it. So the wicket does look really dry. It's got a few different colours to what, like, on the wicket as well. It looks like there's some really dry bald spots, whether that's to try and suit the spin of Morley and Nathan Lyon, to try and favour a result. Like we say, we didn't see a positive result sadly last year for Lancashire in the county championship throughout the whole year. So I think there was chats in the winter about trying to get the wicket to be a bit more result friendly, and it probably is a result wicket, but the time that we might lose today and the time that we lost on the first day is probably more favouring the draw at the moment. But like I say, I think Warwickshire will still be pretty confident of trying to force a positive result.
Yeah, we had 40 overs, or 39 didn't we, on the first day, and then we were able to make up time yesterday, so we had a full 104 overs yesterday, so we got quite a decent amount of cricket, and then we're scheduled to have another 104 over day today. Of course, we're not going to lose any overs at the minute. Yeah, there's been so much time lost already in the match. We're not even through 2 completed innings of the game, so it does feel like it might be a bit of a struggle to force a result one way or the other here. It's going to have to move on reasonably quickly, isn't it? And it's probably, from Lancashire's point of view, probably not in the right way.
Yeah, and it probably makes the battle harder for Lancashire, because sometimes when you're a batter and you get into that groove of just trying to survive, you sometimes dig yourself into a hole, and that's how you get out, because you're kind of too relaxed. You kind of switch off a little bit because you're literally just trying to survive and trying to take time out of the game, and that's often when you can lose your wicket. You can play it one that you don't need to. You can get a bit lazy on a shot and get bowled. So Lancashire still need to stay switched on no matter what happens today with the weather, and knowing that a draw might be the only possible result for Lancashire. They still need to stay switched on and make sure Warwickshire don't get the tails up again and really get the sniff of a victory here.
Yep, I think that's pretty fair. The ground staff are still not quite keen yet to remove that main hover cover, albeit the extra sheets have not been dragged out. Kind of the
sheets that are protecting the bowler's run-ups and that like. It's only kind of light drizzle really. But it's not particularly bright. The floodlights are on as well. We'll round up things for Radio Manchester who are joining us. Yeah, we're under floodlights, I'm afraid, and we've got a little bit of a delayed start due to a bit of drizzle around. So the forecast is for quite showers through the course of the day, so we might be dodging a few of them as we go on. But no sign of any play just yet on the third day. Lancashire still on 66 for 3 in their first innings in reply to Warwickshire's 284 all out. The floodlights are on, a little bit of rain around, so a delayed start. Yeah, so from what we've seen so far in this match, Warwickshire 284 all out. That unbeaten century by Alex Davis, making 127 not out, and Jacob Bethel provided some really good support. There's a good partnership between Davis and Bethel. Bethel made 40, Burgess 24, and Hassan Ali with 29, but it was the Davis innings that kind of held the whole thing together for Warwickshire. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 for George Balderson, 2 for Jack Morley, 2 for Luke Wells, and 1 for Nathan Lyon. It was nice to hear from Jack Morley last night. He's recalled from his spell with Derbyshire. He said he was at Blackpool last week, in and amongst the lads in for that victory against Durham, and bowled 15 overs, picked up 2 for 34, and he's got a great opportunity actually, isn't he, Jack, now, because we know that Nathan Lyon's only going to be staying for the next 2 championship matches. Tom Hartley's obviously away for most of the summer with England, so there's a bit of an opening for Jack Morley.
Yeah, he's probably going to be thinking he was the 3rd spinner for Lancashire all season, and probably going to the number 1 spinner, isn't he? He might have to play the white ball stuff, which he probably didn't expect either. Tom Hartley's going to be away with the T20 World Cup squad, and obviously no Nathan Lyon. They've signed Chris Green, who is a spinner as well, but they might look to use Jack Morley as the second spinner in the side. Obviously they've got Wells as well, who will bowl. He tends to get through 4 overs in white ball cricket these days. But yeah, it's excellent for Jack Morley. He'll be delighted for, just getting out there with the Lancashire lads and playing for Lancashire again. Obviously he had a bit of a loan spell with Derbyshire where I think he played 1 first 11 game and a couple of second 11 games, but to be here bowling with alongside Nathan Lyon, it'll be such a good learning experience for him, and something that Lancashire will hopefully reap the rewards of in later years.
If you go on the social media channels, there's either Lancs Cricket on Twitter or BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. There is an interview with Jack actually, of which he speaks about the experiences of bowling with Nathan Lyon. He said there was a moment yesterday where I think he was fielding at mid-off or something, and Josh Barron wanted him just to move a little bit, and he was completely daydreaming. And he said, I was just too busy watching Nathan Lyon. He kind of switched off and was just watching, like he'd become a spectator.
In awe of Nathan Lyon. No, you can understand though, can't you, as a young spinner coming through when you've got someone of the calibre of Nathan Lyon and what he's done in the game, in the international test scene. He's had a fantastic career, and the little golden nuggets, as we say, that Jack Morley will be picking up off Nathan Lyon in the nets. It really will be fantastic for his learning.
Yeah, you can watch that interview with Jack Morley either via Lancashire's Twitter, which is at Lancs Cricket, or on at BBC Lancs Cricket as well. So nice to hear from Jack last night back in Lancashire colours. Of course, Lancashire have signed Chris Green, so he's going to be part of their T20 campaign. I think he's here for the entire Blast campaign, and he's got quite a wealth of kind of T20 experience, hasn't he? He's been dotted around all the different leagues. He's played in the Caribbean League and the IPL and the Pakistan Super League, and he's obviously a lot in the Big Bash as well. So he's a spinner with a good T20 pedigree.
Yeah, he bowls in the tricky scenarios as well. He tends to bowl a couple of overs in the power play, will bowl some overs at the death, so he's excellent in the field, and he can hold the bat as well and get some vital runs in the lower order. So he'll be a good signing for Lancashire, just a really consistent signing. The pro-wise signing for the T20 Blast this year is kind of a little bit different, isn't it, with the T20 World Cup on at the same stage. So But yeah, I think it's a good pick-up considering Lancashire was expecting to have Nathan Lyon, and they had to try and get someone very quickly because of Cricket Australia putting the restrictions on Lyon. So I think Lancs have done pretty well getting Chris Green in.
And don't forget the T20 Blast starts this coming week, so on Thursday, and there's a double header to look forward to as well. So first up on Thursday afternoon at 1 o'clock, Lancashire Thunder against the Central Sparks here at Emirates Old Trafford, and then from 7 it's Lightning against Durham in the evening match. Both games, if you can't get down to the ground, both games are available for you on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app. And then on Sunday it's another double header as well. And it's a switch on Sunday, so it's the T20 group match between Lightning and Derbyshire Falcons from midday, and that's followed at 4 o'clock by Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So T20 campaign starting this coming week. Speaking of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, Lancashire Thunder are due to be in action, 2:30 start. They're at Loughborough today against the Blaze, so fingers crossed they get going in that fixture, but who knows with the forecast at the minute for these kind of scattered thundery showers. They may or may not get lucky and play, but we'll keep you across how they're progressing through the course of the day. So still no sign of any play here. It does look a little bit lighter, but I think that's going to be coming and going through the course of the day in terms of kind of thick cloud cover, maybe the odd brighter spell, and then maybe a bit of rain and that type of thing. It might just be how Sunday and this third day is going to progress. There is some cricket, so there are some games playing. Let's take a little look in the matches in Division 1 of the County Championship. So there's nothing between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. That's delayed in that fixture at New Road, but there's 2 matches ongoing there. We can see that Hampshire are still piling on the runs against Surrey. It's up to 507 for 4. Ben Brown is unbeaten on 107, and Liam Dawson on 78. So they're enjoying a really good game against the defending champions, who were bowled out for 127. And Hampshire piling on the runs in their first innings, so already in front. They lead by 380, still with 6 wickets remaining at the Utilita Bowl. And the game between Kent and Essex, and this is in Canterbury, they started there. Kent are 120 for 4, replying to the Essex declaration of 591 for 7 declared. A double century for Jordan Cox on his return to Canterbury. Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson batting for Kent. So 120 for 4, a long way behind still, as the umpires are heading out here to have a look. Oh, it's the old thumbs up. It's the old fire up the machine, and looks like we're going to have a go, which is good. So it's dry enough and bright enough and clear enough for us to see the ground staff remove the harbour cover, and we'll get some cricket in the not too distant future, which is good. So in Division 2 there are some delays to some fixtures in Division 2. Leicestershire Glamorgan's not playing, and Northamptonshire Yorkshire are not playing, but there are 2 matches underway where Gloucestershire are playing Derbyshire, and Gloucestershire are 252 now for 4. James Bracey's still going, he's unbeaten on 90. So 252 for 4 Gloucestershire, replying to Derbyshire's 526 all out. And the other match, which is currently in play, is at Lords. Looks like quite a nice sunny day in the capital, where Middlesex are playing Sussex. It looks like a lovely day, nice and bright and sunny at Lords. Big score in the first innings for Sussex. They made 554 for 9 and then declared, and Middlesex in reply are 73 for 1. Sam Robson unbeaten on 46. Ollie Robinson, who had a good week last week for Sussex as they beat Yorkshire, is back bowling again for Sussex in that match at Lords. So there is some games taking place, and we're going to see some cricket here as well. So the umpires have given it the thumbs up, and the ground staff have removed the covers, and the Warwickshire players will head out soon, followed by the Lancashire players. There's one international fixture taking place as well today. The Women's One Day International Series continues. This is taking place at Taunton England against Pakistan, and Pakistan's women are batting first. They are 10 without loss, and Kate Cross has sent down a couple of overs for England. There's also Lancashire Thunder's Sophie Eccleston in that England side as well. Right, well, this is going to be pretty tricky, isn't it, for Lancashire's batters?
Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation, really. You can't really win, but they've just got to try and take that out of their mind. Keaton Jennings has just got to continue his good form and just literally keep taking time out of this innings and just try and frustrate the Warwickshire bowlers. They'll get scoring opportunities, but they will be hard to come by. Obviously, the wicket has been pretty slow, and the innings run rates of both sides have been well below 3 and over, which you do expect these days. Probably a bit more than 3 and over now with the way cricket's moving on. So it has been really slow, but Jennings and Tom Bruce will just look to bat some time this morning and, like you say, not lose too many wickets in this first session.
Well, that sky looks a little bit grumpy, doesn't it? It's quite thick, dark, gloomy skies. The city centre looks like it might be getting an absolute drenching at the minute.
Be right over the marathon runners today, that.
Dear.
The Manchester Great North Run, is it, today, I think?
Well, if they're running through the city centre, you're doing a bit of shopping on Sunday in Manchester there. That doesn't look massively pleasant, does it, really?
No, they're staying in the Irondale.
Yeah.
Won't be going to the outside shops.
Shop indoors. Goodness. It's a bit, I don't know if that's coming our way or not, I've no idea, but it normally doesn't come from that direction. It kind of comes from behind us here in the media centre, but yeah, it looks a bit grim out towards the city centre. Anyway, we're okay here. Floodlights are on, and we're going to see some cricket. I think there's still 5 balls left of last night's over, because George Bell was caught with the first delivery, sweeping. We saw it on the highlights before, sweeping and just top edging to Hannon Dolby, the first ball of the final over of the day. So Jake Lintop will continue that over this morning. He's got Tom Bruce, the new batter, on strike with a slip and a short leg, short mid-wicket. Hannon Dolby, where he caught George Bell last night, is at short fine leg, deep square, backward point, deep point and a mid-off. And that's Bruce off the back foot to get his first runs. Steered away through the offside, and he turns and comes back for 2. And Lancashire's first innings gets the first runs of the morning. In fact, 2 of them. 68 for 3. Lintop, he's not played much red ball cricket. I think Mike Taylor from BBC WM, who covers Warwickshire, will be with us after 11:30. I think he was saying it's only his second red ball game for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I think you'll get scoring opportunities Lancashire as well. He's more of a white ball bowler as a spinner.
He's around the wicket with his left arm wrist spin, and that's worked out towards the leg side by Bruce.
Yeah, his stock delivery won't be as consistent. He'll probably bowl the odd drag down as a leg spinner and toss the odd one up, but as long as you can keep the good ones out, Lancashire will still look to score off Lintop. They'll probably get more scoring opportunities off him than any other bowler in this Warwickshire side.
Just looking at overs remaining today, so because of that delay, we've lost a couple. We're scheduled to have 104 down to well, it will be 100 after this over's completed from Lintop. In he comes to Jennings, and that's defended, and there's no run. Just dropped away into the offside. Ed Barnard comes up from cover, hands the ball back to Jake Lintop, who's in from the Anderson end, spins the ball from one hand to the other, twirls his way back in, bowls, and for an appeal there as Jennings gets forward to it and defends. Dan Mosley under the helmet at short leg field, and there's no run. Well, we consider 2 big fast bowlers, they're all limbering up. Oliver Hannon Dolby and Michael Ray are the 2 fast bowlers that are warming up. That's punched into the offside by Jennings for no run. That completes the over that started last night. Not sure we're going to see too much spin at the minute. I think it's going to be Ray and Hannon Dolby And Hassan Ali, I reckon, in these conditions.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be a little bit disappointed with the weather, because with the dry surface and someone like Hassan Ali, who's a brilliant person to bowl with the drier ball, he tends to get some reverse swing. He played for Lancashire a couple of years back, and he's been excellent for Pakistan in the Test team at trying to find that reverse swing when the ball gets a bit older and the pitches get drier. But the dew and the water on the outfield might just soften the ball up a little bit, and they do say when it gets a little bit wetter and the ball's not as dry, that's when you struggle to find that reverse swing. So that might restrict Hassan Ali's capability of the reverse swing, but he'll certainly send it down at some decent pace, and he challenges the stumps a lot as well. As Hannon Dalby is going to start us off. Bowls the 2 slips, point cover, mid off, mid on, and a short catch him mid wicket, and he's gone straight to him, but it's straight off the 5 pad. No inside edge or glove for Tom Bruce. He'll be relieved, and he's got a deep square and a deep fine leg as well. Hannon Dalby, he'll look to attack the stumps and keep the batters playing as much as possible. He doesn't bowl with great excess pace, but his line and length's often immaculate. He never really misses, so it'll be a good battle for Bruce and Jennings. As in he comes waving that right arm around as he does, and Bruce just prods forward and plays that nicely to the bowler.
Yeah, he's been so consistent now, hasn't he, for Warwickshire for so many years. He kind of guaranteed. One, he's rarely injured, from what I could gather anyway. Every time Lancs play Warwickshire, Hannon Dalby's playing. He never seems to miss a game. So he just keeps running in for you. And you can almost put your hat on 50 wickets a season from him, can't you, as well?
Especially with the Duke's ball and the English conditions. His line and length's immaculate for the English conditions. As in he comes, bowling at Bruce. And he bowled him straight through his defence. Bruce looks down at the wicket, but for me, it doesn't like it's done too much. Looks pretty up and down. And the off stumps knocked back. And it's a brilliant start for Warwickshire, just what they would have wanted this morning, and exactly what Lancashire would not have wanted. 69 for 4, that takes a score on 2.
Yeah, and Dalby strikes again, sneaking one through, coming back into Bruce, beats his defences. Bruce departs, and Dalby picks up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 19 for Hannon Dalby now. Ideal start for the Bears. Worst possible start for Lancashire and for Tom Bruce.
Yeah, it's a beautiful delivery for Hannon Dalby. That's exactly what we were saying. You put a penny down, he'll probably hit it with his line and length. Constantly challenging the stump, and as a batter, you know you're having to play every ball, or he's at least challenging your judgment of line and length. And it's a perfect start for Warwickshire this morning.
I was looking at last season's battle between Hannon Dalby and Rushworth. They both got to 50 wickets in the end. Hannon Dalby just pipped Rushworth for the leading wicket taker for the Bears. He got finished with 54 wickets, with an average of 19 last season. Rushworth 53 wickets at 20. But no Rushworth in this match. But Hannon Dalby right on the money again for the Bears this morning. So it's just that kind of nagging length, isn't it? Line and length, and that's just nipped back a little bit, and it's beaten Bruce, but it's consistently challenging.
Yeah, I think Lancashire might have to look at someone like Keaton Jennings and the way he bats against Seamers who aren't express praise. He often walks down at them, and I think that might be a ploy that they might have to use to Dalby. They might have to try and force him off his length and force the keeper to come up and just try something a little bit different. As in he comes to Balderson round the wicket. Oh, and he thinks about leaving it. He leaves his bat wafting outside the off stump. Just gets an under edge, but luckily it misses the stumps and goes to Burgess and with the gloves. And exactly like what we're saying. You think about playing, or do you leave it? Do you trust your judgment? And that's what Hannon Dalby really tests you on. 2 slips in a gully away at Balderson. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. As in comes Dalby, pushes Balderson back, plays that into the onside for no run. It's an excellent start for Warwickshire. They're very energetic this morning. Even in the warm-up they had lots of enthusiasm, there was a lot of noise, so they'll look to go bang bang early this morning. Try and force a positive result. So far they've not won this year, coming off the back of 2 defeats. In comes Dalby, bowls, drags Balderson forward, plays that to Hassan Ali at mid-on for no run. That's the end of the over. 69 for 4 after 31, Lancashire.
Yeah, wicket maiden for Hannon Dalby. Every delivery on the money there, wasn't it? First to the right-hander from over the wicket, and then to the left-hander Balderson from around the wicket. Super start from Hannon Dalby. He had a good day yesterday as well. Michael Ray, only his second match for the Bears. Played last week for Warwickshire and Essex, but bowled nicely in tandem with Hannon Dalby through the course of yesterday. Sent down 5 overs, of which 4 were maidens. He probed away from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's going to start up for Warwickshire from that far end again today. Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings on strike. So 69 for 4. The headband is on, which must indicate he is ready and raring to go. 2 slips in place. Here he comes around the wicket to Jennings. This plays calmly back down the pitch. And gathered by Ray off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Obviously it was his first game last week, so not many people would have seen him, but it looks like he bowls with decent pace. He really runs in and whips that right arm through, and like you say, he bowled that one down with some decent pace. He'll be looking to cause Jennings and Balderson some trouble this morning.
Lancashire skipper's waiting for Ray, who's back in and bowls, plays forward, defence. Up comes Lintop from cover to field. Extra spring in the step of the Warwickshire players today, and that is understandable with that early breakthrough. All on the toes this morning. They were quite chirpy in their warm-up. They come with all sorts of gear for their warm-up. They've got this kind of, it's like almost like police tape. You know, when you see tape that cordons off a murder scene. They've got kind of that represents their net as they kick the ball back and forth over it. Ray into Jennings, nudged into the onside, no run. It's a proper setup.
Yeah, football tennis they call it these days, don't they?
Tennis, is that what it is?
We try to play it. I won't say we play it at a very good standard. But yeah, football tennis is, I think Lancashire do it, don't they? But they do it with a fielding net, so.
But they don't.
It's a decent effort to try and get it over the fielding net all the time.
Bring this and it's like a yellow and black striped kind of tape. I mean, it's a proper setup. Ray to Jennings. Yeah, that's defended. There's no run. It's someone's responsibility that to bring that on.
Football and cricket warm-up is a touchy subject, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's one of them. People love it. People absolutely hate it.
I remember Ashley Giles was here. I don't know whether he was the same when he was in charge at Warwickshire, but when he came to Lancashire, Ashley Giles, he banned it.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. Was it one of the? Did someone get injured playing football? I think they got injured, didn't they? I don't know. It might have been for England.
I think it was.
Might have been during Giles' time, potentially.
Like, we're not doing that anymore. Ray back in. And Jennings gets forward and defends. Ball just comes ricocheting out towards square leg, and there's no run. Some of the Somerset boys play kind of like rugby. They've got a little mini rugby ball, and they use that as their warm-up. I've seen them use that. I mean, I know it's very competitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
They take it very seriously.
I feel like you always need a bit of a competitive warm-up just to get the blood flowing a little bit, get psyched up for the game.
Ray to complete the over, in balls to Jennings. Again, that's defended. And there's no run. He starts as he left off yesterday with a maiden. He's racking them up. End of the over, 69 for 4. I think it's like Lancashire have, it's the young lads against the older boys, I think. And that's how they split it. And there must be some...
It's always an easy way to split as well, isn't it?
But is that done on age? Or is there an age mark where you then, if you reach that point, you're on the other side of the net because you're an old fart?
Or is it an experience, caps?
Could be that, kind of.
Deciding, yeah.
Could be that. Be a prickly subject, that, wouldn't it? I'm afraid, mate, you're too old now. You happy birthday, but you're on the other side of the net.
Let's hope they take it well. Dalby's going to continue round the wicket to Balderson. He's in any balls, and Balderson just playing on the crease. Push it out into the offside for no run. Yeah, 2 different types of bowlers here now with Dalby and Ray. Ray really sent them down at a decent pace and hitting Jennings back pretty well. Playing most of the shots behind square then Jennings. And Dalby's totally different. You gotta wait for it. He's gonna get a little bit off the pitch, maybe a little bit in the air. Ball might be a little bit wet for that, but he'll certainly challenge both edges of the bat. In he comes, balls, and again on that line and length, Balderson just prods forward. No run into the offside.
You right to stay on for a bit?
Yep.
Cool.
All good.
I'll bring Mike in.
2 slips and a gully away for Hannon Dalby. Going round the wicket to 2 left-handers here. Jennings hasn't faced him this morning, but I think Keaton might take a different approach and might try and walk at Hannon Dalby and try and put him off that line and length. So in he comes. Balderson just on the back foot, pushing that into the onside for no run. Morning, Mike.
Hello, Callum. You did that a little bit yesterday, didn't he, Jennings? Shuffling, well, not shuffling, a bit more defiant than that.
Yeah, he does it quite a lot. He tries to put the seamers off the length and tries to create them length balls into our volleys or them sort of length balls. Try and get the bowler to drag it back to a short delivery. So he just tries to mess with the bowler's line and length a little bit and tries to force the wicket keeper to come up. Dalby in round the wicket. Balderson allows that through to Burgess for no run.
You can do that. I mean, with Hannon Dalby, he's not of particular pace. That's not his main weapon. So there's perhaps a bit more scope. If you're as good a player as Keaton Jennings is, there's a bit more scope to do that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be doing it much to Michael Ray at the other end, who was sending him down a good few yards quicker than Dalby. His deep square leg goes out now to Balderson. Dalby in round the wicket. And Balderson prods forward down the ground for no run.
It was a funny one, the dismissal of Bruce, wasn't it? Because everything looked picture perfect right.
Everything looked covered, didn't it? Yeah, everything. It looked like if you kept these stumps out of the picture, it looked like the perfect forward defence that you'd show in a coaching manual, to be honest. But sadly, if you put the stumps in the picture, the off stump was not back. It just dragged back through the defence of Tom Bruce. It looked a beautiful ball from Dalby. So in he comes. Balderson just pushes that through the gully region. No run. And that's the end of the over. Just 3 runs added this morning for Lancashire. 69 for 4 after 33. It's been an excellent start for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I'm interested in how the pitch will play today, because the conditions today are more like it was on Friday, in that it's obviously quite cloudy, the lights are on, and there was a fair bit happening on Friday, whereas yesterday, I mean, it wasn't easy and the scoring was still slow, and Alex Davis was saying last night, you know, really didn't think they could take many liberties on it. But it didn't seem to be zipping all over the place, and the odd bit of uneven bounce that we saw on Friday, we didn't really see yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like one of them wickets where it's comfortable just to bat and just to stay around, but it's quite hard to force any runs, and you've really got to wait for them half volleys and them short wide ones, which at this standard of cricket, you know, you're waiting a long time for them. So
Is Michael Ray starting from the Anderson end with the old pavilion behind him, and he fires this ball from round the wicket across Jennings, and he allows it to go past his hip. Well taken by Burgess. Yeah, it's sometimes pitches do seem to behave slightly differently depending on whether the sun's out or not, and there's no logical reason why that should be the case. It does seem to have. It's a noisy helicopter passing somewhere over the city. It's keeping an eye on the runners, perhaps. As Ray bowls round the wicket, and Jennings is forward, running this off the face to Lintott at backward point.
Yeah, I think that noisy helicopter might be around for most of the morning with the Great North Run happening in Manchester.
Yes, I persuaded myself not to knock off a quick 10k before I came here this morning.
No, I was never really tempted either to do that on a Sunday morning.
Well, good luck to all the runners. I'm sure there's a lot of people doing it for not just their own personal reason, but charities and all sorts of things. So, splendid event. Good luck to everybody involved in that. Ray bowls and Jennings drives, doesn't really time it. Up to Davis at mid-off. Oh, actually, quite a few have probably finished. These are things we start quite early, don't they? So
yeah, I think it's not the marathon one today. I think the marathon one might have been a few weeks ago, but I could be wrong. I think it's, like you say, the 10Ks and the half marathons today, and there'll be a lot of people doing it for charity, so some excellent causes being represented today in Manchester.
great event. Round the wicket comes Ray, and Jennings is turning this just past Mosley. It's short leg, and he's going to get one. Fielder running in from the boundary. Bethel, so they get a single. Jennings, his first run today, and he was very watchful last night, in much batting in a similar way to how Davis prospered, really. Those two showing the way, but he's been there now for more than 2 hours batting altogether for 13. So on the strike as well.
Yeah, we spoke about it with Scott on air just before we started about the run rates, and Alex Davis is such a free-flowing batsman, and you know it's a hard wicket to score on when he's facing that many deliveries.
Ray's round the wicket to Balderson, also a left-hander, and this one goes through quite low. It just bounces a second time before it gets to Burgess. Yeah, he was understandably proud of himself, Davis, last night, because that's not his game, the way he played. You know, to bat for 7.5 hours, that's not really his game. I don't think I've ever batted that long before. Not for that number of runs.
But it's brilliant for the changing room as well to see your skipper standing up like that on a tricky wicket and going, you know what, I'm going to take the responsibility. I'll do the work. No,
I'm chuffed for him. Ray bowls, and he's just tickled down the leg side by Balderson. It's come off something off the pad or off his thigh somewhere. So 4 leg buys, which boosts Lancashire a bit, up to 74 for 4 at the end of the over. We had 5 overs today, if you include Lintott's at the start. And Balderson is still yet to score, and Jennings is 13. The difference is 210. Yeah, it might be a significant moment for Davis, really. I mean, it's his 3rd century of the season, so he's in good form. He's pushing up towards 700 runs, but that one was a different character of innings to possibly any he's played before.
Yeah, I think a coach that I worked with when I was younger, he said the best runs you can score are the ugly runs. And I'm not saying Alex Davis looked ugly or anything, but they're the runs that you really work hard for, and you have to graft, and you doesn't look pretty at times, but you stick around and you really earn them runs. They're the innings that you so often remember, over the ones that are just easier, free-flowing more. Keaton Jennings will be looking to do the same as well. He's faced over 90 deliveries now. So in comes Dolby, just down the leg side, and Jennings tucks that to fine leg for a single. Yeah, Jennings will be looking to do the same. A bit of a skipper's knock. Really spent some time out there. He's certainly in form. We're coming off 2 brilliant hundreds at Blackpool against Durham.
Yes, he's been not only the captain, but very much the leader of Lancashire's batting for a little while now.
Yeah, he's been absolutely outstanding for Lancashire.
Does he still have England ambitions? He's young enough potentially
yeah,
to get another go.
He was with the Lions, wasn't he? In India, out in India, he did pretty well. He's someone who he knocks on the door every year, doesn't he? So in comes Dalby, Bowles, and Jennings just Balderson, sorry, just plays that quite nicely in the end. Just allows it to run off the face of the bat, and he picks up 4. Just beats the fielder. One of them teasing runs. Fielder does all the hard work, and it just trickles over the rope as soon as he gets there. But Balderson picks up a 4 through the gully region, but he looked in decent control, went down off the face of the bat, so not too much worry for the Lancashire batsman.
Yeah, they're operating without a third man for the moment. That's warmed up Ed Barnard's hamstrings in case he gets the call from the captain. Not short of bowling options here, Davies. He's got 4 spinners of various varieties we can call on, as well as all his seamers. We haven't seen Barnard yet in this innings, so almost everybody can have a go.
Hannon Dalby in. Balderson a bit more firmly behind that one, plays it to point for no run. Yeah, going back to Jennings, I think stats wise he deserves a call up, doesn't he, really? But England know the type of cricketer they want these days. They know you have to kind of fit into the style of play. If he would potentially bat at 3 again, don't know. I think he really likes to open, but at the moment Crawley and Duckett look pretty set in them positions. Dalby bowls a bit fuller, and Balderson plays it nicely to cover. No run.
Yeah, I mean, look, he just scores some runs, but it's not out of the question. You could see him being in those circles again at some point.
Yeah, he's certainly got the mental approach to his batting as well. He seems like he's really, when he got called up to England, he seemed a little bit undercooked in that sort of arena. But now when he gets going, he scores real big hundreds. He likes to really take advantage. Doesn't just like to get to 100. He likes to really kick on. He scored a couple of double centuries for Lancashire as well. Then comes Dalby. Again, just hitting the top of off stump, and Balderson plays it forward into the offside for no run.
Mid-wicket's been pushed back towards the rope, and that's quite a long way back. Although the rope's well in from that side of the ground because of where the pitch is, it's still quite a good carry out to Lintop, who's gone back at mid-wicket. So there's a long leg and a mid-wicket back towards the boundary at the moment.
Deep point's just been pushed out as well, so looking to try and gauge a false shot maybe out of Balderson here, thinking he can get an easy single. Dalby in, attacks the stumps, and Balderson just plays that down into the gully region for no run. It's the end of the over, 79 for 4 after 35.
There is the forecast of showers. There's plenty about around the country, but for the time being we're playing this very heavy cloud. You can see if you're watching on the TV stream, just emerged in the last few minutes over to the left hand side as we're looking at it. There's some folks on the balcony of the point today. It's opened up one section of it. Coming out to see the cricket. It's just a tiny patch of blue sky away to our left. Heavy cloud around as Ray bowls to Jennings, who defends standing up straight. Up to mid-on. 79 for 4. Warwickshire made 284. And they want every possible minute of play. I think they think 284 is not bad.
No, I think it's a good score on this wicket. I think you have to bat time to catch up to 284 as well, so you know they'll get the chances at this Lancashire attack today.
Round the wicket comes Ray, and Jennings is defending, keeping the bat almost half cushioned behind the pad. Pushes it out on the offside. Davies has crept a little bit closer at mid-off.
Started well there, Michael Ray's coming round the wicket, trying to cramp Jennings up as much as possible. He's got a very leg side dominant field. He's got He's got the 2 slip catches in, and he's got a short leg, a close catch in mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a deep square and a deep fine leg. So you're just going to keep trying to angle it into Jennings and try and get an inside edge. And
it's very accurate, and again he homes in on the off stump, and Jennings is defending out on the offside.
They haven't gone short yet, Warwickshire, this morning. They've been hitting a pretty good length. They had back of a length delivery, but nothing testing the short ball, the middle of the pitch out this morning.
The value's in pitching it up, I think, in these conditions. Ray in his 8th over altogether in this innings, and has Jennings just a little bit cramped, pushing the ball out square on the offside. Lintop's into field. Only 3 scoring strokes off Michael Ray in his 8 overs so far. No wicket for 9. Just looking around the country, the women's one-day international at Taunton is on hold. They had a few overs there, but didn't get very far. They are playing in 2 of the other first division games, because they finished in less than 2 days up at Chester Street. Yesterday, around the wicket comes Ray, and Jennings knocks this into the ground past Mosley at short leg, but there's no run. They're playing at Southampton, where Hampshire are still rattling the tins round, having dismissed the champions for 127 on the first day, but centuries for Toby Albert, for Nick Gobbins, and now Ben Brown. 557 for 6. They're already 430 ahead of Surrey. Going to have to judge the weather to try and close that one out. You'd think the champions would be a bit more stubborn second time round. Also playing in Canterbury as Ray bowls, and there's runs here for Jennings, picking this off his pads and knocking it through the gap towards the mid-wicket boundary, chased back by Bethel, and he gets 2. So 81 for 4 at the end of the over, and Jennings up to 16. Canterbury, Kent 136 for 4, replying to Essex's 591 for 7. They aren't playing at New Road, where Notts 234 for 3, already 154 ahead of Worcestershire. Had a lot of problems there on the first day with the wet conditions. They're not playing either in Leicester, but more of the games in the south of England are underway. They're playing at Bristol, Gloucester 303 for 4, replying to Derbyshire's 526. They're playing at Lords, Middlesex 86 for 1, after Sussex scored 554 for 9. And they're playing at Northampton, Yorkshire 23 for 2, second dig, 84 in front of Northants. So more on than off around the country at the moment. And Norby's getting ready to have another go.
2 slips and a gully await. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Balderson plays that into the offside for no run.
I think it was largely a better day around the country yesterday for not only the championship games, but the club cricketers. So if there were good games at your club yesterday, maybe let me know. Drop me an email, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. The firsts at the club where my lads play had a tie. Both teams 80 all out. Sounds like a cracker, that. Last man run out.
A lot of effort for a tie, isn't it?
Terrific game.
Then comes Dalby, full of a length, and Balderson just mistimes that back towards the bowler. That's no run.
I have this theory, you see, Callum, which is not, say, in the era of 2020, the hundreds, not entirely caught on, but the most exciting limited overs games are the low-scoring ones, where every run really counts.
Yeah,
you know,
everything's an event.
I'm all for eating sixes, and that's great. But when every run's got to be fought, scrapped over.
Did you say the last wicket was a run out?
Last wicket was a run out as well.
That would have been chaos on scenes, wouldn't it? Then comes Dalby. Balderson pushes that to backward point for no run.
Yeah, what a great day out that was. Everybody's in with a chance. So Kingsheath and Sutton Coldfield, it was a terrific show that must have been. So if there were good games around the leagues yesterday, whether it's in Birmingham or Warwickshire or up here in Lancashire, then let us know. Where were you entertained yesterday if you went to watch cricket, or if you were playing? Feel free to humbly show off. Drop me an email, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk.
Dalby round the wicket. Balderson just drags Balderson out onto the offside, plays a bit of an expansive drive, goes through the batting pad, straight through to Burgess.
I don't think that's bounced very much.
No, it looks like it stayed low a little bit. There's been a couple of deliveries back of a length that have just caught Balderson on the crease a little bit, which Warwickshire will not mind seeing at all. A bit of uneven bounce, they'll be happy with that.
Certainly bounced at least one more time before it got to Burgess.
Again, this is the usual ploy. Lintot's gone out to the deep square boundary. In comes Dalby. Full again. Balderson on the front foot, pushing that out into the offside. Again, you can just see how hard it is to score. It's virtually an half volley, but even then, the missed timing at the batters, just because of the slow nature of the wicket.
Must be a bit difficult for Lancashire, because if it is a slow-scoring pitch, there's not a lot to gain at the moment. If you're at Lancashire, where are Lancs going in this game? If again there's going to be more time lost, it's quite hard for us to win this.
Yeah, they're probably batting to take time out of the game, aren't they? And just, I think their chat would have been this morning, let's just bat, and try and bat all day. So in comes Dalby. There's the first short ball of the morning, and Balderson just allows that through to the wicketkeeper for no run. It's the end of the 37th over. Lancashire 81 for 4, Jennings 16 and Balderson 4. Been an excellent start from Warwickshire this morning.
Now, so that's fine, say, well, we're going to bat time. Warwickshire did that, but when the pressure's on, when the other team's got what it's not in terms of numbers a massive score, but it looks a good score at the moment, then that's a slightly different situation, isn't it? So
you can back yourself into trouble, can't you? You can get into that mindset of I'm just trying to survive, and that's often when you get relaxed and you lose your wicket and you play at a ball that you don't need to, or you're a bit too relaxed and you don't quite get the back down on it quick enough, and you often lose your wicket when you're in that survival mode. So Lancashire still need to be positive this morning.
Ray coming round the wicket, starts a new over, and he tries a short ball, which rather lollops past Jennings' shoulder, drops into the hands of Burgess. You just want an occasional one of those, so there's not a lot there for banging it in short.
No, it might be more of a ploy later on in the game when the ball goes a bit softer and it's more harder to judge for the batters whether they can pull it or whether they can't, and that's when you might find some of that more bodyline bowling later on.
Ray bowls again. This is up towards the hip of Jennings, and he helps himself to a run down to long leg. And again, to knit those two thoughts together, if you're in the mindset of, well, I shouldn't really, because we're kind of defending here, then you can make a misjudgment.
Yeah, and it might get tricky then for Lancashire. Do a play the pull shot, just keep ducking in and weaving it.
So Ray's trying to get all these thoughts going in the batter's minds. Keaton Jennings looks pretty relaxed to the non-strikers and leaning on his bat.
I like this field change from Alex Davis. He's got a leg slip in now. So one of the catches in the normal cordon's gone to leg slip.
Yeah, Rhodes is there. Ray comes round the wicket. We beats him on the outside edge. And I don't think that one bounced all that much either. Balderson pushed sort of half forward at it, and Burgess took it down low by his feet. And that was a pretty good ball, that.
Yeah, if you're watching on Lancs TV, you'll see the ball coming into the stumps and just straightens off the pitch. He's done well not to get an edge on that as Balderson.
And the leg slip going, there's a short leg and a leg slip, so he kind of taken out that tuck off the hip that we saw Jennings play a few moments ago. Ray bowls, and it's full and flicked into the leg side. It bounces off the arms of Mosley, the short leg. It might have been played into the ground, but not quite out of the middle. So this is going to be examine George Balderson's technique a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a really good mindset for a young cricketer. George Balderson, he's probably one of the more experienced cricketers now in the Lancashire squad. He's had a couple of fantastic seasons.
Bowled nicely yesterday. Is Ray round the wicket to him. Oh, and he hits him. He's down, crouches down low, and it hits him on the shoulder, and it's gone away for 4 leg byes. Balderson tried to make himself small, and he didn't quite make himself small enough, but he prospers to the tune of a bruise and a four-leg bite.
Yeah, I don't mind this ploy actually from Warwickshire. I think we discussed that there's probably more value in pitching it up, but when the wickets are slow like this, that's not quite got up the way George Balderson expected. So it's going back to that question: do you play the ball? Do you duck and weave? And when you play the ball, is it going to be coming at the pace that you expect? Is it going to stick in the pitch a little bit? So I really like this field and this plan of attack by Warwickshire.
Round the wicket comes Ray at 86 for 4, and Balderson doesn't really flick at that. He lifts the bat out of the way, goes past to his pads, and through to Michael Burgess. 86 for 4 at the end of the over. Lancashire now fewer than 200 behind. Jennings has 17, Balderson has 4, and a whack on the shoulder. And what's the hold-up? Has the light changed? I think that, yeah, or maybe there's a little bit of drizzle in the air. The light hasn't noticeably changed from in here in the last few minutes. Oh yes, you can see on the pictures there. There's all that. That's slightly concerning. Those big spots of rain that you get when you're about to have a bit of a shower, and the sky has filled in a bit away to our left, over towards Altrincham. So we might be in for a little bit of a dose here. What's the radar? The radar's blinking on the screen just to your left, and there's a splodge of blue slightly turning green that's beginning to home in on the ground on that. So I think this is how it's going to be today. Sharp showers and hopefully short showers. You can say that, with your teeth. So we've had 9 overs, give or take. Today, 1 success for Warwickshire, and the score's gone on to 86 for 4. Short spells like this coming on and off, if that's how it's going to be on what clearly is a very quick draining ground, that's not great for batting, I wouldn't think. But if you just say a word about that, and then are you coming in, Scott? I need to nip next door. So.
Yeah, it's only going to favour the bowling side, these short little breaks. It's nothing worse as a batsman, taking the pads off, putting them back on, taking them off, putting them back on. So even though Warwickshire will be the unhappy of the two sides going off, they won't mind having to restart back again, whereas Lancashire will be it'll be hard to switch on and off constantly with the bat.
Yes, it's a difficult situation, but it's about what we thought might happen. It's actually, we've had an hour of play, and the overnight forecast would have suggested that was almost impossible, really. So we've had something, but yeah, I think it could be a bit on and off. I think we might be able to have a look at that little radar, and you'll be able to see where it's so scattered. The showers. There's quite a lot of rain, kind of over North Wales, Anglesey area at the minute. There we go, and it's drifting over the Irish Sea. So we've actually missed quite a lot of it. I mean, that's a lot of rain that's gone out over the sea. But there's just all those little bits and bobs, those little scattered showers. So we might get the odd one of that, and we might miss a few. And that's just going to be the way I think it's going to be through the course of today. A little bit on and off, which I think is about the best we could hope for. Right, we've had an hour's cricket. That's the current scene. We'll have a little bit of a break, and we'll see where we're up to when hopefully play resumes. So it's 86 for 4, Balderson 4, Jennings and 17. You see the helicopter buzzing above the ground, and of course the Manchester Marathon's on today, so I'm sure the TV pictures are getting some good footage of that across the city centre. Hopefully not too long of a delay, but with a little bit of rain falling, we'll leave you with Lancashire 86 for 4.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
So we're about to get back underway then. It was the briefest of interruptions due to that kind of light shower, and we're going to be all right to continue. You get these gloomy clouds that blow in and blow over, and some of them deposit a bit of rain, and some of them don't. And that wasn't heavy, but obviously it was enough to take the umpires a bit of precaution and to take the players off. So have to restart again. Jennings, the man on strike, Oliver Hannon-Dolby with ball in hand. He's picked up the 1 wicket to fall so far on this third day. The dismissal of Tom Bruce. The keeper, Michael Burgess, standing up. A couple of slips in place as well. So here we go, back underway with Lancashire 86 for 4. And Hannon-Dolby from around the wicket balls. Calmly played away into the offside by Jennings, and there is no run. And then Barnard Fields. Yeah, it could be one of those. I was just listening to the news. I'm doing an update for Radio Manchester. There's now an amber weather warning in place it's coming into place from midday until 8 p.m. tonight for Manchester.
It seems to be getting pushed further and further back, doesn't it? Like last night, like you say, it looked like a bit of a write-off today. It looked set in for the whole of the day, but hopefully we get a few hours cricket.
And Dolby to Jennings. He's threaded that down towards the third-man boundary. He's going to get 4 for it. Into the rope. Into the advertising boards. 4 for Jennings.
It's really well played from Keaton Jennings there. Just Dolby back of a length. He's got plenty of time just to run it off the face of the bat through the cordon. Never in any danger. Picks up 4. Keeper straight up to Jennings, as we probably expected with the way he moves down the crease at the seam bowlers.
3 overs, by the way, we lost in that break, that rain break. We lost 4 for the delay and 3 for that break. So 7 so far from the day's allocation, 104 over allocation today. Lunch will be in an hour. It's at 1:10 past 1. Hannon-Dolby to Jennings, and that's defended away into the offside. And there's no run. 21 then to Keaton Jennings, 90 for 4. Because you're still trailed by 194 runs. A little sprinkling of spectators, really. Members on the far side of the ground in front of the pavilion, and I'm sure some indoors as well, keeping warm and dry. As Hannon-Dolby sets off again. He nudged away off his hip. It's bouncing out towards Lintop on the deep square leg boundary. And Jennings through for a single. 22 now to Keaton Jennings, 91 for 4.
Yeah, there might be a few more spectators in later once the North runs finish. I don't know the exact route of the run. I think they do pass the cricket ground at some stage.
They do. There's a map somewhere in this commentary box, because Dave downstairs, the great Dave, printed out some maps to tell everybody where the road closures were for this morning. And I think they kind of run past the old Tesco on the far side. Clipped away by Balderson, down to fine leg for a single. 92 for 4. So that kind of White City roundabout, that area where the shops are, and I think they do a little route around there and head off towards the city centre.
The hotel looks a bit busier than normal for a county championship game as well, so like I say, I think there's a few people staying over for the run as well on a bank holiday weekend.
A few achy bones later on. It's Hannon-Dolby into to Jennings. It's cracked away through the offside. It's going to bring him probably 2. It does. Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley go scampering after it, and they get to it, and it's 2 for Jennings, and he moves on to 24. It's the end of the over. 94 for 4. 2 spectators on the hotel balcony. Oh, I think they're saying hello to their neighbours above them, or to their friends above them. Who's above them? There they are. Having a bit of a snack on the hotel balcony. I think I saw some of the Warwickshire supporters, and I'm sure last night watching the Warwickshire boys head back over to the far side, I think a couple of the players were waving up towards the hotel rooms. Maybe some friends and family have stayed over.
I imagine the Warwickshire boys are on campus. Are they staying in the Hiltons, I imagine?
Yeah, I think they are. Yes, I think that they were heading in that direction last night and waving towards someone they knew on the balcony.
Michael Ray's going to continue round the wicket to Balderson. And there's a little bit of an appeal, but I think that's just clipped his trouser leg from Balderson. He's going at that body line. Kind of attack is Ray here, both to Keaton, Jennings and Balderson, but probably a bit more aggressive to Balderson. He ducked under a short one that hit him on the shoulder in Ray's previous over. With that variable bounce and the slowness of the pitch, could be quite tricky to judge the short length deliveries. So he comes, drags Balderson forward, and he plays that nicely into the offside for no run. Be a good test for Balderson. He's had a brilliant couple of years for Lancashire, but he'll be quite confident. He's got the opening batsman mindset, even though he bats in the middle. He's naturally an opening batsman as well, so it's a good little battle. As in he comes, one leg slip, and Balderson pushes out into the offside, take a quick single, and Jennings is comfortably home. Balderson gets single, takes him on to 6. 95 for 4 Lancashire.
Yeah, he's a really classy player, isn't he, Balderson?
Yeah, I really like it. I thought he was Lancashire's standout. I know Bohannon, if you look at stats, was the standout in terms of, you look at the stats and Bohannon's there, but I thought Balderson last year, in terms of his impact in games, I thought constantly with bat and ball, he was constantly making an impact for Lancashire, and I thought he did really well last year. For me, he was the player of the season for Lancashire. I think he's a player that Lancashire fans can get excited about because he's got real potential. Then comes Ray, just pushes Jennings onto the back foot, and he pushes that into the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's a very good season last year for George Balderson. Runs and wickets, and got to his first class century. Actually came against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and then went and got another one at Northamptonshire last season. So got over that that mark. He got into the 90s, I think, 3 times prior to it, and then managed to get across the line.
In comes Ray. Jennings down the track, drives it beautifully past the bowler. Might pick up 4 here. Hassan Ali is chasing it down, and he drags it back. Should get 3, and he does. It's a beautiful shot from Jennings. He's been hitting the pitch hard as Michael Ray, but Jennings is in a really good mindset where he doesn't miss out on that full length delivery, and he drives that beautifully down the ground. And just the slowness of the outfield stopping him from getting a boundary.
It was a good effort, wasn't it, by Hassan to catch up with it. So that's slightly soft out ground now. It's not been bone dry, is it? A bit of rain. There's so much rain in the build to this game, and obviously we've had a bit of rain and drizzle around for a few days. It did slow up towards the rope.
On Friday, they drove the roller onto the ground to roll the wicket, and the water that was coming up. I'm very surprised we got any play on Friday. As Ray bowls, and Balderson just plays that on the crease into the leg side for no run. That's the end of the 40th over. Lancashire 98 for 4, Jennings 27, and Balderson 6.
Yeah, we've got just under an hour left of the morning session. Ian Blackwell just having a little look with his colleague White. It's just one of those days where you're constantly looking over your shoulder, looking up to the skies and seeing which next batch of dark, threatening cloud is heading in our direction, but it's okay for the time being. Again, the keeper standing up. Alan Dolby, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 32. Little shimmy as he sets off again. Comes into bowl to Jennings from around the wicket. Nice nicely down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. The score moves on to 99 for 4 now. Jennings on to 28 not out, and here we go again. So the umpire's waving down towards the ground staff. A little bit of rain swirling round. Doesn't feel massively live, but you can understand why the umpires are a little twitchy, because these thunderstorms as well. So it's not just the rain. There is the prospect of thunder and lightning, which obviously gets everybody a little bit concerned. But rain is falling, so the umpires are perfectly right to take the players off. And then there's that added threat that some of these might rumble up into thunderstorms, which is going to keep everybody a little bit uncomfortable. Alex Davis is just chatting with umpire Blackwell, but see the rain spots are falling. And I think, well, it was raining, so you've got to come off, haven't you, really? I mean, you might be an element where you could try and play on, but I just think with the threat of thunder as well, the threat of lightning, which is being warned, there is a weather warning in place for Manchester, as there is for large parts of the country, actually, for thundery showers. I'm not too sure there's much else you can do, really.
No, I think if the forecast looked promising where, you know, they was expecting just a 10-minute shower, I think they might battle through it, but because the forecast does say that it could be raining for a majority of the day, I don't think the umpires are going to risk keeping the fielders and the batters out there, because the batters certainly won't be happy if they have to bat 10 overs in the rain and they lose a wicket and then they get dragged off later on. So I think it's a sensible decision from the umpires, especially with the thunderstorms and lightning. I think there is some kind of rules around that. If thunder and lightning is in the area, I think they've got to take the players off as soon as they see or hear that. So so they will be very mindful, the umpires, and there was on Friday as well with the light. They probably might have been able to get back on Friday with the light, but they was very wary of the health and safety of the players. So I think it's the correct decision from the umpires.
Rain stops play in the game at Northamptonshire as well. So and this is happening up and down the country. So they're not playing at the minute. Northampton, Yorkshire. They're not playing between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire, there's no play. Let's have a look at some of the games here. Where we're going to start. Let's have a start with a match involving Hampshire and Surrey, shall we, at the Utility Bowl, where Hampshire have declared actually their first innings on 606 for 6. So I've picked the game where it says interval. But Hampshire have declared on 608 for 6, the Hampshire declaration. So they're between innings there, with Ben Brown reaching a career best score of 165 not out. So Hampshire declares 608 for 6 over Surrey. It's a lead by 481 runs. And the only other game that's currently in play in Division 1 is a game for those viewers on Lex TV, bottom left of your screen, where Essex are playing Kent. So Kent are 154 for 4. Denley and Parkinson batting.
Parkinson's digging in.
He is, isn't he? Yeah. 100 balls faced for his 27. 50 partnership. And they trail Essex by quite a lot, because they declared on 591 for 7, so trail by 437. And those are the Division 2 games. And there's only two in play, which is one at Lords, Middlesex, Sussex. Middlesex have made a good start, 109 for 1. Sam Robson on 65 for Middlesex. Max Holden on 40. So 109 for 1, replying to Sussex, 554 for 9 declared. A bit cloudy over London, but it looks a little bit better than it does in Manchester. There's some blue sky around. And Gloucestershire Derbyshire is the other Division 2 game, which is in play. Someone's just hit a 6 for Gloucestershire, who are continuing to go nicely. Centurions there, Van Buren and Bracey, putting together a very, very strong partnership. So 364 for 4, Gloucestershire trail Derbyshire by 162 runs. Derbyshire making 526 of the games that are currently in play. Nothing here, I'm afraid, at the minute. The ground staff are all there waiting just to remove the covers if and when we get some action. We will keep our fingers crossed for some play soon. We'll take a break. We'll catch you when we have any further news.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Finds out it's 2 runs and the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
on and we're off, and we're on and we're off, and we're back on again. It's that type of day. Everybody out again. As we have about 40 minutes left of the morning session. But we've spent as much time kind of waiting for it to dry up and to clear up. But it's all good now. Could do with them being popped back in. Lovely jubbly. And we're all set to resume. 99 for 4 is the Lancashire score. I mean, it barely rained. It was a very brief shower, but it was raining nonetheless. So the umpires were happy to take them off. Just to be putting 2 more of those in, that'd be lovely. There we go. And we're all pretty much set for the final kind of 40 minutes of the morning session here on the BBC Sport website and app. We're live on Lancs TV as well. Players are heading out. Oliver Hannon-Dalby, 3 of the 4 wickets, he's got them. 2 batters are George Balderson and Captain Keaton Jennings. And the lovely red bales are being positioned on the top of the stumps. We are set to resume. It has been a frustrating old morning, Mike, but I mean, we've actually played probably more than what we feared.
Yes, we've had, 11 overs so far, so that's not bad. And this is how it's going to be, isn't it, I think so, yeah. Until or unless one of these showers is a big one, and so far they haven't been. So I think it probably favours the bowlers. Because every time the batter's got to come out and start again. I suppose so with the bowlers, but it keeps them fresher for longer. And even if you bowl loose, you've only got to get one right, haven't you, against the batter who's coming. That was my I always thought it was my problem as a batter. I never faced enough looseness. It's my excuse.
Yeah, stick to it.
I think so.
Yeah. It's a well-tested and well-used excuse.
It is. Yeah. Well, not that well used. My skills are no longer called upon. Ollie Hannon-Dalby, he's going to carry on from where he was so rudely interrupted. Has 5 to come in this over and starts. And there's a loose drive from Balderson. It's going to bring him 4 runs down to third man. And off a thick edge, up and over the gully, and away to the rope. So 4 to Balderson raises the Lancashire 100, but he would rather more of them came out of the middle of the bat than that. It was rather a loose stroke for the first ball back.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe the shot you wouldn't have played prior to a rain break.
Yes.
Kind of going to get yourself switched back on a little bit.
But in that second little burst of play, it just felt like Lancashire had maybe decided we're going to try and not just stand here and block, try and do a little bit more than that. Maybe thinking that there might eventually be a ball with their name on it, so to speak. Bruce got quite a good one. Hannon-Dalby bowls, and Balderson's right in behind this and defends it away on the offside. Snow run 103 for 4. Lancashire in the 41st over of their reply, but the scoring rate is not particularly what concerns them at the moment. They are at least in a position where it's probably Warwickshire are going to be batting next, which, with more time likely to be lost, gives Lancashire a bit more protection at this point. Ball pushed away into the offside by Balderson coming forward. It's looking at how this game might progress. Warwickshire have the advantage at the moment, but we don't. It's hard to say. We don't really have a clear idea how much cricket we're going to get today. And I think the forecast for tomorrow is a bit better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Helicopters still on the move. The runners must still be circulating. Hannon-Dalby's on his way, passes umpire Blackwell, and Balderson's got one hand off the bat here, driving rather loosely and making no contact through to Burgess.
Just come back in from Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, he's gone between bat and pad, yeah. still a bit going on.
There is, yeah.
Mid-wicket's going back. They've tended to do that late in the over.
The pitch yesterday was quite interesting, wasn't it? We had a long day yesterday. It didn't seem to be as unpredictable as it was on the first day at times.
No, it didn't. Hannon Dolby ran the wicket, and the bowlers was reaching for that a bit to cut, and gets it off the bottom edge into the ground. So that was a slightly uncertain restart from bowler. Somebody did pick up 4 to take Lancs to 103 for 4. There's 181 behind. Moulderson's has 10, and Jennings 28.
It felt like it was a bit up and down on the first day, didn't it? A little bit.
Well, I mean, sometimes pitches do seem to behave differently depending whether the sun is out or not. Sure, probably somebody's written a scientific paper as to why that should be so.
Well, the sun was definitely out yesterday. It was lovely. Yeah, lovely sunny day yesterday, but not replicated today.
No, it hasn't quite, understandably, hasn't quite persuaded so many of the Manchester public as came out yesterday. And you're going to top up your tan today.
There's Ray from around the wicket. And Jennings defends to the onside. No run. Well, the weather forecast has issued an amber weather warning for Manchester.
Is it again?
From now until 8 p.m.
Oh dear.
For thunder and storms. So if you're reading or listening or watching that, you're staying put, aren't you? Yes. You're going to give the day at the cricket a bit of a swerve, really. Stick it on the wireless and put it on the telly. It's drier. It's Ray again to Jennings, forward and defends. Ball bounces back to Ray. Tall lad, he got down to scoop it up and turns and hands it to his skipper. And Al Davies gives it a bit of a polish and he'll lob it back towards Ray. Running in from the James Anderson end. Tower billowing up behind him. A slip and a leg slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket. Run nicely down towards the third-man boundary. Lintott chasing after it. Just slows down as it gets towards the rope. And Jennings does come back for 2. Takes his total on to 30. It's 105 for 4.
I'm impressed by how well the outfielders continue to play, given how much rain I know there was here from about Wednesday onwards. And the big grounds do drain well these days, but this one still looks fine. And the ball, it's not particularly slow, considering. We've had probably the better part of 2 inches of rain here since Wednesday.
105 for 4. Ray sets off again. Jennings waits. He comes around the wicket. It's eased away into the onside. Oh, actually gets in between the fingertips and in between the legs of Ed Barnard, and they can sneak through for a cheeky little single there that wasn't initially on the cards. Hasnali completes the fielding. Jennings moves to 31.
I've had an email from Ash, which I read with slight trepidation. It reads a little bit like a cryptic crossword clue.
Is it one of those where you need to read it 2 or 3 times just to make sure?
I've already done that.
Excellent, right, okay. It's Ray to Balderson this time. Balderson defends to Barnard. He celebrates picking it up cleanly midway. no run.
That's the spirit. Yeah. He says, "Hi Mike," says Ash. "Does Michael Ray swoop in like a ravenous pterodactyl? Or is he a cockney geezer?" Loving the commentary, Ash.
I'm not sure I know what.
No, I don't know the. I'm a bit worried that I don't know the reference there.
Yeah. So Balderson defends again to Barnard. No run. You've been a brave man reading that out.
I have, haven't I? Yeah.
I mean, that's one way to call it.
Foolhardy. I mean, Ray, who's bowled very well, by the way, he is a bit like Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He's rather angular presence, so he does swoop a bit at the crease.
Yeah,
he swoops.
So there's a degree of swoop.
Yes.
Yeah.
A ravenous pterodactyl is pushing it a bit, I think.
It's the other bit I'm concerned about.
I think. Yes, that's what I thought. I was. So I'm not very good at cryptic crosswords. I was looking for a riddle in that. So anyway. Feel the worst. Anyway, thank you, Ash, for listening. If we're entertaining you on your Sunday morning, and if that's giving you extra entertainment, I'm not sure I want to know. But thank you anyway. Mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk for your collective notes, queries and heckles. Or if there was something good at your league game yesterday, your club cricket game, then I'd like to know about that. Stories of club cricket, very much open for those. Hannon Dolby starting a new over round the wicket with the keeper standing up and two men back on the leg side boundary. And one of them is going to be employed here, and it is Ray swooping in from long leg. Rather elegantly throws the ball back. And they've taken one. So Jennings up to 32 and 106 for 4. And there is a steady trickle of runs, at least, for Lancashire. It's not easy progress that they're making, but it's every run they score is useful. Hassan Ali's warming up was rather lightly raced yesterday, just 3 overs. Helicopters on the move over us again as Hannon Dolby bowls a short delivery, which Balderson is taken on the thigh pad, I think, and the ball plops down on the pitch next to the one they're using. Lintott comes in to pick it up. If I were a bowler, I don't think I'd be mad keen on this helicopter coming over, because it's quite loud through our sound effects microphone. I'd be a bit worried that it would disguise a nick. Do you think umpire Blackwell can discern from if the rotor of a helicopter, or if there's a little inside edge through to the wicket keeper? Forward comes Balderson to defend on the offside.
So part of Lancashire's batting strategy is this?
Yes, send for the helicopter.
Yeah, hire the helicopter and just hover around for a few hours.
Well, it could work against you, couldn't you? If you've got a little inside edge to save you from LBW.
Well, that's true.
I suppose it could work the other way.
Very true.
Jennings is busily flicking away a bit of loose stuff off the pitch. 2 slips, gully. There's a man on the drive at short extra. Close infielders. Hannon Dolby's round the wicket. Keeper's gone back, actually. He was up at the start of the over for Jennings, but he's gone back for Balderson. And there's a run down past the gully, just eased off the face of the bat by Balderson very skillfully. So it takes 1. Burgess is going to come up to the stumps for Jennings, who, and Callum was talking about this earlier on, he does like to take a pace forward now and then. Did it a bit yesterday. Burgess puts his helmet on. And here's Hannon Dolby. Comes round the wicket and hits Balderson on the hits Jennings on the pad as he looks to turn it into the leg side. And there isn't a run. I assume we're working to the sort of 1:10 and 4 o'clock intervals.
I think we are. Yeah, I think we are.
Ray and Hannon Dolby have done all the bowling that we've had in this, the 3rd session of, or spell of play within this session, so to speak. We were 17 minutes late starting and lost another 10 minutes. Around 12 o'clock, forward comes Jennings to meet the next ball from Hannon Dolby and complete the over. 2 runs from it. 108 for 4. And 32 to Jennings and 11 to Balderson.
Just reading on the live text feed on the BBC Sport website and app about this. There was a big partnership at the game between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Graham Van Buren and James Bracey, and it's a new record partnership for their 5th wicket, beating. Of 261, beating W.G. Grace and William Mobley at Cheltenham way back in 1876.
That's a good one to knock off. It's nearly 150 years.
Ray comes around the wicket and bowls short to Balderson, ducks underneath it through to the keeper, no run. But what's caught my eye as well is that they've obviously been looking down the list of records for Gloucestershire. And that 5th wicket record partnership, which was previously held by W.G. Grace, and the report saying here that looking down the list, we find that GW still holds the 9th wicket record with someone called Sydney Kitcat.
Splendid.
That's absolutely outstanding, isn't it?
Well,
The things you learn on the BBC live text commentary feed. It's, Ray sets off, and then something doesn't quite work, and he pulls away. He's wandering back to his mark. 108 for 4. Ray's 12th over. And he's gone for 19 runs so far. He's swooping his way back in from the Anderson end to Balderson. That's clipped down towards fine leg. And Hannon Dolby's there to field. Balderson gets a single. He moves on to 12 now. 109 for 4. Brings Jennings back on strike. It's nice and quiet when that helicopter's out towards the city centre, isn't it? Makes a right old rattle when it comes back over here.
it is. I wonder if this has been a good day for running, if you get an odd sort of shower occasionally.
And it could cool you down a bit,
Yes.
that type of thing. Yeah. Having never done it,
No.
I don't know. Ray to Jennings, playing and missing. Burgess looks towards the sky as he hands the ball to Robbie Yates, because he almost nicked it.
Yeah, that looked very full. Sort of drove over the top of it. The distinctive thing about Ray is he's the Ray of the 3 sweatbands. I enjoy that, although he always removes the one round his head in between overs.
In again to Jennings. Full ball, it's just angled onto his leg stump, and he clips it down towards Rhodes, who makes a good stop at kind of short, fine leg, and there's no run.
Dennis Lee used to bowl with a sweatband round his forehead, didn't he? It's not a bad chap to model yourself on.
It kind of adds to the slightly menacing look, doesn't it?
But he smiles a lot, though, Michael Ray. I haven't met him, but there's my other observation, he smiles a lot, so he's not... Which belies the sort of menacing look, but yes, the 3 white sweatbands, it's quite a signature.
Oh, there's a pumping back and forth again as he's into to Jennings, who defends. Just jabs the ball away to the offside, no run.
Looks a handy pickup, though, for a guy they've sort of brought in as injury cover, essentially.
Well, I mean, he's built like a proper fast bowler, isn't he?
Yes.
Running in hard and probably a little quicker than maybe you expect as well, because you can probably get a bit of extra off the pitch with him being quite tall.
Yeah, he rivals Hannon Dolby. I've seen him stand shoulder to shoulder, but he's quite as tall as him, but he's not very far off.
Jennings turns it away to square leg. At least shapes to try and do that. Where's that come off? No, there's no bat on that. It's just deflected away off his thigh pad. He tried to nudge it out towards square leg. So it's a leg by. Short leg crouching down there. Just deflects to the left of short leg, and Jennings has to stay on 32. The score moves on to 110 for 4. And there's the end of the over as well.
Yeah, it was in the air as it went past Mosley at short leg, but that's why there were a few shouts. But it looks as though he popped up gently off the pad. And apart from Lintott finishing his overnight over, here comes the first bit of spin for today. Jacob Bethel, the first of the spin options, and there are plenty of them in this Warwickshire lineup. Yates bowled his off breaks yesterday, and we saw a little bit of Lintott's wrist spin. So he's spoiled for choice, really, because we've seen 6 bowlers in this innings, but only 3 overs so far of Hassan Ali, so he's got plenty of energy, I'm sure, ready to unleash. And we haven't seen Ed Barnard yet. So there's a lot of places he can go for spin. I've seen Mosley bowls a bit of off spin as well. Bethel left arm over the wicket. So it's all southpaws at the moment. And forward comes Jennings and defends bat and pad together. First bowling change of the day. Bethel, we did see yesterday, bowled 5 overs for just 1 run when Lancs were very much on the defensive. And he tries again, floats this right up into any rough that there might be outside Jennings' off stump. And he offers only the front pad. This is quite a bit when Bethel bowled yesterday. Doesn't look to be huge patches of rough out there. It's just a little bit scuffed. Bethel is aiming for that, but it's wide. It's very wide where he's aiming at the moment. Jennings can offer the front pad with impunity. I think from there, slip and a short leg. The sun's coming out, I believe.
Steady on.
Peeks out the peroxide look of Bethel's hair, and it's come off the outside edge, run down past the tumble of Rhodes at slip, and they're going to get 2 runs down to third man. It was a little off the edge as Jennings lunged forward. He's to 34, 112 for. Bethel's going to try again. Still aiming at those rough patches. He goes a bit straighter this time, and Jennings turns this comfortably off his pad into the leg side. I'm sure they've gone for Bethel to try and hit those rough patches with the 2 left-handers in. Been a lot of left-handed top-order players in this game. Bethel passes umpire Blackwell and pushes it through a little bit quicker. And Jennings defends. End of the over. 45 overs of Lancashire's first innings. 112 for 4. 34 Jennings and 12 Balderson. And the game moving into another interesting phase, I think, as we start to see the spinners.
Yes, which we think is going to be the kind of the biggest threat for batters, don't we, as the game progresses.
The team selections would suggest that the captains thought it would be.
Yeah. Spoke to Lancashire's left-arm spinner last night, Jack Morley. He was full of beans, having been recalled from his long spell at Derbyshire and back in the Lancashire side and taking wickets.
He bowled nicely.
Did, yeah. He kind of said it's a pitch with a bit of something in it for everybody.
Yeah,
is how we describe it.
Probably true.
See Hassan Ali. He's going to replace Michael Ray from the James Anderson end. Just 3 overs from Hassan so far in this Lancashire first innings. We've had 45 overs. 3 sent down by Hassan Ali. He's into Balderson. Just nips past the edge of the bat. The gloves of Burgess. The bulk of the work done by Hannon, Dolby and Ray, but I suppose it's been helped by the fact they can keep going off for a little break and come back again.
Yes, they both bowled 7 overs this morning, but we've had 3 spells of cricket, haven't we? So.
Yep. And Dolby 14 overs, 3 for 39. Ray 12 overs for 20. And then with some bit of off spin from Yates. Bethel's left arm spin and the left arm wrist spin of Lintott. Is Hassan Ali balls again down the leg side to Balderson, of tumbling Burgess with his rather menacing looking black wicket keeping gloves on. Takes the catch, tumbling away to his right. And there's no run. Rhodes and Yates, his 2 slip fielders for company alongside him. There's Michael Burgess. Rhodes at first, slip Yates at second. Hassan comes tearing in again. Forward goes Balderson, defends. Lintott just a backward point to field and there's no run.
There are more games on that have had a reasonably substantial amount of play this morning than we might have expected given the way the forecast was looking. But only at New Road and at Leicester have there's been no play at all. They're still off the field at Taunton, where they only had 7 overs of the Women's One Day International.
Hassan to Balderson, that's driven down the ground, stops it low to his right, off his own bowling, no run.
I noticed that Southampton, Hampshire have declared with a giant lead over the champions. It's scuttle back into your almanacs for when the county champions last conceded a lead of 480 on the first innings. 4-8-1 they led by, with declaring it 608 for 6. Ben Brown 165 not out, the third century maker.
Hassan to Balderson, defended, turned to the leg side. No run.
Which means that Surrey have got about for most of the rest of the match just to get level, really. 481 behind. So they're 15 for none, second time. Kent 196 for 4, replying to Essex's 591 for 7. There have been some runs scored around the country this week. Not playing at New Road, which I fear is the story of the season. And I've knocked off for lunch, apparently, at Cheltenham. Taking lunch a bit early there.
Hassan to Balderson, clipped to mid-wicket, no run.
Did I say Cheltenham? I meant Bristol. Gloucestershire 399 for 4. Derbyshire made 526. Those centuries you were discussing for Bracey and Van Breuren. Not playing at Leicester. Leicester 300 for 6. 87 behind Glamorgan. Middlesex 130 for 1 at Lords. Sussex 554 for 9. And Yorkshire in the second innings at Northampton 43 for 2. That's 104 runs in front after Sanderson dismissed Leach and Bean without either of them scoring a run. It's Dominic Leach for Yorkshire, by the way, which is a new name to me. I think I've seen it. Bethel's going to start a new over. That'll disappear at the end of this over. 112 for 4. And he bounces, Bethel. 3 or 4 springy paces, and Jennings defends around his front pad. Onto the leg side. This is the 47th over. Bethel has Jennings going back here, and he's going to get a run, pushing it into plenty of room on the offside because there are men back defending the boundary in front of the hotel. So they take 1. And now Balderson to face Bethel for the first time today.
Just on that game between Worcestershire and Notts at New Road, I was reading this morning that they decided there was no play possible before lunch. That was at about 10 o'clock this morning. So it's not hugely encouraging.
There were, I gather, some quite hefty showers around the Midlands, so reports from Taylor Towers were, so I'm informed.
Soggy back home, is it?
Yes. Bethel is into bowl to Balderson, who defends. Taylor Jr.'s game was off today.
Oh, so not a good start.
Bethel starts again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces. He bounces in. And it's caught. Slip, is it? They're claiming a catch. Balderson is not keen, but he's going to have to go. And a wicket for Jacob Bethel with a quarter of an hour to go until lunch. Balderson just easing forward, but nibbles a catch off the outside edge through to Rhodes at slip, and it's 112 for 5. Balderson caught Rhodes, bowled Bethel 12. Ooh, it was a faint one if it was. But Warwickshire thought they heard it, and umpire Blackwell thought he heard it too.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was a slightly muted appeal, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't like where this is out. It was a bit of a muted appeal, but
well,
the replay doesn't.
Yeah, the replay's inconclusive, I think we'd say. It certainly, I would suggest, flicked the wicket-keeper's thigh, and it was very close to the outside edge. But umpire Blackwell's got the best view, and
he has.
He's the man who gives the verdict. So.
And there's no helicopter to.
There's no. He couldn't blame the helicopter on that occasion because he wasn't around. So there you go. It's out.
Wicket on the stroke of lunch. The thinnest of edges of the bat of George Balderson.
Yes, I will. Speaking of heading towards 1 o'clock, I shall pop next door before Big Ben bongs. And there we are. It's another denture tester. I'm writing my own tin twisters today. Callum will come and join you for a bit.
Cheers, Mike. So it's Matthew Hurst, the new batter, to join Keaton Jennings. 113 for 5. And young Bethel has got himself his first wicket with Hurst, the new batter. He's going to pull his left arm spin from around the wicket to the right-hander. Here he comes, Hurst, forward, and Bethel delivers, and it's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. Callum's back just for a little stint before lunch.
Nice little test this for Matty Hurst, isn't he? He likes to score quickly, does Hurst, so a good little challenge for him.
Bethel to Hurst, and well, he's defended, so a successful over that for Jacob Bethel. He's got the wicket of George Balderson, and Lancashire are 113 for 5. Jennings on 35 and Hurst on 0. Is where we stand here at Emirates Old Trafford. We're live on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app for this third day of the Vitality County Championship fixture. At the minute, what is quite a bright Manchester. There's a bit of blue sky above us now. Goodness.
Yeah, the forecast was totally wrong at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. Hassan Ali's going to continue from the James Anderson end. He's got a deep cover. He's got no one on the offside, effectively saving the one. He's got Alex Davis at mid-off, but anything in that offside, Keaton Jennings will be taking some runs, as he does exactly that. Prods forward, plays into cover, gets a single. It's an interesting field, really. I don't know if it's to get Matty Hurst on strike and bowl everyone else, allow Jennings just to get a single and keep him at the other end, or if he's just trying to get him to be a bit too relaxed, switch off a little bit and just play at one that he doesn't need to, thinking there's easy runs there. So even though it looks defensive, there'll be a little bit of a ploy behind that field. Couple out on the offside. It's totally different to Matty Hurst now. He's got a point, a straightish mid-off, short square leg, catching mid-wicket as Hassan Ali comes in, and Hurst allows that through to the keeper. Doesn't carry, he's very skiddy, as Hassan Ali's. Really runs in, quite a low arm action, and just kisses the pitch, and that one is taken on the bounce by Burgess. 2 slips, like a leg gully. He's moving a lot straighter now, so more like a leg slip. Hassan Ali in, attacking the stumps. Hurst turns that into the leg side for no run. Just got to be careful playing in that leg side region now with the 2 catchers there, one under the helmet. Lintott just a very short catching mid-wicket as well. Just 3 strips along. In comes Ali, charging in. Again, on the lovely line and length. Hurst pushes forward, comfortably behind it, plays it down the ground for no run.
Just watching the replay back of that Balderson dismissal, whether he's edged it or not, the decision's out, isn't it? But it's a lovely piece of bowling, isn't it, by Bethel to Balderson, the left-hander. Just that little bit of drift in, and then he's got the ball to pitch and just turn a fraction, hasn't he? Just bring him Balderson forward. Nice piece of bowling.
Ali bowls and Hurst flicks it off his legs nicely. Might pick up 4 here depending on the pace of the outfield. Dalby cuts it off. Just gets a couple. Nice shot from Hurst. Gets him off the mark. Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he? I think he's gone for 4 runs in his 7 overs that he's bowled. Bethel, and picking up the prize wicket of Balderson to break that partnership of Balderson and Jennings. So it's a good wicket. It's a good wicket for Warwickshire, just to open and end up again, just as Lancs was trying to reset. Ali bowls, he hits his pads. It's a big appeal. Don't know if he's got a little bit of bat on that, as Manny Hurst. The Warwickshire lads behind the stumps, in front of the stumps, were very keen. It sounded like there was two noises. He looks very much in front on the replay. But Mathieu survives. Hassan Ali is an excellent bowler in these conditions, on a tired and slow wicket. He just attacks the stumps and gets the batter playing at every ball. And when it's like that, as a batsman, you're feeling the bat and ball, but you're also wanting to score runs. So you might just try and find the odd false shot, the odd drive in a length ball. He's got his catches in front of the bat as well, so be a good test with Hassan Ali. Bowls at a good pace. Like you say, he always attacks the stumps. Bethel's going to continue to Jennings. Round the wicket with a short legged and a slip. Bowls and Jennings in that big stride forward. Just crushes that ball into the ground for no run. They'll just look to survive until lunch now with Lancashire. They really won't want to lose a 6 wicket before lunch. Jennings pushes that into the offside. They think about a single. There's no one saving the single to Jennings again for Bethel. And they think about that one. They're bringing Hassan Ali up now. And they're bringing mid-off up. I think Alex Davis knows here that Jennings isn't going to do anything stupid before lunch, so get the guys up and just try and force his hand a little bit as he bowls, and Jennings just taps that down the ground for no run.
Yeah, lunch is very much on the agenda here, isn't it, for Jennings and for Hurst. Still behind, still 170 behind, Lex.
Bethel bowls, just a little bit over pitch. Jennings comfortably punches that into the offside. Hassan Ali does the fielding. It's no run. 116 for 5 Lancashire. Jennings on 36 off 138. A real digging innings from the skipper. Here comes Bethel. Bowls, and Jennings just turns that into the onside with the spin. No run.
Which has been taken at the other Division 1 games. Hampshire, Surrey, Kent against Essex have both got to the lunch break.
Bethel bowls, it's a pad of Jennings. Oh, he's given him. It's a very gentle appeal from the bowler. He kind of given up his appeal at one stage, and Keaton Jennings really isn't an happy man with that. You'd think this is on the live action replay. You'd think it's going down leg with the spin. Yeah, I think he might be a bit hard done by there, Jennings. It looks like he's in front, but with the spin that Bethel's getting, you'd think that's just going on a little bit past the leg stump. He wasn't happy, Jennings, and like you say, the Warwickshire bowler did give up his appeal a little bit at the end. But again, he's found the rewards as Jacob Bethel, bowling really well, keeping it really tight, and he's doing a job for Warwickshire and putting Lancashire right on the back foot now.
Yeah, he's done a great job here, hasn't he, for the Bears, Jacob Bethel. Does look a pretty tight call that. He's got a decent stride forward too, hasn't he, Jennings? You look where it strikes him on the pad. I think Lancashire skipper feel like he's got on the wrong end of a tight call.
Yeah, if you a still image probably. As a still image, you probably think, oh, that's out, he's in front of all three, but you've got to think of the angle that Jacob Bethel's bowling at round the wicket, the spin that he's getting out of the rough. Everything kind of is going against it. But the umpire raised his finger.
He did.
And that's the decision. And Lancashire will have to deal with that now. 116 for 6. And Lancashire in a bit of trouble as Aspinwall enters the field.
Yeah, and Hassan Ali is in and bowling. Forward goes Hurst in defence. And there is no run, but it's a really, really good spell, isn't it, for Jacob Bethel? I mean, Alex Davis has gone to his young left-arm spinner. He's sent down 3 overs and picked up 2 for 3. It's a absolutely bonus little spell just on the stroke of the lunch break. 116 for 6. Here's Hassan again to Hurst. This plays forward and defends. Bounces up towards mid-on. There is no run. It's sort of got that leg side field set with the forward short leg. There's a short mid-wicket, short square leg. In fact, I'm going to change that. There was a fielder at square leg. There's going to be a kind of second catcher on the leg side. Stood right in front of the batter at the non-striker's end. Hassan in and bowls, and chopped away by Hurst into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I really like this from Alex Davis. Being really positive and aggressive as a skipper. He's got his 2 catches in the slip cordon, and he's got 3 in tightly on the leg side, because Hassan Ali is really attacking them stumps. So anything that sticks in that little pitch and just slows the pace of the ball down, and we've seen the batters miss timing it as another catcher comes in on the leg side. Alex Davis comes ever so closer as well.
Yep, on the prowl for more here as we head to lunch. Here's Hassan bowls to Hurst. That's nudged away into the onside. The enormous frame of Michael Ray stood there like a mountain, isn't he? With fielders either side of him, and it just kind of deflects off his chest like it's hit a brick wall.
The best way of describing this field to any listeners on the radio would be one of the great West Indian fields back in the 70s, I think, with all them quick bowlers they had, and they could kind of put anyone as close as they wanted with the pace that they had. It's a full umbrella field now for Warwickshire.
Yep. There's Hassan in, balls, and that's deflected away off the thigh pad. Gets Hassan up appealing. Umpire says not out, but it's a bit of pressure on here for the final ball of the morning for Matty Hurst. He's got catches here, there and everywhere.
I think he's just trying to go as funky as he can now, Davies. He's took a catcher out and put one in leg slip again now. He's clever though, because he knows the pressure's on Hurst and Aspinwall. They know they can't really play much of a shot, because if they're 7 down then they really are struggling.
Hassan in, short pulled, controlled pull shot. He's played it really well. Races out towards the boundary. It's a lovely shot by Hurst, and that concludes the over and concludes the session, but it's a nice way to play it. 120 for 6.
Yeah, he's got on top of that beautifully. He gets his hands nice and high and hits the ball down. He's probably had enough space in the outfield to go over the top anyway, but he didn't want to take that risk. He really controlled it, just rolled his wrist over the ball, and he timed it really well. It flew away to the leg side boundary, but an excellent morning session for Warwickshire. It'll be a real tricky afternoon period for Lancashire and Warwickshire. I've got the tails up, and they now will be praying for this rain to stay away, because a positive result for Warwickshire really looks like it could be on the cards here.
Yeah, the players are heading off. Jacob Bethel has produced a really good spell just on the stroke of lunch to pick up some wickets, and Hurst and Aspinwall will resume after lunch for Lancashire. The hover cover crackles into life because rain's never seemingly too far away today, but that is lunch. Lancashire 120 for 6, trailed by 164 runs. Hurst on 6, Aspinwall yet to face a delivery, and Jacob Bethel picking up 2 wickets. Balderson and Jennings as we edge towards the lunch break. We'll take a little break ourselves, and we'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion. And I did all right. So it was North v South, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses, upstairs it were for smokers. Now, I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and Capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. I got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment. I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs, and Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always, the laws of the game, the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you were always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil, and if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
Mm. What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant, absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer?
No, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was the director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director. He said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. Thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on. But we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something that is synonymous with Accrington.
No, I don't. I think that'll struggle really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire. And the late 60s, there was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, and latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think it started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly, he had some good players, or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually, and he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I get him wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night, well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I'd go get to bed, go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I'm like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only two turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pilling and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp. He spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, either me and Edward or me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I only got two.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
20, I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace. You didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number one. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match. He got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since 68, have had various 11s, teams, that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of a one-day cricket, do you think?
Yeah, partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. We the rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford. And that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in Championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had one year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. that done half help, get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences, coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England. Probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing that in that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall.
Yeah.
Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondi and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist. And you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, if I want to pull a player, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. And Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off. And that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30. And Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round a table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos? He said, he should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he was picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half. Nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic. That when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game. Darren Lehman. He's probably the best overseas player they've had. And I said, we run him out. He's got a bit of weight, look at him, tubby. He's a bit tubby. I said, we run him out. I said, he'll want to get to the other end. We run him out. I said, if he's on strike, ball 5-6, tighten up, infield, tighten it up. We're running him out. Forget the other geezer, run him out. And it was our Graham. It was rapid. Graham was right. You wouldn't think
low to the ground as well.
He was low to the ground, and he picked. And I'm on that balcony there, across the other side, And as soon as he's pushed, you know, he's sort of back foot, which he's got another yard to make up because he's on the back. He's pushed it, and Graham's moved round at cover like slow motion. And I've got hold of the edge of the... and run him out! And he hit the stumps full on. And he would get no DR, none of that business, and we'll go to the umpire upstairs, and the square leg umpire give him out. And I'm jumping about on the balcony.
You had a very talented team. I don't think there's ever been a good coach of a bad side, has there?
No.
But let's forget that.
Yeah.
You were a good coach of a good team.
We forgot a bloke called Akram.
Oh, yeah, he was quite good. Yeah, well, there you go. If you have him, you've got two players in one, and one of the best ever, haven't you?
Well, I get asked every time, what's your best World 11 that you've seen? So I start at number 8, I'll just put Akram, and at number 9, I put Warren, and then build the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just break off. Shane Warne recently died in tragic circumstances. For me, he was the best spin bowler I've ever seen, and one of the top 3 cricketers I've ever seen.
And a great bloke.
Top bloke.
Fantastic bloke.
Kind.
Yeah, very, very generous.
Yeah.
Great mate. I'll tell you how good a mate he is from the other end of the world. If you're in adversity, he'll ring you. He'll just give you a call. And so that was a tragedy, but he lived life to the full. Sleeping was a damn nuisance. And so the whole cricket world will miss him. And there's been some great players. There's been some of the greatest players haven't been the nicest people. This bloke was top drawer.
And you were always a great admirer of spin bowling as well, and spin bowlers. Would he be the best you've seen?
Yeah, he is. Murali.
Yeah, well,
he's right up there.
Yeah.
And when you talk about spin ball, he's talking spin. Rip it, make it go both ways, which both of them lads could do. And so he championed the game, did Shane Warne. Not just resting back and, you know, I'm a great bowler, look at me, I'm brilliant. He championed the game of cricket, he cared.
He'd control the game as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, aye.
He would come under his spell, whether you were on his side or more importantly, if you were against it.
He'd make damn sure that him at the other end is playing me, not the ball. He used to, I mean, when I was in England, when we'd play against him, I'd say, don't play him, play the ball. He'll be right into you, which he was. He loved that aspect of it. Just a stare and a chip and a bit of something.
And a hugely perceptive commentator in
brilliant.
Late
absolutely brilliant.
Well.
Big regret that he didn't become Australia captain. He couldn't become Australia captain, but you know, he had a very colourful life, and he will be sorely missed.
Okay, back to you. Back to your coaching, which you did with considerable success for Lancashire. It wasn't long before you were recognised by the England hierarchy and appointed England coach. That must have been a fantastic time of your life.
It was, with Atherton as captain. You know, that was a good combo. And Raymond Illingworth was doing the whole job, if you remember. He was Supremo. But Illy was great. You know, when I came in and took over that side of things, of sort of preparing the team. So let's look at that time in the late 90s. The coach, I would expect him to...
Sorry to interrupt, but it's not a bad blueprint for where we are now with English cricket, the way it was then. Because we're basically rudderless at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, go back to you.
Yeah. So Illy was doing everything. I came in to prepare the team. That's how it was. I always looked at if I have to tell this bloke who's opening the batting for England how to hold the bat, there's something wrong. But you prepare them to play, and you're giving them knowledge, strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. We had monitors and VHS videos, all that sort of thing of this is how he plays, these are his vulnerable points, this is you doing brilliantly, by the way. Put little clips on, and that worked, and that was different. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody was doing that sort of thing. But the main thing for me would be to prepare the team and then hand it over to Michael Atherton or Alex Stewart.
The captain.
Because he's running the show then. Yeah. There's nothing you can do over 5 days.
Were you not helped tremendously by the fact there was a influential, stable individual who was in charge of the ECB at the time? And that was Ian McLaurin.
Yeah, McLaurin was good, and he came in, and you could tell from his big business and Tesco's and chairman that he was a bit taken aback, and he had to.
What, by the? Yeah. Was there an amateurish nature?
Yeah. That's exactly.
Without being unkind.
Yeah, it needed to.
But you tried to bring it into the professional area. You've already said we did video analysis.
Yeah.
We prepared the play. We didn't coach them. We weren't technical with them.
No, but we had technical people, like as they do now. We had a bowling coach, batting coach, wicket-keeping coach who would work with the players. So if I'm head coach, I'm sort of preparing everything and organising everything, and then it's over to the captain who's not had to do anything with that. That's your job now, the team. You work the team tactically. You can't start, as I did with Winker, start shouting, move him round there. Atherton, Stewart or whoever, captain's the side. No, if you don't like the captain, change him. But that's the way that it was.
But weren't you, in conjunction with Ian McLaurin, instrumental in bringing in central contracts?
No, I wanted to. Behind the scenes, it were always central contracts, but there was no money. They didn't have the money. And then there became a big sea change in the year 2000 when broadcast deals started up. And that's when England got on a level footing with the rest of the world with central contracts. Whereas players were, it's not just to play for England is an icing on the cake. Playing for England is your job. That's what you do for a living. And that's where you get your money. And now, fabulously, they're well paid. Cricketers are pretty well paid.
Who do you have, Anderson or Statham?
Oh, jeez. Well, number one, I'd say I want both of them for a kick-off. Anderson or Statham. Uncovered pitches. Anderson or Statham.
You can't pick, can you?
You can't.
Really,
you can't.
I mean,
do you know?
I know Jimmy's career in numbers is far superior to Brian's.
Yeah.
But
in Test match numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not in career numbers. Brian got 2,500 wickets.
Yeah. But about the same pace. About 85, lively enough, deadly accurate. Statham, in uncovered pitches, used to knock a little channel out. We're not talking about pitches with loam and clay, just the soil of the area. He'd knock a little strip out because of the accuracy.
It'd be the size of a dinner mat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and Jim's the same. Yeah, it's that God-given talent that they bowl that length that is so awkward for any batter. There's a magic length. It's a span of about that.
It's the length that says to the batsman, do you play forward
or do I play back? And by the time you've made your mind up, you've nicked it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, but so hard to do.
Yeah.
Don't mind you not being definitive on that. That's fine. You've been in the game, as I said earlier, and we'll come to the end of this shortly, in best part of 60 years, in all your guises. And your broadcasting and your speaking has sort of sat in the background for a lot of it, and obviously not in the last 20 years, but you'll have seen an inordinate number of cricketers. And I'll put you on the spot now. I want you to tell me who you think is the best player you've seen who played for England for a start.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, number one, Kevin Peterson.
Because he could just bend everybody to his will and
do extraordinary things. And from the job that we did, he got you on the edge of your seat. You know, powerful, big, tall, commanding. Reminded me a lot of Ted Dexter. Same sort of build and had a presence. And I don't know Peterson. I don't know Kevin Peterson at all, really. Just say hello to him. But as an England player, he was my number one. Graham Gooch, brave, thorough, dedicated. Jeffrey Boycott, get past that. You get past that flipping lot. And I've had that many up and downers with him. Ooh. Oh, with Lancashire, Yorkshire like that. Yeah. But I still class him as one of my best mates. Yeah. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk as much nonsense as you.
He's an awkward zone. So,
oh, dear me.
But fanatical about the game, and does he ever talk sense about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he doesn't now because he's gone.
Yeah.
Must be crackers.
Anyway. OK. Peterson, the best played for England, in general. Any country. Give me a player.
Batter?
Yeah, whatever.
Me three, I could qualify this and say the three favourite players are all West Indians.
Good.
Gary Sobers, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Them three.
All left-handed batters as well.
Great players. Ricky Ponting. And there's the big debate that we can do it here in Lancashire's dressing room. You try and have this debate in Mumbai. Who's the best player, Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli? Now, I've seen them both, I've worked on them both. Both unbelievably talented. And I've only got one place in my team. I've got one place at number 4, number 5, wherever. Who am I going to pick? Virat Kohli. Now, I've just alienated a country. They've got... But I'd have Virat Kohli, a real battler. I like that type of player. But another of my favourite players, Javed Miandad. Just a real battler. I get stuck in. Another of my favourite player. Now, I wanted to tell you.
No.
I wanted to tell you.
Tell me.
So my favourite and all time, we've all talked batters there. Yes. Wasim Akram.
I was going to say,
Akram.
You've left Akram out.
Well, Akram, every time.
Yeah, I think
and his mate, Wakar.
He was
great
phenomenal,
man.
Akram.
Wakar, brilliant man. The pair of them together. Yeah. Wasim and Wakar.
Yeah. OK. Just before we say ta-ra, you've done everything in the game. I don't think there's anything you haven't done. Probably professionally scored the game, but that's by the by. Notching, yeah. So playing, captaining, coaching, umpiring, broadcasting, which element of your varied career have you enjoyed the most?
Well, at 75 years of age, broadcasting, although at the minute I'm out of work worldwide.
Won't be for long.
But, well, there's no better than playing, is there? Yeah. I loved umpiring. My lad umpires, my eldest lad, and I just said to him, don't take it too seriously. I said, because we've all been players and we're never out. Batters are never out, never. In this changing room, Livy comes up to me.
Well, he's never out, Livy.
Well, he comes up to me, and he's a flipping handy lad. Yeah. He can look after himself, Livingston. Yeah. He said, can you tell that lad of yours that you can't be out LBW if you hit on the pad playing a shot and you're outside the line of the stumps. And I'll quick...
So here we go into the afternoon session. Live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. And it's the batters of Matt Hurst and Tom Aspinwall heading out for Lancashire. Our two umpires drifting out towards the middle. And it's actually sunny. In fact, it's so bright, the floodlights have been switched off.
Yeah, whisper it quietly.
Oh, what's going on?
Turn into a nice 10 minutes, maybe.
This weather warning, amber weather warning for horrendous thunderstorms and showers. I don't know what they're talking about. It's beautiful. Warwickshire boys are heading out. They've enjoyed a good morning. They've got Lancashire on the ropes a bit here. 120 for 6. Lancashire still trailed by 164 runs. So they've got a bit of batting to do this afternoon, Lancs. It's the two young guys who were out there, Hurst and Aspinwall. Young Jacob Bethel's had a big impact too. He's picked up 2 for 4 from 8 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he? He's done a job for his captain and his side. Got Balderson adjudged to be caught behind, but on replay, looked like he didn't edge it. But the decision is given, and Lancashire are going to have to battle on with the lower order and try and dig themselves out of this hole and just take time out of the game now. I think for Lancashire, I think that's their aim. Take as much time out of this game as possible.
Well, 73 overs today to be bowled, and if it stays like this, we'll be fine. We shall see how many we get in. So it'll be Bethel to get us back underway after the lunch break. And played neatly and carefully off the front foot by Tom Aspinwall for his first delivery. And there is no run. So we had Bethel and Hassan Ali in combination prior to lunch. So kind of the gentle left arm spin from one end and Hassan tearing in with some pace from the other. In he goes again, pushed back towards him by Aspinwall, and there's no run. There's quite a nice little contrast actually between the two bowlers prior to the lunch break. He's bowled well, this lad. There he is again, back into to Aspinwall. It's carved away into the offside off the back foot. Timed nicely by Tom Aspinwall. Doesn't quite reach the rope. They'll run 3. And they're the first runs on the board for Tom Aspinwall. And for Lancashire after lunch as well, 123 for 6.
Yeah, probably the first real, wasn't exactly a bad ball, but just a misjudgment of length from Bethel, and Aspinwall rocks on the back foot and cuts it nicely and beats the point fielder. But he's bowled really well. His run up and his action is just very casual and relaxed. The ball's at a nice pace.
Into Hurst, who's off the back foot, and that's played away through the offside. Jake Lintott on the point boundary field. Hurst gets a single. He moves on to 7. And it's 124 for 6. It's the only spin we've seen all day, isn't it, from Bethel? We've not seen either Lintott. Actually, Lintott completed his over from last night. So nothing from Yates so far. Cries a catch. It's chopped straight up towards Davis. And Aspinwall slumps on his bat. As Davis takes the catch and Bethel gets a third. And Lancashire are 7 down. 124 for 7. And Tom Aspinwall shakes his head as he heads back towards the Lancashire dressing room. Chip straight to Davis, who takes the catch with the ball nestled in towards his chest. And Warwickshire's day going from strength to strength, 124 for 7.
Yeah, he's done well to hit that there, Aspinwall. Alex Davis is just sitting in regular mid-off, and he's got a bit of spin, Jacob Bethel. And he looks like he's tried to play it over extra cover, but he seems to have dragged it straight. Don't know if it's just held in the foot marks a little bit, in the footholes, and just hit a bit more on the top of the bat. But Alex Davis was very surprised by it at one stage as well. It rushed onto Alex Davis at mid-off.
Yeah, he was quite kind of awkwardly positioned to take the catch, wasn't he?
Yeah, it looked like he didn't expect it at all. Like you say, it looked like he was trying to go over extra cover, so... But again, another good piece of bowling by Jacob Bethel. He tosses it up into them footholes. He's got his rewards this morning. 3 for 8 off 8.5 overs. It's excellent spell so far.
Tom Bailey is the new batter, heading out to join Hurst. Lancashire 160 runs behind, now 7 down, and staring down the possibility. Quite a sizable deficit on first innings. With an improving forecast over the course of this afternoon, it would appear, certainly the best part of the day now. Little uncertainty about tomorrow, but they've got some batting to do in this match. And the Red Rose, albeit Bears still got 3 wickets to take here, and Bethel 3 for 8 with a delivery to go of his 9th over. Here's Bailey on strike. Just dropped away into the offside and jogged through for a single. Bailey gets his first run, and he keeps the strike as well. So 125 for 7, with the first over after lunch complete, and a wicket taken over for Jacob Bethel. 3 for 9, his figures. 159 behind Lancashire.
Yeah, it was a great over after lunch. Exactly what Warwickshire would have been hoping for as they return from the lunch break. I think we're going to see spin from both ends now as well. That's Hassan Ali comes out the attack.
He's not bowled much, has he, in this match, Hassan Ali? But I mean, I suppose it's just the way the game's kind of worked out, is that they've allowed Anand Dolby and Ray to get quite regular breaks. Certainly they have today, but he's only sent down 6 overs of this Lancashire innings. They've had 51 overs. He's not been overused at all, Hassan Ali. Been a decent number of spin. Yates has bowled 7 overs. We've had 9 overs of Jacob Bethel, 3 of Jake Linton.
I like to have seen Hassan Ali have a little burst after lunch. I thought his little spell before lunch was at good pace and challenging the stumps. Then comes Yates, bowls, and Bailey just gets a big stride forward, plays it into the ground for no run. Yeah, he bowled pretty well before lunch, Hassan Ali. But I think it's not a bad call getting spin from both ends, one away from the bat and one into the bat as well, challenging both edges of the batsman. Yates bowls over pitch and Bailey just misjudges that one. It goes through to the keeper and rattles off his pads. So no run. Yates in, bowls, and Bailey slashes it through the offside to the deep cover boundary, gets a single. He's really improved his batting, Tom Bailey, in recent years. He's added some valuable runs for Lancashire in the lower order of recent. And I'll be hoping he can do it again. Trail by 158. 126 for 7 Lancashire as Yates bowls. Hurts just plays that into the onside for no run. Yates in again. Hurst on the back foot plays it down to the short leg fielder. Yates a lot taller than Bethel, delivers it from a lot of a higher angle. As Hurst punches that back to the bowler for no run. That's the end of Yates' first over. He just goes for 1 after lunch.
Yeah, steady stuff, isn't it, by Yates? Spin from both ends. It's been hard going, hasn't it, for batters on both sides in this match.
You kind of wonder, don't you, if someone just needs to come out and throw the blade at it a little bit and try and cause a little bit of confusion for the opposition, really. I don't know if there's not been really anyone that's took the attack to the bowlers much. Hassan Ali a little bit yesterday, but you don't know if maybe someone like Matty Hurst is just better trying to play his free-flowing self.
It's Bailey on strike. Forward goes Tom Bailey as Bethel continues again. Yeah, we saw a little bit of that kind of counter punch, didn't we, from Hassan Ali with the bat yesterday. Came out and was gave it a bit of a wallop. Actually, he actually put a bit of momentum into that Warwickshire innings a little bit. Kind of got them scoring a little bit quicker, but I'm not sure it's the same situation here for Lancashire as Bailey gets forward and defends again. There's no run. It's an awkward one, isn't it, to try? I mean, he's still 170 behind, aren't you? So it's 160 behind.
Yeah, that's, like you say, it's
tricky, isn't it?
If you try and play aggressive and you get out, you're getting looked down on for playing a daft shot potentially.
Bethel in bowls. Bailey going back and keeps that one out.
But then if you keep just batting like this, are you batting yourself into a hole where you're just going to lose your wicket anyway? So bit of risk and reward cricket going to have to be played by Lancashire at some stage just to try and reduce this deficit.
26 for 7.
Arsenal is running very giddily to mid-off. He looks like an excited kid ready to field there.
Yeah, he's enthusiastic. Bethel brings Bailey forward, defends into the offside, no run.
Don't think I've ever seen a fast bowler that enthusiastic to field, to be honest.
He's not had much bowling, has he? I suppose he's just going to keep his energy levels up. But yeah, that was a bit bizarre, wasn't it? Galloping up towards mid-off. In, balls, wide and left.
I think this is his second game, isn't it, for Warwickshire this year, then, right? I think he's been away with he got recalled to the Pakistan T20 squad, but then released as cover, injury cover.
Bethel to Bailey, forward and defence. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. 126 for 7. Hurst on 7 and Bailey on 2. A successful year with the Bears, didn't he? Last year, Hassan Ali had a very good spell with Lancashire a season or two back as well. Thick end of 20 odd wickets in the first few months of the season. And a big impression here, but for a second year with the Bears.
Yeah, he's still someone who's there or thereabout in the Pakistan Test and white ball squads as well. As in comes Yates, just drops it slightly short. Hurst turns that away, and I think it should run away for 4. Certainly does. Just swivels on his back foot there, Hurst. Gets some bat on it down to the deep fine leg boundary. Gets a 4. Well played from Hurst. Just allows it to spin. Yates just short of his length. It's because of the slowness of the pitch. You can kind of just wait for the ball to spin and change your shot a little bit. So Hurst played that really nicely. Yates balls and Hurst down the track. Just tries to hit it over that mid-wicket fielder. Just gets it a little bit squarer. Gets a single out to the deep square boundary. But positive signs from Hurst. Looks like he's going to try and be a bit more proactive. Dancing down the track, that ball. Then comes Yates. Balls and Bailey prods it out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, last season for Warwickshire, Hassan Ali played 6 matches and returned with 24 wickets, an average of 21. It's a proper good impact, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a very skillful bowler, isn't he? Yates bowls. Oh, Bailey nearly chops on. He just a bit quicker, a bit flyer, and it just turned a little bit. Just went through the bat and pad of Bailey. I think it went through to the keeper in the end. A little bit quicker in the air compared to Bethel. As Bailey attempts a reverse sweep, gets some good bat on it. Should pick up a couple. Hassan Ali does the fielding. Well played from Bailey there to try and get on top of that spin.
It's good to see Bailey back bowling well in the first innings of this, on the first day of this match. Picking up 3 wickets for Lancashire.
Yates bowls and Bailey just prods forward, plays it into the offside. Hassan Ali does the fielding. There's no run. That's the 54th over completed. Lancashire 133 for 7, and they're trailing by 151 still.
Morley and Lyon to come. Yeah, Bailey rested last week at Blackpool. Will Williams this time dropping out for Lancashire. The ball was used by the Bears so far in this game. Well, Hannon Dolby and Ray, the bulk of the work. And then Yates, Bethel and Lintop, the 3 spinning options. But it's Jacob Bethel's been the pick of the bunch. 133 for 7. He's got Hurst on strike. And a slip and a short leg, forward short leg. Backward point, deep point, cover, mid-off, deepish mid-on. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Bethel in, and Hurst leans into it and defends. No run.
Interesting to see how Hurst plays this one, because he's a bit slow through the air, Bethel, so if he uses his feet, he'll have to make sure he gets to the pitch of the ball. With Yates bowling a bit quicker, a bit flatter, he can get his hands through it a little bit more.
Comes around the wicket and bowls, and left by Hurst and taken by Michael Burgess.
Be easier for him to take the risk against Yates as well, with the ball spinning back into him, so bit more risk into taking down Bethel.
Nudge into the onside, and he calls Bailey through for a single. 134 for 7 now. And this moves on to 13. Yeah, he's not ripping these in, is he, Bethel? But he bowls at quite a nice pace.
Yeah, it's really gentle. It's that teasing pace where you want to get down to it, but then because of it's that slow pace, you really have to be at the pitch of the ball. Otherwise, he's going to catch you out and potentially bring in the stumpings into play or a miscue down the ground.
3-4 for 7. Bailey is on strike. Bethel in and bowls. Bailey gets forward and defends. And the ball slowly rolls back down the pitch and gathered by Jacob Bethel off his own bowling. No run. He'll creep his way back in again. Left arm round, balls. Shuffling forward is Bailey. And in defence. And again, there's no run.
Davis just making changes to the field here now. Everyone goes out leg side. The catch on the leg side comes offside, so he's just allowing Bailey to have an easy single against the spin, though, if he does want it.
And they decide against it, as that's pushed back beyond the bowler. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. Just a single coming off it. So 134 for 7. Hurst on 13. Bailey on 4. Lancashire trail exactly by 150 runs.
Pretty steady figures from Jacob Bethel. 3 for 10 off his 11 so far. Don't think anyone will be getting the ball out of his hands at the moment.
I'll leave you, and Michael, come and join you.
Yates is going to continue. Lancashire trail by 150. A real big deficit at the moment. Couple of fielders being pushed out a little bit. A mid-wicket kind of just on the edge of the square to our left, 3/4 of the way out. Yates bowls and the back of a length and hits Hurst on the far yard for no run. Just teasing Manny Hurst with that fielder, allowing him still to go over the top if he wants to take that risk. As in comes Yates, bowls, back of a length, and Hurst just prods that into the leg side. Takes a single to Jake Lintott, the deep square leg boundary.
He looks to be playing quite well at the moment, Hurst, doesn't he? Trying to be a little bit more positive than one or two of the others.
Yeah, he got an excellent 100 down at Trent Bridge. His first class 100 for Lancashire. And there's a bit of counter-attacking innings as well. I think there was 8 or 9 down when he was on 70, 80. And he reached his century with a 6 actually. In comes Yates, and Bailey again attempting to reverse sweep it. Finds its way to short fine leg. And Lintott runs round, does the fielding. And it's actually just gone through and hit the keeper's glove, I think. And deflects it to the leg side, so brings Matty Hurst back on the strike.
Yeah, it's a buy off the keeper. So off the keeper's pads. Likes to get the reverse out though, doesn't he, Bailey?
Yeah, you can kind of get on top of the spin and try and cover it, can't you, with that reverse sweep. A shot we see often these days. As Yates bowls and just prodded forward. The square leg fielder was in the game for a short while, but was just a bit too in front of the wicket for him to reach. Don't know if you got any bat on that, but the Warwickshire lads were certainly a bit excited for a second. Yates bowls again. Hirsch just punches that down the ground. Back to the bowler for no run.
I think they're pretty keen on everything at the moment. But there's no time to waste because the weather forecast isn't entirely... Well, the forecast might be trustworthy, but the weather itself isn't.
Yates bowls back of a length and Hirsch prods that into the onside for no run. That's 136 for 7 after the 56 over here at Emirates Old Trafford.
And it is difficult for the batters now because they're standing there defending and waiting for a good ball doesn't feel like a great policy. But equally, the amount every over that they can bat gets them a bit nearer to a safer position. So Hirsch seems to have the balance about right at the moment.
Yeah, he's trying to be a little bit more proactive, isn't he? He's trying to not let the spinners settle too much. But he's also not taking too much of a risk. He took his risk against Yates, who is spinning the ball back into him. So you kind of take stumping out the equation unless it does really spin big down the leg side when it's spinning into you.
Bethel to continue, something of a breakthrough performance on the day of his third, fourth and fifth first-class wickets, these are. And he's looking for more, and he might well have Bailey stumped. Well, I think that's probably the other side of the line as to how much to attack, because Bailey came 2 paces down and swished right across that. And a routine stumping for Michael Burgess, and 4 wickets now for Jacob Bethel. And Bailey, well, I think he knew once he'd missed that, he was stranded.
Yeah, that was just looked like a premeditated down the track, that one, didn't it? He'd come down straight away without seeing the flight of the ball. It was probably a little bit flatter from Jacob Bethel, just a little bit outside off. Don't think it's turned too much off the pitch either. So, not the greatest shot from Tom Bailey. Don't know if a chat or a message might have gone out there to try and be a bit more productive, be a bit more counter-attacking, but that brings the 8th wicket for Warwickshire. Lancashire in some real trouble at 136 for 8 now. Still trailing by 148.
Before today, Jacob Bethel, or before this innings, had first-class figures of 2 for 421. So 4 for 10 represents a bit of a turnaround. It's sort of bit of a pick-up in form. So if you had 4 wickets for Jacob Bethel on your bingo card, then you're the winner. And he might think with 8 wickets down, he's very nicely placed for a really big bag here.
Yeah, he'll certainly be open for that 5 for now. 2 wickets still to get. Just a 1 for Bethel to claim a 5 wicket haul. Well, that's the I was speaking about a moment ago with Hirsch coming down the track to the right arm off spinner, spinning it into him. There's more risk coming down the track against a spinner which is taking the ball away from you. It brings the stumping into the equation a lot more, and that's what it did for Tom Bailey.
Now Nathan Lyon has proved himself at the very highest level to be a doughty battler with the bat. So this won't necessarily be a straightforward job to remove him. With a wide open stance, he faces the first ball from Bethel that grips a bit and moves away from his outside edge and beats it. It's a good ball. 4 for 10, Jacob Bethel. He's 12th over. And Lancashire, who can't be asked to follow on, but are in a difficult position at 136 for 8, have Lyon pushing forward out on the offside. With showers in the offing, but not at the moment. These are the best conditions of the day. The forecast for today hasn't been good. But for the time being, the heavy showers have avoided Manchester. Lancashire in greater need of one at the moment. A second slip now provided for Bethel. He's taken the man out from mid-wicket. So there is a mid-wicket on the boundary, but the man close in on the leg side, there's an enormous gap there if Lyon wants to try and hit against any turn that Bethel's getting. I think he's getting a little bit as Lyon comes forward and runs this into the offside.
Been really proactive with his fields, Davis. He's changed it 2 or 3 times and over. I think he's been really clever and really attacking as well, and trying to get into the batter's mind with the fields that's been set.
He's standing quite close in at sort of second slip. Lyon goes for the gap, sweeps hard, and will get 4 runs. Good stroke. Hit it well away from Hassan Ali, who's the lonely man on the mid-wicket boundary and just behind square for 4. Hassan's had to go and move a white picket fence. And now he's disappearing into the shadows. That's scooted over the AstroTurf. He's disappeared stage right, and he's found it.
He's played that really well, Nathan Lyon, but the Warwickshire boys will not mind that at all. That's what that attacking field brings. He's got no fielders really behind square on the leg side, but it's a risky shot. Jacob Bethel won't mind that. Even the slip cordon was clapping, was happy to see that shot. So,
well, Lyon needs to take into account that Hassan Ali has moved round from mid-wicket to just backward of square leg, exactly where that last one went. So Lyon is forward defending here to complete the over. So another successful over for Jacob Bethel. 140 for 8. Lancashire, 14 to Hurst, who's playing very well, and 4 to Lyon, but they still trail by 144, and that feels like a lot.
Yeah, like you say, not even half the deficit of the score yet of the 140 for 8 Lancashire. Trailing by 144, it's going to be a demoralising deficit potentially for Lancashire unless Hurst can find himself motoring along in the next hour of play and someone sticks around with him. He can try and chew into that deficit. Yates is going to continue. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, just 15 yards off the rope. Yates bowls back a length first, prods it back down to the bowler for no run. Yeah, so we've got a deep square just 10-15 yards behind. A deep mid wicket, a long on. Alex Davis at mid off, got a short leg, a catching slip. Yeah, deep cover. As Yates tosses that one up a little bit more, a bit slower, and Hurst just punches that into the offside for no run. Finds the mid-wicket catcher.
Yates is quite deep there at mid-off. He's quite some way back and a bit wider as well than normal.
A little bit flatter again from Yates. Bit of a Yorker length. Hurst digs it out. Yeah, he's kind of teasing the one, isn't he? He's saying, if you want to hit over me, that's fine. But you've still... Yates bowls, and again, Hurst punches that back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, it's that awkward. You can probably get a 1-2 if you sprint it through, but you're also still being teased by potentially going over the top of Alex Davis. As the field comes in now, 2 balls remain. Alex Davis being clever and trying to keep Nathan Lyon on strike for the next over. Yates bowls, and Hurst just again punching it back to the bowler. Yates kind of going white ball style bowling here at the moment, just pushing it right up into that block hole, giving Yates nothing to hit. Sorry, Hurst, nothing to hit. Yates bowls, and Hurst just tucks that off his legs. So the short leg fielder for no run. It's another maiden. Keeps Lyon on strike for the Jacob Bethel over, which Davis and the Warwickshire side would have hoped for.
Well, the bulk of the spin bowling being done today for Warwickshire by 2 young players who have predominantly been seen as batters, at least in their short careers so far. Robbie Yates obviously opening the innings. Jacob Bethel a little bit more as a bowler, but his bowling time was limited by injury last year, so he quite often played, especially in the white ball games, as a batter only. But Yates has already bowled over 150 overs this season. Bethel now up around towards 70 overs. Danny Briggs is injured at the moment, otherwise he might well have played in this game.
Would Danny Briggs still be classed as a #1 spinner?
Yeah, I think he would, but Yates has taken more wickets than him so far this season. Briggs has played in some of the games, but he's played in 4 of the 7 games, but he's been injured just lately. So the collection of spinners they've got in this game, they've got 4 spinners, including Mosley. It's Yates and Bethel at the moment. Lintott, who obviously was drafted in, but he seldom plays in red ball cricket. So without senior spinners, they are working their way through at the moment. Bethel's grabbing all the wickets. And here he is to start a new over to the right-handed Lyon, who's right back in the crease. And he's got an extra close fielder for company now. Davis has moved into his eye line, around from second slip to silly point.
Yeah, I like that from Davis. Really good move. Thought he might have done it in the previous over.
Bethel left arm orthodox round the wicket to Lyon, who defends.
Just making sure Lyon's really committed in defence. Otherwise, he'll have to play a bit of an attacking shot to not hit one of the catching fielders.
Yes, he can't poke too hard at the ball, so short leg just retreats half a step as Lyon comes forward again in defence. Had a very good partnership, didn't he, to win the test at Edgbaston with Cummins last year. So he's certainly a capable batter, and he's very much reigning in his attacking instincts at the moment, and he's forward defending.
Yeah, he's probably more of an attacking
yes
tail ender, should we call him. He likes to play his strokes. I remember him pulling them quite a lot, the English test bowlers.
Bethel drops this a bit shorter and a bit quicker, but Lyon is thinking only of defence and just adjusts the angle of his bat to push the ball into the ground.
With how flat the wicket went in that test, I think they went to a short ball barrage, didn't they, in the later innings.
Bethel spins himself a catch and sets in again to bowl to Lyon, who drives past Davis, but straight up to Ollie Hannon-Dolby at mid-off, and they're content without a run, so a maiden for Bethel. 13 over 7 maidens, 4 for 14. Dream figures for him. And Lancashire still 140 for 8, trail by 144.
Yeah, Lyon and Hurst probably could have took that single, couldn't they? Hannon-Dolby was sitting a fair way back at mid-off, but they've turned it down. Hurst stays on strike to Yates.
It's rather a pleasant day now for being at the cricket. Understand the weather forecast will have put a few people off, and it may yet rain heavily later this afternoon, but it's nice at the moment, and the breeze we had yesterday seems to have dropped just for now as well.
In comes Yates, bowls and just hits Hurst on the thigh guard. Gentle appeal from mid-wicket. Not much interest anywhere else.
No, it came from a long way away from that appeal.
Yates bowls and Hurst is reverse sweeping. A bit more of an appeal from the Warwickshire lads, but again, it looks like he's outside the line. Reverse sweeps with the switch of the legs as well, so he does get that right leg outside the line. Hannon-Dolby just being pushed back to like a third man for Yates. Hurst just tickles that into the leg side. Again, no run. Warwickshire will be very happy with this. The scoreboard's going nowhere. There's plenty of dots and pressure being applied. Yates bowls and Hurst prods forward and plays that down the ground for no run. There's where the field comes in to try and keep Lyon on strike for the next over.
Looks in good touch at the moment though, doesn't he, Hurst? This is defensive effort largely at the minute, but
yeah, he looks in control of what he's trying to do. He looks well balanced. He looks a really good balanced cricketer, does Hurst. He tries to go downtown with that one, but Yates just a little bit full again in that block hole he's bowling. These last 2 balls of each over, he's really getting them Yorkers in to restrict Hurst and making sure Lyon stays on strike for Jacob Bethel's over. Again, really full, and Hurst can't get under it. Hits that to mid-off. It's another maiden for Warwickshire and Yates. Lancashire still 140 for 8 after 60 overs, and they still trail by 144.
Yeah, it's clever bowling from Yates, isn't it? Trying to restrict the scoring options for Hurst so that he's got to try and force it, and Hurst really isn't in the position to want to do that necessarily.
Yeah, he's just bowling like four normal pace deliveries in it. He's trying to hit his good areas, and then the last 2 balls of the over, he looks like he's going flatter and quicker and kind of just getting it into the block hole as much as he can.
140 for 8. Bethel to start again with the 3 close catches, slip, silly point and short leg to Lyon, who sweeps, and he's avoided Mosley, much to, I suspect, to Mosley's relief as he took cover, and gets 1 out to Hassan Ali at deep backward square leg.
Yeah, another well-controlled sweep shot there from Nathan Lyon, all along the ground this time. Hassan Ali's been moved from the deep mid-wicket boundary to the deep square boundary after the previous sweep shot from Lyon.
Batters change ends for the first time in a while, giving Bethel a go at Hurst. Mid-wicket now going back, and Hurst tries to hit it inside out over extra cover, and there's a man sweeping on the boundary, Lintott. He's going to keep them down to 1. It was a good stroke.
Yeah, it's a safe shot, that, playing with the spin as well. It looks like a bit of an audacious shot, does, going into out over extra cover off a left arm off spinner, but you're hitting with the spin, so it tends to be a safer shot than what you think. Always pleasing on the eye as well when it comes off.
Yeah, it looks good. Hurst goes to 15, and round the wicket comes Bethel. Lyons 40s. They've got rid of the silly point, so he's happy to push away on the offside. 142 for 8. Round the wicket comes Bethel, floating this right up to Lyon, who's being very careful and responsible, as you expect a cricketer of his experience to be. Hannon Dolby's going back to long off. Long on's gone back and deep backward square. He's back on the boundary, and Bethel bowls, just turns it. It's slow turn, it's not leaping about. Lyons pushing forward and defends. Twists the ball in his hand and sets off again to bowl to Lyon, who flick drives down to long on, and there'll be a comfortable single for him here. Barnard comes in to complete the fielding. 3 singles from the over for Lancashire. 143 for 8, 15 to Hurst, 6 now to Nathan Lyon, having lost today since they resumed on 66 for 3. Bruce for 3, Balderson 12, Jennings crucially just before lunch for 36, and then since then Aspinwall 3 and Bailey for 4. The last 4 wickets all falling to Jacob Bethel. And now a change at the Anderson end from off spin to left arm wrist spin with Jake Lintott, who we saw briefly at the start of the day.
Yeah, it could be a good move this for Warwickshire. Jake Lintott will be very attacking in what he tries to do. He'll bowl the odd bad ball, which will offer up potential run scoring opportunities for Lancashire with the way he bowls. He's predominantly a white ball bowler, so his stock delivery won't be as consistent as Yates and Bethel, but he'll certainly offer up some balls which are real wicket taking deliveries as well, so Lancashire will still have to bat very sensibly. Just a slip and a short leg into Lyon. A deep cover and a deep square. As in Lintott comes, bowls, and Lyon tucks that away to the short fine leg fielder, and Hurst runs him through for a single. I think Hurst will try and be a bit more positive now against Lintott.
Probably the rarest species in the game, in the professional game, the left arm wrist spinner. Aren't all that many about.
Yeah, it's not a Not an easy art to master either, leg spin. Certainly the hardest art in the game. In comes Lintop. Balls and Hirsch. Ooh, it's nearly a run-out opportunity in the end. He finds a short leg fielder and Hirsch just instantly sets off to run. Short leg fielder throws at the stumps and misses. I reckon if he hits there, I think Hirsch could have been a gunner.
He might have been. It's just sort of a momentum of the stroke carried him forward, and Mosley just had to be a reflex flick at the stumps.
It's excellent fielding from Mosley. In close. Lintop balls again. Ooh, there's a quarter of a chance. I think it'd be very unfair to say half a chance there either. As Hurst plays that into the leg side, just past the short leg fielder. Gets a single to the deep square boundary. Brings Nathan Lyon back on the strike.
Yeah, that one needs to just stick in your hand. You're not going to react to that.
Got to hit you, hasn't it? And you just hope that it stays. Lintop balls. Lyon with a big stride forward. Just pads up back to the bowler for no run.
Warwickshire be eager to get on with it. It sort of feels like bonus time, really, because you could almost have written off half of today. We look all right for the next half hour at least.
Lintop balls and it's edge. Is it? It is. Brilliant acrobatic catch in the slips. And Jake Lintop finds that wicket. He's a wicket-taking bowler. He might offer the odd bad ball here and there, but he bowls to take wickets. And that's what he's done for his skipper.
That one might have been a bit like the one of Balderson this morning in that it felt like a thicker edge, and Lyon certainly was on his way as soon as he'd hit it, but again it deflected off the wicket-keeper. And so Rhodes had to make quite a lot of ground to his right. It did loop up, which gave him a chance to get there, but he still had to make room to his right. But there's no dispute this time that Lyon hit it, he was on the way straight away, but yeah, he came off the wicket-keeper's knee. That's a good grab by Will Rhodes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful delivery from Lintop as well. I think it's the wrong one, so Nathan Lyon tried to it against the spin. Like I say, it's a little feather really, but it's hit the keeper's glove. Burgess and tipped it on to Will Rhodes. He takes a diving acrobatic catch. Yeah, just a wrong one. Again, Lyon trying to play against the spin. Warwickshire will be very happy with that. Another excellent bowling change from Alex Davis.
Yes, everything is running right. All his hunches are landing, aren't they?
Yeah, I think he's captained really well today. I think he's been very positive and clever in his field settings and how he's allowed the batters to get a single here and there. How he thinks. Makes the batter think that there's easy singles and trying to play against the spin. And his bowling changes have been excellent. He's had the seamers on at a good time this morning, but then as soon as he's brought the spin on, they've delivered for him. Lancashire find themselves 9 down now, 145 for 9, trailing by 139 still. As Jack Marley enters the crease.
And the pace of the game will have to change from Warwickshire's point of view, if they can, when they come to bat. But any time that the last pair can keep them out there will be valuable for Lancs.
Morley just plays that into the offside. There's every fielder on the boundary allowing him to have the single, but obviously Hurst turns that down so he can keep the strike, and I think we'll see Matty Hurst now go into a bit of white ball cricket mode and try and keep the strike as much as he can, but when he's on strike, try and score as many runs as possible as well, which is not going to be easy.
No, anything he can knock off the deficit will be helpful. But on a pitch which is not encouraged, or at least neither team has been able to score quickly on. But that will be Warwickshire's aim when they're out there in the third innings, whenever that is, to try and move on the scoring rate much more quickly than they have done up to now to try and set up a winning chance when it's difficult, isn't it? You can't be dictated by the weather in terms of tactics too much, but need to be mindful of it. Bethel's going to start a new over with the field scattered as far as they can. Can worry about keeping fielders in the circle once the 2020 starts in the week for now and go where they like. And they're conceding as much ground as Hurst wants for him to take a single. As he hits this one out to the extra cover boundary and refuses. We had this at the end of Warwickshire's innings with Alex Davis similarly turning singles down. Bethel round the wicket and Hurst defends into the offside. The bowler has to go and fetch it himself. So we could almost agree on the first 4 balls here and then go straight to ball 5, because I'm not sure that Hurst's having a bit of a smile about it. Everybody knows the game here. Unless he's going to try and take them on or see if he can sneak 2 to one of these fielders. He doesn't play a stroke to the next ball from Bethel. It turns away. But we all know how this game's played. It's ball 5 and 6 where it really starts to happen. This is ball number 4. Up comes Bethel. Wide on the crease to Hurst, who is playing the game and pats it back to the bowler. Now, who's coming up? Not everybody. Oh, Lintott was lingering, but he is going to come up. Are they going to leave any back? Hassan Ali's going to stay back on the deep backward square leg boundary in case Hurst does decide to go for the jackpot. And in fact, he's going to move round a bit in front of the hotel. 2 to come. Bethel round the wicket. Hurst goes back and cuts into the ground. And it loops up to Ray at backward point.
Yeah, this is a good move, I think. Alex Davis bringing Hassan Ali into the ring just to allow Hurst. You've got enough runs in the deficit to allow the odd boundary.
Yeah, well, if he wants to try and hit it over the top, or trying to hit it into the gap, it squirts off the back of the bat. Now, they've run 1, and they are coming back for 2. I think in the hope that there might be time for 3, but Ray has covered the ground in not very many strides to haul that in front of the pavilion, and so they've got 2.
Yeah, I think 3 was on there, but I just don't think they run the first ball hard enough between Hurst and Morley.
Yes, they'd have had to get a bit of a wriggle on. So 147 for 9, and exposes Morley to Lintott. Well, this will be interesting. See how he gets on the number 11 against the wrist spinner. With the spinners finding some assistance, and Warwickshire 137 runs ahead at the moment. So Davies is working out where to put all the various fielders. It's always fun, Scott, when you get this sort of situation where...
It's kind of a little game within a game, isn't it?
Yeah. Hurst has batted very nicely, though. He looks very well organised, doesn't he?
I mean, a good start to his career. Some of the younger lads have really stood up this season for Lancs.
Yeah, just 20.
Well, he's playing that one is Morley. As Lintott comes in from the Anderson end. Reaching for it as the ball pitched and spun away. He's 2 slips in place, waiting for any edge. Rhodes and Davis, current and former captains. There's a short leg and a short cover as well. Lintott to Morley. It's pushed away to the offside off the back foot. And there's no run. 147 for 9. Still 137 runs behind. Be interesting to see how Warwickshire play when they come out to bat second time round. How much they can try and move the game forward in their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say they want to come and force this. I'm sure they will, but it hasn't been a pitch very conducive to that so far.
No, it doesn't look that way. It's forward as Morley and defends the ball. Ricochets off the inner half of the bat and picked up by Dan Mosley, who's under the helmet at short leg. was no run. 1-4-7 for 9. Another catch at close end, so Ed Barnard's gone to a second slip position, and then the leg slip, and then the short leg. Lintop to Morley, just dabbed away off the back foot, watchfully up towards Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. A couple of the fielders on the offside drop a little deeper, as indeed does Hannon-Dolby towards a deepish mid-on. Plenty of room for him to try and work the ball if he wants a single. He gets back and defends to the leg side as Lintop loses his towel that's hooked into the back of his trousers as he came into ball. There's no run. Remains on naught, Jack Morley. Final ball of the over. Jake Lintop 2 for 9 from his 4.5 overs so far. In to complete it, balls to Morley, who defends again. There's cries of catch it, and Alex Davis is hopping around at short leg, and the ball, I think, bounced in front of Morley, Mousley, sorry. But it certainly had Davis hopping about a little bit, who senses a chance to bat again in the not-too-distant future, the Warwickshire captain. It's the end of the over, 147 for 9. And Lancashire trail by 137 runs.
Yeah, it's just clouded over in the last few moments, but the radar screen is sort of dappled with heavy showers, like blue leopard skin. But at the moment, none of them is quite heading this way.
We've done well to dodge these showers,
Very
haven't we?
good, yes.
It's as bright in the last hour or so since lunch. It has been all day.
Pleasant. Bethel is going to start another over of cat and mouse with Hurst, who drives and declines a long single up to Hannon-Dolby at long off. I think there is value here in playing this game, even if there aren't many runs being scored. It's not as if you're trying to whack boundaries in the first 3 or 4 balls of the innings, of the over rather. And again, he's quite happy just to drive eloquently out to Hannon-Dolby, and everybody stays where they are, apart from Hannon-Dolby. This is fair enough, because even if you can stretch it out for half an hour, that might well turn out to be a useful half an hour later in the game.
Could be.
Bethel's round the wicket, and she's fuller and driven by Hurst, and he thinks about it and then does take the single this time. So you can almost hear the cogs turning then, if he'd taken 2 or 3 paces.
There's nothing like an agreed single, is there really?
No.
Well, eventually you agree on the single.
Yes.
Do we go for one more, or do we take the one now?
So this is, I suspect, a routine that Jacob Bethel hasn't done all that often. An inexperienced bowler at this always inexperienced cricketer, full stop really, at just 20. But proving his worth with the ball as well as a capable young batter, with 4 cheap wickets, trebling his first-class wicket total today. Happy days. Slip, silly point and short leg he's got for the left-handed Morley, who just about gets everything out of the way of a ball outside off stump. Having made quite a late decision, I think, not to play it. Ray's going to go back towards the long leg boundary, so there's one there if he wants it, which he probably doesn't, and he defends into the offside. And now it's his turn to refuse a single. You've got to be able to count if you're going to do this.
Can get a bit muddled thinking at times, can't he, when this happens? The longer it goes on, it can get a bit confusing.
Yes, and then you can start to think at the wrong moment when you're trying to take a run or not take a run. Bethel fires this one in at the pads, and it trickles down short of the short leg fielder. It's the end of the over. 148 for 9. But yeah, there's a value in batting time, I think, for Lancashire. For every over now might be an over they haven't got to survive tomorrow if they're still in trouble.
Very true, yep. There's a little bit of a feel of that through the course of the day, really, for Lancashire. Kind of the batting a little bit for time, batting a little bit for the... Might get the odd shower coming here and there that's going to see them taken off the field. And there's certainly that feeling now. It's a tiny little knock, isn't it, again, by Hurst. He's impressed and played different ways. He's played kind of really attacking cricket at times. There's a real punchy innings which he got in the first dig against Kent when Lancashire were bowled out pretty cheaply. He came out and got 30 odd, I think, but there's a real kind of counter-attacking innings. And then in the second innings against Kent, he played a very different way. He's shown different aspects of his game so far at a very early stage of his career. But
he looks a tidy young cricketer. I thought he kept wicket very well on the first couple of days. Pitch which might not have been easy for, if it wasn't easy for batting, it's not easy for keeping wicket, is it?
He's Lintott in, no, he's playing and missing at that one. That ball pitched and spun back in towards Hurst and beat him on the inside edge of that kind of wafty looking drive through to the keeper, Burgess, and Lintott can't quite believe it. Goes back to his mark from the Anderson end. In once more. So flicked off the hip down towards backward square leg, but there's no run. Picked up by Alex Davis. So he batted through the entire first innings for Warwickshire. He's been on the pitch every ball of the game so far. He's not been a moment he's not been out there, either in the field or with the bat.
Having spoken to him at the end of both days' play so far, I can tell you that he's enjoying himself thoroughly.
And he's now positioned at leg slip under the helmet. Lintott to Hurst. That's drilled in through the offside. It's slowly finding its way out towards Hannon Dolby. Comes up from the long off boundary. So we're halfway through the over.
He was greeted last night, actually, while we were waiting for him, by a young supporter who got sort of a frame of him playing for Lancashire. A young Lancashire fan. He had a good chat with him.
It's nudged away by Hurst. They do take one on the fourth ball of the over now. He moves on to 20, 149 for 9. Actually, a kind of framed photograph of Alex playing.
Yes.
Okay.
So, that was nice. Took time out for a good chat with the young man. Cricket is generally, in my experience, very generous with their time, with especially young supporters looking for autographs, things like that. Very much to be applauded.
It's been one of the lovely things about watching Lion, actually. His interaction with the supporters and the time he's given to have a chat and take pictures and sign things.
Very good.
Sweep attempted here by Morley, and he's gone. Out for naught. And Lancashire all out for 149. And Lintott tidies things up with his third wicket. And Warwickshire secure a first innings lead of 135 runs. And the spinners between them, Lintott and Bethel, have done a very fine job here for Warwickshire. And Lintott, who's barely played a red ball game for the Bears, has picked up 3 for 10 from his 6 overs. 149 all out, lead of 135.
Yes, I think that also now doubles his first-class wicket tally off the top of my head from 3 to 6 today. So, yeah, 7 for 30 between them, Lintott and Bethel. So the spinners have done a lot of damage in this game, but I don't think Warwickshire would necessarily have expected the middle of this morning for things to clatter so quickly. They have lost. Lancashire lost their last 6 for 36, and that's put them in difficulty. If Warwickshire can make their second innings run at a rather faster pace, Lancs TV viewers just seeing the replay of the various wickets. There were a couple before lunch that batters were not thrilled to be given out, but there are 1 or 2 strokes that I think batters might regret. I think Bell will still be wondering how he managed to get out to the one that he scooped up to fine leg in the last over yesterday. The Jennings LBW sparked some debate. Turning into the front pad, and he was some way forward, but umpires are keener to give decisions on the front pad than they used to be. Whether that's having seen lots of DRS replays or not, I don't know. But you tend to see more of those than you used to. And after lunch, in pretty quick succession, Aspinwall chunked a drive to mid-off, and Davies caught it off Bethel for 3. Bailey had a big swipe and stumped by Michael Burgess for 4, and then 2 wickets for Lintott at the end. Rhodes taking a good catch after Lyon, I think, had misread a googly and came off the back of the bat off the keeper to Rhodes at slip, and then picked up the number 11 Morley LBW on the sweep. So leaving Hurst 20 not out, but he didn't have a great deal of lingering support at the bottom.
He didn't, no. It melted away pretty quickly, the back end of that Lancashire innings. So 149 all out. Very healthy looking first innings lead for Warwickshire of 135 runs. So a little innings break here. We'll take a break as well, and back with you in about 10 minutes.
After a quick turnaround, players are heading back out to the centre with umpires White and Blackwell. So it's just turned 3 o'clock, so if the weather permits, about an hour's cricket until tea. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, assuming there's no interruptions in the meantime. Now, Warwickshire will try and make some positive ground. Whether they've got a number in mind, I think this is quite difficult actually, Callum, because there are 55 overs left today and then tomorrow's allocation, so there might be 150 overs cricket left in the game. But looking at the forecast for today and tomorrow, it's anybody's guess how many of those we're actually going to get.
Yeah, I think they have to play for less overs today. Bailey bowls round the wicket and it's to Yates, and that's a dot ball into the leg side. Yeah, I think they have to plan for playing, you know, less than the 55 overs that are expected today. I think the weather is going to come in. I think if Warwickshire can set 250, I think they'll be pretty happy bowling at 250, especially on this wicket on a day 4 pitch.
Yes, on the basis of what we've just seen, you'd think you'd be pretty confident with that.
Yeah. Then comes Bailey, 2 slips, await, bowls, and Yates just plays that down into the gully region for no run. Yeah, so I think Warwickshire could be pretty positive in the innings. They might lose a couple of wickets trying to be positive and trying to force the game on, but like you say, they're so far ahead of the game at the moment.
Yes, but they are carrying a little bit of baggage coming into this game from last week at Chelmsford, where they had a first innings lead of 235 and came apart at the seams in the third innings and lost. Rather different circumstances maybe here.
Bailey bowls onto the legs of Yates. He tucks that away to Jack Morley at fine leg for a single. It's the first runs of the second innings for Warwickshire.
But you'd still have to be pretty strong-minded not to be thinking about that.
Yeah, you've got to try and put that into the back of your mind, haven't you? They're in such a good position now to get the first win of the season.
You'd think so in the context of this game. Leading by 135, if you haven't been with us for the first part of the day. The spinners Jake Lintott and Jacob Bethel sharing 7 bargain basement cheap wickets between them. 4 for 20 Bethel and 3 for 10 Lintott.
Then comes Bailey to Davis. That's just punched to Josh Bohannon at mid-off for no run.
Alex Davis, as Scott was saying, has been out there for every ball of this match so far. It's a relatively rare feat to be on the field for an entire first-class match.
Yeah, to carry your bat as an opener, it's a really good effort. Soaks up a lot of pressure. Bailey bowls and it's played lovely through the covers by Alex Davis. Snaps his wrist through the ball and times it lovely. That's the first boundary of the second innings for Warwickshire. It's 5 for none. Takes the lead up to 140.
Good shot there. A fella in a bit of touch, admittedly. Alex Davis is over 650 runs for this season, but that came right out the middle.
Bailey bowls. Davis just angles the bat to third man, gets a single to Morley. 6 for none off the first over. Warwickshire effectively 141 for none now, so it's going to be a real battle out there for Lancashire. They're going to have to keep the spirits up as much as they can and try and not let this game just drift away. either try and get back into it somehow by taking wickets or really restricting runs and taking the time out of the game. But Warwickshire, I think the way Alex Davis played that 4 through the covered off Bailey, I don't think he's going to wade around too much. I think he's going to be positive, look to be on the front foot.
Certainly looked that way from that stroke. But for the fielding captain, I mean, wickets are the thing that are going to potentially get you back in it, but you've got to try and keep a blanket on the run scoring, and I suspect hope the weather does you a favour. But we'll see, perhaps Keaton Jennings thinking a bit more positive than that. Only 2 slips as attacking fielders for Balderson. It's a slightly false stroke here for Davis, who miscued that drive a little bit, but he's going to get 2 into a gap at extra cover. Wasn't his most authentic stroke of the game.
No, he's just pushing at it a little bit, wasn't he? Like you say, he's looking to be positive from the off. And he picks up a couple. Like I say, Lancashire's just really going to have to stick in this game. Every boundary, every run's just going to deflate their energy a little bit, but they have to find something from somewhere.
8 for none. Balderson right arm over the wicket down the leg side, and behind the stump, Matt Hurst really was claiming the catch there, but he, for rather lukewarm support for that appeal to umpire Blackwell, who's now standing at the Anderson end with the pavilion behind him. Had a slightly nomadic playing career, didn't he, in Blackwell, with Somerset and Durham, and for a shortish while with Warwickshire. Forward comes Davis to defend on the leg side. Was in England white ball contention for a bit, Ian Blackwell. And now he's been around the umpiring circuit for a little while now as well.
Yeah, he was a good white ball player, wasn't he?
And Rob White, his partner, very dapper figure at square leg, as Balderson clutching the ball in front of his chest, and this time this is a false stroke from Davis as he pushes forward. That might have come off a leading edge, but it went all along the ground out through extra cover. I think he was aiming to leg, but squirted away, and they've taken 1 run.
Yeah, just Balderson bowling pretty straight at Davis, just squaring him up a little bit. Like I say, Davis is being positive, so he's probably forcing himself a little bit. Not quite got his timing right just yet.
No,
but he's certainly got the platform where it can allow to do that. Warwickshire lead by 144.
Yeah, not too many false strokes in this game from Davis. Balderson's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's carefully forward and guides this on the bounce to Gully. Again, just 2 slips for the left-hander. Backward point, really, rather than Gully. Extra cover, mid-off. There's mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg next to the umpire. Man back at long leg, so orthodox field. Balderson has a almost dead straight approach to the crease, and Yates stands up straight in defending out into the offside. 2 overs into Warwickshire's second innings. They are 9 for no wicket, with Davis 8 and Yates 1, and they lead by 144, having bowled Lancashire out a little while ago for 149.
Yeah, they bowled excellent this morning, Warwickshire. Jacob Bethel doing the damage. Pretty unfortunate, not, and a shame for him not to get a 5-foot. 4 for him and 3 for Lintop. Did the damage for Warwickshire.
Yes, and when wickets fell at a difficult time, the loss of Jennings just before lunch exposed Lancashire, but Warwickshire were pretty merciless after that.
Then comes Bailey, and Davis flashes at that, tries to uppercut it over the point fielder. Probably just a little bit too close to him.
But there's a different feel about the way he's approaching this innings. Alex Davis. This is a bit more giving himself latitude to play strokes.
I think it's that type of wicket as well, where it's going to be easier to bat with the new ball when it's nice and hard and firm, and it's coming on a little bit better. As Bailey bowls, and Davis just has plenty of time just to open the face, run it down to Jack Morley at third man, gets a single.
Already they were down to 1 slip, so Lancashire understandably on the defensive. Well, they might have a second slip for the left-hander, it looks like. But it's difficult for the fielding captain at this rate. If Warwickshire really get away here, it puts him and Lancashire in a tough position, just trying to dampen down the run scoring.
Bailey comes round the wicket to Yates, bowls and just tucks that off his hip to Luke Wells at square leg. Then no run. Yeah, it's that fine balance of attack and defence, isn't it, that Jennings is going to have to keep battling with. Like you say, every run, every boundary is going to deflate the Lancashire bowlers, the Lancashire fielders more and more. How attacking do you go? How defensive do you go? And when do you go defensive? Don't want to go too early because you've got to try and get back in the game. Then comes Bailey, bowls, and Yates cuts that beautifully through backward point. It should run away for 4, and it does. Beautiful shot from Yates. Really waits for it and punches it nicely through backward point. Times that really well.
Yes, didn't have to do too much there, but it was looking for opportunities to score when they were more cautious on the first day. But having got into position, it looked a pretty safe stroke. Well played. Sun's coming back out.
It's turned out to be a decent day so far.
Not too bad.
In comes Bailey, 2 slips round the wicket. Yates tucks that off his pad to Wells again at square leg for no run. Warwickshire currently 14 for none after 2.5 overs. The lead by a massive 149 with 10 second innings wickets in hand still. Bailey bowls and Yates just comes forward, plays that down the ground for no run.
Yes, they're looking very confident at 14 for no wicket in 3 overs. So a big group of people have come out onto the balcony of the point today. It looks like they've opened about a quarter of that big space up. Tempting folks out. I imagine you must feel quite close to the cricket there. The angle that you're at. Sort of
over the top as well a little bit.
Nice view, I'm sure.
Yeah, it might be a conference or some kind of work event, or it could be a little after function for some of the runners, potentially, at today's North Run.
You'd think you'd have earned it if you'd done a bit of running today.
Yeah.
Start of a new over from Balderson, running into the right-handed Davis, who just pats this into a gap on the offside and takes a comfortable single that's on offer. And they're not really having to force it at the moment. There's opportunities to score.
Looks very comfortable so far for Davis, but the mindset-wise will be so positive. They know that if they get out, it's not really costing themselves at the minute because they've got such a substantial lead, so they can just play with confidence and very relaxed.
15 for none round the wicket, Balderson, and Yates is very correct in defence here, bat and pad together. Back down the offside. 3:15, Mike Taylor and Callum Flynn with you. For Warwickshire viewers who might be looking at this, probably might not know you, Callum, but I know the Lancashire supporters do. But an England cricket in your own right.
Yeah, the captain of the England physical disability cricket team, so I've played for them. This is the 13th year now I've been involved.
round the wicket, Balderson, and Yates defends. That's 13 years.
Yeah, so I first got involved when I was 16, so I had bone cancer when I was 14, and that's how I got my disability, got my qualification for the squad, effectively. And then, yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, you know. The disability cricket's just going upwards and upwards. We played in India in January. We played our final game at Ahmedabad Stadium, the world's biggest stadium.
Wow. What experience that must have been. Round the wicket comes Balderson. Oh, and that's taken the outside edge. It's a good ball. And it just bounced a little bit on Rob Yates, who was looking to defend. And through to Hurst. So the first breakthrough made by Balderson in the 4th over. Yates out for 5, caught by Hurst. And that was a pretty good one, I think.
Yeah, it's absolute beauty from Balderson. Angling it into Yates, and it just goes away off the pitch, but a little bit of bounce as well with the new ball. Yates hasn't done anything wrong there at all, really. It's just a beautiful delivery from George Balderson. But again, Warwickshire won't be too worried. They lead by 150, and they're technically 150 for 1 now, Warwickshire.
Yeah, and they won't be too upset to see their own ball popping like that. That was a really difficult delivery to play.
Yeah, like you say, Yates he's done nothing wrong. It's gone away off the pitch after angling in, and the bounce he's got with the new ball there, George Balderson, he doesn't release from a
separate. So I think the England, is it the blind team,
Yep.
or partially sighted team, played practicing there.
There's Bailey balls down the leg side, and the very gentle appeal from Keaton Jennings. I think it just more comes off the trousers than anything. Yeah, so I think most of disability squads are based at Edgbaston because Loughborough's so busy that it's quite hard to get into every now and again.
Yes.
We probably do one camp at Loughborough a year. But yeah, we are based around Edgbaston. It's you know, central for everyone really, so it makes travel a lot easier. Bailey comes round the wicket to Rhodes. He plays forward into the offside for no run. There is a game, a Disability Select 11 game actually, versus the England LD Learning Disability side at Edgbaston this summer. I'm just trying to get the date, and I think that's after one of the T20 Blast games.
Yeah, that'd be
the 14th of July.
Okay.
So it's going to be, yeah, a bit of a select 11 from the disability side versus the England Learning Disability side. So that'll be some more good exposure for the disability cricketers, but just to show how good of a standard disability cricket is as well.
Absolutely, that's one to look out for. Balderson bowls, and that bounces a little bit. Davis rides the bounce and guides it backward of point for a single. Goes to 12 out of now 17 for no wicket. So July the 14th, yeah, but the Bears are playing Derbyshire in the Blast at 2:30, so it's one of the double headers they've got. Oh well, that's well worth looking out for.
Yeah, so they'll be playing straight afterwards, so be a bit of a later fixture, but hopefully some of the crowds stay along and give disability cricket a bit of a viewing, because you know it is just cricket at the end of the day.
Sure. Well, it's well worth sticking around for then if you're going to Edgbaston that day. This is round the wicket from Balderson. Allowed to pass by Rhodes.
Still getting some good carries, Balderson. Through to Hurst with the gloves with this new ball.
He's a good cricketer, batting in the top 6 for Lancashire and bowling at a brisk pace. Another youngster. They're quite a young side, aren't they, Lancs?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a transitional period for Lancashire at the moment.
Round the wicket comes Balderson and brings that one back, but quite late enough for Rhodes to be confident in leaving it.
They lost a real bulk of experience with Vilas and Croft, now only a white ball only contract. You don't have your people like Phil Salt around, your Josh Butlers, your Liam Livingstones anymore, and you lost Rob Jones, Matt Parkinson and Danny Lamb, so they've had quite a lot of outgoings, not too many incomings either, so
Balderson around the wicket and Rhodes drives firmly to mid-off. You know, I make it 5, 23 and under in this team. Balderson, Aspinwall, Bell, Morley and Hurst. There's obviously a few on the fringe of it. So, yeah, quite a young squad.
Yeah, a young squad, and also a brand new coaching staff. You know, a full rebranded coaching staff, really, every position more or less.
Round the wicket, Balderson, and Rhodes defends from the crease out into the offside.
You got White, Benkenstein and Porterfield coming in, so it is a bit of a transitional period for Lancashire, and it's one that they're going to have to try and battle through and try and stay into Div 1 at the moment, because at the moment they look like they're in a relegation scrap the way they're playing.
With quite a few other counties, but nevertheless, yeah, in the current situation. That's Will Porterfield, the Irish international. Was at Warwickshire for quite a long time. Round the wicket comes Balderson, and Rhodes, with one hand off the bat, just turns this around his front pad and away into the onside. 17 for 1 in 6 overs. Warwickshire in the second innings, lead by 152. Scott's coming in, I think, with you, Callum, for a bit.
Yeah, William Porterfield came with Benkenstein, I believe, from Gloucestershire together. And Craig White as well, the bowling coach. So it is a little bit of a transitional period for Lancashire, and with a young squad. They'll hope to reap the rewards in a couple of years, but at the moment they need some positive results now.
That's like a rallying call, did that, Callum?
Well, the rain.
The rain, yeah. Rain's not coming, I don't think.
Then comes Bailey to Davis. Again, he just so often does, just allows it to come to him on the back foot, plays it through third man for a single, rotates a strike.
I say the one-day international, the T20 international between England's women and Pakistan has been washed out. They had a absolutely enormous
yeah, I've seen some pitch that's like a storm, basically. Yeah, it looked horrendous.
I don't think it lasted that long, but it put down that much rain. That was curtains for it.
And they say it's never nice up north, eh? Then comes Bailey round the wicket to Rhodes. Oh, the ball's a beauty. He squares up Rhodes. He just plays on the crease a little bit. Looks like it's just straightened off the pitch. And it's a beautiful delivery from Tom Bailey. He's so good round the wicket to the left-handers is Tom Bailey. Just gets that ball to angle in and then straighten off the pitch so well. Bailey bowls and Rhodes just leaves that one through to Hurst for no run.
There's still nothing in that game at New Road between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. They've not played all day there, which is a little concerning for...
Do we know if it's raining there, or is it just the effects of what's been put down? Because they struggled on day one as well, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they've had some rain, certainly, but I think you're worried that any type of rain might prove to be quite damaging. But everyone else is playing in the County Championship in Divisions 1 and 2.
Bailey bowls. Rhodes on the back foot, takes a single. Davis makes it. Balderson does the field at backward point. Takes a score on to 19 for 1.
And Lancashire Thunder have also started their match against the Blaze in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. But it's raining, so currently being delayed. Thunder 55 for 3 after 9 overs. Emma Lamb 21 not out. Rain around in the East Midlands. Games at Loughborough. But we've been lucky here. We've danced in between a couple of very light showers in the morning, but that's been it. Been nothing else, and not even a threat of it really this afternoon.
Then comes Bailey to Davis. He punches that down the ground. Lyon sweeps round and does the fielding. Cuts off the single. Yeah, it's been, well, sack the weather forecaster. Looked horrendous on the phone this morning, but it turned out really good. Even the rain breaks that we had, I think we was only off for 10 minutes in both spells, so, and it was very light rain. So we've done very well so far. In comes Bailey. Just tucks it onto the pads of Davis and he turns that into the leg side for a single.
It's good news for the parade that's taking place in Manchester tonight. There's
the parade?
Yeah. Well, I think it's Manchester City's parade, but maybe United are going to,
We may as well just join them together,
you can do a joint parade. They could show off the Premier League title, United could show off the FA Cup. But I think there is a parade, which I presume is a Manchester City related.
Yeah.
It's due in the city centre tonight.
I'll be quiet in the city centre then.
Well, they were fearing that it was like last year. Was it last year? Whenever they won the treble, and they did the open top bus parade through Manchester, and they were absolutely drenched on that occasion, weren't they? There were pictures of them on the open top bus getting wet through. There's Balderson to Davis. That's pulled out towards mid wicket for a single. Davis moves on to 15, 21 for 1.
A parade on a bank holiday weekend, that's yeah, it will be busy in Manchester this evening.
You want to avoid that if you're certain half of the city.
Yeah, if you wear red, certainly avoid it.
Yeah. 21 for 1. Yeah, so they've had the marathon in Manchester this morning, and then the parade later on today. It's nudged away into the onside. It's picked up at mid-wicket. There's no run. 21 for 1. You can imagine a Man United parade, couldn't you? Managers on the brink of getting sacked. The stadium's crumbling, but we're going to parade the FA Cup.
The old manager steps off the coach and the new one gets on it.
That'd be terrific, wouldn't it? There's Balderson to Rhodes. That's left and through to Hurst. And there is no run. 21 for 1. Rhodes on 1 and Davis on 15. Lead of 156 for Warwickshire.
This is the battles of long format cricket, isn't it? The Lancashire lads will be going through it right now of how to stay in this game and how to take some kind of inspiration and positivity from this current scene.
Balderson again to Rhodes. Guides it up to mid-off where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. Yes, it's felt a little bit like kind of staying in the match, hasn't it, from a Lancashire point of view for most of today, really. Lost that. I think that wicket of George Bell last night was a bit of a kick in the teeth for them. 3 down overnight, and then losing 1 early this morning. It's just seeing if you can try and stay in the contest. At the minute, Warwickshire's lead is 156. There's Balderson. It's driven firmly by Will Rhodes to the man that's, I think, due on soon, Nathan Lyon. He's at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think you may as well get the spinners on as soon as possible, really. It's still doing a little bit for the seamers, but we've seen Lintott and Bethel taking the bulk of the wickets for Warwickshire today. I think that's probably the only way Lancashire get back into this game, if they can get spin on early and find some wickets.
Balderson to Rhodes. Leans forward. Big tall man gets his front foot down the ground and defends. Ball ricochets away into the offside. End of the over. Cloudy skies above Emirates Old Trafford, but they're clear enough at the minute. 2 bowlers used. The new ball taken by Tom Bailey and George Balderson. And both sent down 4 overs apiece. The wicket to fall, Yates for 5. And that's with the catch, and Balderson with the breakthrough. So it's looking for Warwickshire in their second innings. That lead is 156 runs. With just 25 minutes left before we get to the tea break on day 3.
So in comes Bailey to Davis, 2 slips away. He just punches that into the offside for a single. He's busy, Davis. He's looking to be positive, but he's probably getting the single and not facing many balls afterwards. He's kind of getting stuck at the opposite end at the moment, but that won't be a worry for Warwickshire or their fans. 156 ahead. But he's looking to be positive, Davis. He's probably thinking about the weather this evening. I mean, in an ideal world, if the weather stays away, he might have fancied putting Lancashire back into bat for a bit tonight. Bailey balls around the wicket to Rhodes, and he just punches that to Lyon at mid-on for no run. Imagine they'll be pretty happy with 250 on the board, will Warwickshire? If they can get another 100 runs, give themselves much time as possible to get the 10 wickets of Lancashire. But you probably also want to give Lancashire a little dream of potentially chasing it down, because that's the way you're going to get wickets as well, with Lancashire trying to be aggressive. Bailey round the wicket. It's no run played forward.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, that, isn't it? Well, how much do you bring the opposition into it in order to give yourselves a better chance of winning? I know that Keaton Jennings has said in the past, well, in the build-up to this season, I think Dale Benkinside said something similar about, not necessarily straight away, but as the season progresses, you might look to try and be prepared to lose it in order to try and win a game. He's trying to force results, certainly playing here.
Bailey round the wicket, Rhodes pushes forward, thinks about a single, but Josh Bohannon's pretty quick at that mid-off and cuts off the single. Yeah, I suppose you've got to. It's risk and reward, isn't it? Cricket, everything that you do, you've got to try and give the opposition a little bit of a sniff of some glory, and then they'll be positive, and hopefully that leads to wickets for the bowling side, and that's the way you got to look at it. But 250 on this wicket, I think it could be a tricky chase. It seems easy enough to bat on, but quite hard to score.
Yeah. It's survival mode of it, isn't it, at times?
Bailey round the wicket, and Rhodes tries to push that into the offside, but finds Balderson at backward point for no run.
Floodlights are flickering on again, so maybe just a little bit of gloomy cloud starting to drift across, and clearly it's enough for the umpires to call for the switch to be flicked, and the lights to crackle into life. It's particularly gloomy this morning. We actually started under floodlights this morning. We're underway a little bit late. It was like 20 past 11, something like that, when we started. But God, it did look like the middle of November at one point this morning. It was really gloomy.
Bailey round the wicket, and Rhodes finds the gap this time in that offside. Punches it for a single. Rotates a strike and keeps it for the next over. It's 23 for 1. Rhodes on 2 and Davis on 16. Takes us the lead up to 158.
Well, there's some helmets, some pads being ferried out here for George Bell. I'll get myself all padded up, because we're going to see some spin. Bell, it would appear, is the key man. The helmet at short leg. I was chatting to him at Hampshire a few weeks ago about fielding there. And he's absolutely loving the idea of being close in when Lyon's bowling, and couldn't wait for the moment where he took a catch at short leg off Lyon's bowling, which did happen shortly after that chat I had with him. So he obviously loves the idea of being close. I suppose you're in the action, aren't you?
I imagine it's a little bit of a shoe-in for George Bell as well, because it'll be a very similar technique to being a wicket-keeper, won't it? Just without them big gloves that he probably wishes he could have a short leg. But yeah, I imagine it's a very similar role to his wicket-keeping, trying to stay as low as possible, trying to react to whatever the batter does. And he's going to be in the offside. Silly point. No, he's just moving over to the leg side now. He's going to be silly square leg for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, with Bruce at leg slip and Wells at slip. So Lyon it will be for the first time today with the ball. And Wells gets forward and pushes out into the offside where Bohannon fields. There's no run. 23 for 1 as we start the 10th over of the Warwickshire second innings, a lead of 158. There's Lyon around the wicket and bowls again. Beats Rhodes, just gently sliding past the edge of the bat through to Hurst. And there's no run. 23 for 1. Lyon comes swinging back in, bowls again. Again, that turn there for Lyon. Past the edge of the bat and taken by Hurst, and he flicks off the bails. Good start.
Yeah, 3 beauties from Lyon to start. Will Rhodes is probably thinking, just over pitch one for me. But 3 turning right on a length and bringing the outside edge into play. And Luke Wells will have to be very wary in that slip position.
He's in the game there, isn't he?
He certainly is.
There's Lyon from around the wicket again, bowls to Rhodes. Forward and defends. It's bat on it this time. Bounces out towards cover. Lyon fields off his own bowling. And there's no run. Lovely start by Lyon from the James Anderson end. 2 left of the first over. He's sending down. Rhodes waits. Lyon's in and bowls. punched away into the covers. Bohannon fields, and there's no run. He's beaten by the first 3. He's defended the next 2. And this is the final ball of his first over into Rhodes, and again reaching for it, and defends and plays it back down the pitch. So a good start by Nathan Lyon. 23 for 1, Warwickshire in their second innings. It's a lead of 158 runs. Davis on 16 and Rhodes on 2. 20 minutes to go before the tea break. Still a good chunk of cricket to go today. I mean, it's subject to the light and the weather, obviously, but 45 overs left today for the Bears to try and push forward and increase and improve their position of strength in this game.
There's going to be a change of ends for George Balderson. He's going to replace Tom Bailey. Bowled pretty well at Jimmy Anderson end. Started really well, getting some nice lift off a length. Got Rob Yates with a beautiful delivery, just shaping in and straightening up off the pitch. He'll look to try and do the same. Davis bowled, and that's tucked into the leg side for no run.
Been out there for every ball of the match, hasn't he, Alex Davis?
Yeah, it's some effort, isn't it? Carrying your bat for as an opener in the first innings. You don't see that often.
We had this the other week at Trent Bridge when Asif Hamid did something similar for Notts. I think he was out there for every ball of the game across the 4 days.
Balderson in. Davis just helps himself to an easy single in the offside. Takes him to 17.
I suppose it's the way you want to be as a captain, isn't it? If you're out there with your team doing well, you're quite happy to be out there with the bat and out there in the field.
Yeah, exactly. Leading from the front, and he's certainly done that this year for Warwickshire. Getting up to not far off 700 runs, I think, in the County Championship already, with some big hundreds. Bailey and Bohannon just having a conversation with Balderson here. Balderson going to go round the wicket to Rhodes. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Luke Wells just in front of square and a fine leg. Balderson comes in and Rhodes tucks that away into the onside for no run. George Bell does the fielding.
Good season so far with the ball for George Balderson. Already with a big impact, and 18 wickets is 1 behind Nathan Lyon, top of the charts for Lancashire.
As in he comes, balls, drags, rolls forward. He just prods that into the offside. Thinks about a single, but decide better off it. Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he, George Balderson, with the ball this year. He's bowled at different stages as well. He's took the new ball a couple of times. He's bowled in the middle as that third seamer. But I know he spoke in the India pre-tour in March about trying to become that out-and-out third seamer for Lancashire. Balderson bowls and Rhodes punches that down the ground. Bohannon does the fielding. It's no run.
There was the glorious days of commentating at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Pre-season tour. Felt like a jet lag for a week. Completely confused about what time of day it was.
Getting home at 11:30 and getting tired. Like, oh. Having them horrible naps where you feel worse after it. Then comes Balderson. Balls, and that's a beautiful shot down the ground. It's a very fast bowler-esque dive from Tom Bailey. Someone who has been in the field for too long, I think. Someone who wishes the lads were still batting. I think that's no run, and I'll swap over for Matt.
Cheers, Callum. 24 for 1, 11 overs gone of Warwickshire's second innings. 15 minutes to go before the tea break. Davis 17, Rhodes on to 159 run lead. Mike Taylor from BBC WN, one of the team covering the Bears through the course of this season again, is back alongside me.
I just have to remember to start calling them Birmingham Bears again at the end of the week.
We're almost at Birmingham Bears territory. Yeah.
Change from one competition to the other.
I did enjoy.
It takes me about a fortnight to quite get my head around. Lion from the Anderson end. He's bowled Davis. He paps off the inside edge. And finally they've got through Davis. It's just flicked the leg stump. And he's not going to stay on the field for the entire game. It looks like he might have to be dragged off. But he's bowled by Lyon. And Warwickshire at 24 for 2. And that turned quite a bit and then flicked the inside edge, I think. So it started from quite wide out, but it's gone on to the leg stump. Davies bowled by Lyon for 70.
Yeah, you say, I mean, it's just a slow walk off, isn't it, for Alex Davis?
Yes.
I think he was getting himself set for another lengthy spell out in the middle. But that did turn quite sharply by Lyon. He's just flicked the inside edge of the bat and then deflects back onto the stumps. First wicket for Lyon in this Warwickshire second innings. See it back on the replay here. Grips and turns and then drags back onto the stumps. Lancashire celebrate. Davis departs. And Barnard wanders out to the middle with Warwickshire 24 for 2. Lead though by 159.
They do, and while that is a very good wicket for Lancashire, obviously, it did turn and bite, which is good and bad news for Lancs.
Yes.
Because their only route back, really, is to do what happened to Warwickshire last week when they came apart for 90-odd in the third innings at Chelmsford. But a target of 250 might be quite challenging. The lead at the moment is 159, so Warwickshire won't rest easily on that after their experience last week, but their first target is to get to tea without anybody else going down. If they can, it's about 10 minutes away. Maybe 4 overs if Lyon's going to be bowling some of them, although he's taking great pains about setting the field here to Ed Barnard. There are 3 on the leg side boundary. Lyon bowls. Barnard sweeps and it's dropped safely. Maybe it came off the pad. I was expecting that to fly a bit further.
Me too.
Towards fine leg. Bruce was there, but didn't really go very far. But the way the field is set suggests they think Barnard might have a bit of a go here. And he's done nothing to dissuade them by coming 2 paces down the pitch, but then playing with a straight bat all the way up to long on. So they are expecting Warwickshire to try and get on with it, by the look of it. 1 to Barnard, 25 for 2. It has clouded over quite a bit in the last little while. So Warwickshire will want every minute of cricket they can get today. They might have had rather more than they were expecting, given the forecast already. Leg slip and a short leg for Lyon to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes, who defends very carefully. Back up the pitch. What does your seaweed reckon?
Well, I think we're clear for a little while.
I think so.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Lyon and pushes that through a bit quicker. Rhodes is on the back foot and shapes it out to extra cover.
There is a slither of quite heavy rain that's heading in our general direction, but it's not due for another kind of hour or so, really.
Okay.
According to that radar.
We'll be off for 20 minutes soon, whatever happens. Forward comes Rhodes and defends into the offside. End of a successful over for Lyon. Finally dislodging Alex Davis. And at the end of it, Warwickshire 25 for 2, a lead of 160. Barnard 1 and Rhodes 2.
A reasonably lengthy chat with his skipper as he came out. Ed Barnard to the middle. Alex was going the other way, and when Barnard came out, they had a conversation there as to how maybe just a little thought from the captain as to how to play this going up to tea.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's sort of a blind bet because you don't know if the weather was good. You could say, well, there are now 130 overs left in the match or whatever. Not so easy to make that calculation.
No. 25 for 2 is a score lead of 160. Barnard defends from Balderson. Just drops it into the offside, and Luke Wells comes up from point to field, and there is no run. Got themselves 2 slips in place. Keaton Jennings and Tom Bruce. Wells at backward point, Morley at cover, Bannon at mid-off, Bailey at mid-on, Bell at mid-wicket. Barnard on strike for Warwickshire, defends up to Bohannon at mid-off, and there is no run. And there's Aspinwall, who's at deep square leg, and Nathan Lyon in front of the hotel at fine leg. It's 25 for 2. Balderson 1 for 7. Who sets off again from the Brian Statham end, running up towards the pavilion. Forward goes Barnard. Solid looking forward defensive. And the ball bounces off the bat. Picked up by Balderson. And again, there's no run.
Floodlights are starting to just cast shadows again. It's usually a bit of an indication that the light isn't that great.
Balderson to Barnard. Just dropped into the offside. No one played it late actually. Just leans forward with his wrist tucked into his hip. And with an angled bat, just deflects it into the offside. No run.
When I first came here, which, I mean, Old Trafford has changed a fair bit since then, but they still have those sort of it's bad light indicators that I think were probably the height of tomorrow's world when they were first invented.
Balderson to Barnard, that's driven to mid-on and there's no run.
It was like a sort of half clock face, remember, from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And Richie Bennell was used to say on the telly that if it was earlier than noon, that was generally considered quite bad news. And then we went through a period of every ground had to have, there were 5 lights on the scoreboard. And which tells you whether the light was any good by the scoreboard. Modest use.
Balderson to Barnard. Oh, that's a lovely shot off the back foot. Barnard will catch up with it, running from wide mid-off. The ball went to his left. Nice looking, elegant shot off the back foot for 2 by Barnard. He moves on to 3, end of the over, 27 for 2, lead of 162.
But bad light, sort of like everything else these days, isn't it? Everything is calibrated, everything's got to be measured and quantified.
Yeah.
Where a generation ago, the umpires used to kind of like, well, have a look. Do you reckon it's dark? Yes, we'll go off. But now, I've never used a light meter. Don't know, because they're always looking at a reading, aren't they, which shows a number. But it's not standardised, I don't think. So it's not that they say, well, if it's darker than 45 or 6 or 190, I've no idea what sort of number it says. But once they set a level on the first day of a game, the first time they come off, that's the level that persists for the whole game.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that level is originally kind of their interpretation of the quality of the light at the time. Isn't it?
So there's some sort of method in it somewhere. But I say bring back the half sundial at Old Trafford. That's what I think to look for here.
Remember I do remember the lights on the 4 or 5 lights.
Yes, it's kind of 5 lights.
As soon as another one came on, you're like, oh,
yes.
it's going to be dicey, is this?
depending who the bowler was, is Nathan Lyon starting a new over. And Rhodes, with an extra man in front of him now at silly point, defends very carefully into a gap. Rhodes has played with not suspicion exactly, but a certain amount of caution. He's 2. And has been there for 40 minutes. Round the wicket comes Lyon and pushes it through a bit quicker. Rhodes goes back and looks as though he's got time to play this neatly through backward point. He doesn't get a run. This may or may not be the last over before tea. Depends. 57 says the digital clock on the scoreboard, which is the one I think they've been using. Round the wicket comes Lyon, and Rhodes goes back and tries to play that late, but it doesn't get up very high. Hurst takes it as it goes past the bat, down by his knees. Might just get round for one more over after this one, because Lyon doesn't take too long. Here he is again, and this time Rhodes goes back, goes to pull and gets it off the bottom edge, or rather drags it round to long leg, and they take a single. Field will change over just a little bit. Morley is doing some warming up, so maybe he's going to have an over before tea if there's time for one more. But they're not rushing. Lyon, maybe Lancashire actually in this situation, maybe they're not that keen to bowl another over before tea. So Lyon's gone for a chat with Bohannon. So it's 58 on the clock, so might need to go to another chat. Lyon bowls, and out of his crease comes Barnard and pushes this into a gap on the offside. And it's only gone 30 yards from the bat. They're going to try and get 2, and a direct hit might have put Rhodes in bother at the non-striker's end. It was only really a push into space from Barnard with a straight bat, and not really looking to hit it hard, but there was such a big gap that they fancied a second run by the time Bailey had got to it, but he's shy at the non-striker's end, might well have embarrassed Rhodes had it hit. But they've managed to complete 2 runs, and now Barnard sweeps. He's taken on the pad, and it goes out on the offside. 3:59. So, yeah, normally the bowlers are rushing around to get another over, but on this occasion, it suddenly occurs to me that they might not be so keen. Anyway, let's have a look. 59, here's umpire White.
Will he get there in time?
Walking in, like the closing credits of the bill. And he's going to stand in place. Nobody's desperate to bowl this over, in all truth. But they are going to, by the look of it, because umpire White is there, and Morley is going to have a go, I think. Oh, no, he's not.
They're going to go off. I think that's going to be.
I think they've decided we'll brew up instead.
Yeah,
so,
I think so.
That seems very agreeable. So, 4 o'clock. The light has declined quite a bit in the last 5 minutes, so it might be timely anyway. Yeah. But we go to tea then with Warwickshire 30 for 2. That was a photo finish, I think, that if that throw a few moments ago at the non-striker's end had hit. It was a pretty cheeky 2, because the ball didn't go more than 30 yards from the bat, but it went into space. But having committed to take the second run, Rhodes suddenly found he was having to hurry. Anyway, he's intact at tea on 3 not out, Barnard on 5, and for all that Warwickshire have looked to bat a little more positively, they've still only scored at 2 and over. 30 for 2 in 14 at tea, and they lead by 165.
Yeah, and we shall leave you for a wee while. There's the wicket takers, Bottleson and Lyon for Lancashire. Bailey sending down 5 overs with that new ball. And this is how it all looks. 165 in front, day 3 at tea. Warwickshire 30 for 2 in their second innings. So we'll take a break here on the BBC Sport website and the app, and here on Lancs TV as well. clouds are starting to gather. The ground staff are heading out to tend to the wicket. We'll come back in about 20 minutes.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and Jesus, what a morning. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit, on come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for six. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
players have made their way back out to the centre to start this session. How much of it we're going to see, I don't know, because there was a rumble of thunder. Did you hear it, Callum, about 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, I thought it was thunder. I don't know exactly what the rules are around thunder and lightning in the professional game, but I know in the club game, in the club cricket game, I think they take them off at the first hearing or sighting for 30 minutes at least.
Yes. Well, the American golfers are always off quick. Do you want to come in, Scott? Are you all right? You sure? Okay.
Marley's going to start. And punches that down the ground for a single to Lyon.
Yes, he was about to come on just before tea, but Lancashire, perhaps understandably, weren't absolutely keen. I think that's thunder, isn't it?
Yeah, there's certainly some noises that we can hear now.
Well, looks like Scott's moving out.
Looks like the rain is gathering round the whole of Manchester. It's just not hit at Old Trafford yet. Fortunately enough for Warwickshire and unfortunately not for Lancashire.
Yes, they've had rather more cricket today, Warwickshire, than they might have budgeted for.
In comes Marley, bowls, and Bernard just plays that out to deep point for a single. It'd be interesting to see if Warwickshire just go a bit more aggressive, won't they, now? With, like you say, it looks very imminent, the weather.
Yeah.
Will they just look to try and, if they can get up to a 200 lead before the rain comes, then they can have a quick slash in the morning before inserting Lancashire again. Morley round the wicket to Rhodes, tucks that down the leg side, but Jennings does the fielding, cuts off the single.
Yeah, I haven't really got a grip on what the forecast is for tomorrow. Look what it's saying. Not great. Showery by the look of it.
Morley round the wicket, and there's only two fielders on the offside, so Rhodes pushes that into the gap and gets a single.
A mixed day of cloudy periods, sunny spells, and the chance of showers, says the Met Office helpfully. A few heavy at first, but some may remain dry. That's not really helping Alex Davis very much.
No.
In the nicest possible way. I'm sure it's right, but it's not very helpful.
Marley in. Bernard plays that nicely off his legs. Should pick up a couple. Nope, just stick it at one. Balderson does the fielding.
So there is a maximum of about 130 odd overs left in the match. But it's possible you might get 130 overs, or it's possible you might only get 60. And therefore working out when to try and aim for a declaration is quite hard.
Morley bowls, that one stays low. Yep, the batter more or less walks. The umpire raises a finger. That one just looks like it's shot underground a little bit on Will Rhodes. It's the front pad. And it's excellent bowling from Morley, keeping them stumps in play. Like I say, Will Rhodes more or less walks before the finger is raised. That's a third wicket for Lancashire.
Yeah, I mean, there's another school of thought which says if you're going to get many balls flying around like that, you might not worry too much about the declaration, because one, it might not be your choice to make, and two, a lead of 169 feels like quite a lot.
Yeah, Will Rhodes will be probably the only person that's a bit devastated that ball's done something like that, whereas the rest of the Warwickshire lads, especially the bowlers, won't mind seeing that at all.
No, that was very out. So Rhodes departs for a rather tortured 5, and out comes Dan Mosley. So it now really does feel like if you hang around long enough, there is a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, as you say, Morley bowled well. He did exactly the right thing. Attacking the stump seems like the way forward. Both spinners now, Lyon and Morley, have picked up a wicket. It's a big turning off break from Lyon that caught the inside edge of Alex Davis's bat and then onto the stumps, and that one from Morley that turned a bit, but it didn't bounce very much, and it hit Will Rhodes flush on the shin. 34 for 3. They will be having slight palpitations, Warwickshire, having been bowled out for 90-odd last week at this stage of the game, but it isn't necessarily the same sort of picture. But it would give you jitters, that.
Yeah, in Lancashire with the spin attack of Lyon and Morley, they'll have a very slight glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
When you've got a spinner of the calibre of Nathan Lyon, you're always going to hold some kind of positivity that you can get back into this game.
Yeah, it is perfectly possible they could roll Warwickshire for 100 today and then be left with a 250-ish chase. However, Barnard sweeps and there's a man at deep backward square leg. That is Morley, and he takes one. The start of a new over from Nathan Lyon. Second over after tea, but with a thunder certainly within earshot. I suppose it would be. And some very heavy clouds around. But at the moment, stays dry. Scott Reed's carrying the air of a man who knows that he owns a Mac but can't remember where he put it. Round the wicket comes Lyon, and that's gently patted into a gap on the leg side by Mosley for 1 run.
Yeah, it looks very dull behind the pavilion. Just near Salford Keys way, Media City.
.36 for 3. Floodlights are on, and down up half of his ground comes Barnard, who is taking quite a sprightly approach since he's come out there. He's taken on the pad some way down the pitch. It looks as though he's going to have a go. Lyon's got the shades back on. Rather incongruously, and Barnard's down and sweeps hard for 4 runs. Good shot. He got plenty of that, but hit it all along the ground and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot from Ed Bernard. He waits perfectly for this length that Lyon bowls and controls the sweep shot really well. Doesn't try to over-hit it and keeps it along the ground and splits the 2 fielders out on the boundary. Timed it beautifully.
Yeah, look at the replay. Bell at short leg knew what was coming. And
he got off the mark at the start of the over, didn't he, with a sweep shot as well, so I think it could be a shot that he goes to.
I think he might have taken half a pace back there, George Bell. Back goes Barnard, and wants a short single here, well placed. Short of Bailey at extra cover, so as long as they both set off promptly, they were going to get through, and did.
Yeah, it's really good cricket from Bernard there. He just makes Lyon drop his length a little bit, and then he just gets onto the back foot and punches that into the offside and gets at the other end.
He's another past 500 championship runs, centuries in the first innings at the Oval and at Chelmsford in the last 2 games, both of which Warwickshire ultimately lost. Round the wicket comes Lyon, and Mosley turns this into the leg side. So 7 from the over, 41 for 3. Mosley is 1, Barnard is 13. Warwickshire have in their second innings lost Yates for 5, Davis for 17 and Rhodes for 5 wickets for Balderson, Lyon and Morley, but they lead by 176 with potentially 39 overs left today, although given the skies that those of you watching on the stream can see, how many of those we're going to get is very much open to question.
Morley's going to continue. He's got a slip and a short leg. He's got a deep cover point, a deep square. Lyon's just loitering 3/4 the way out of mid-off. Bernard just punches that through the offside for a single.
He's showing the way here, isn't he, Ed Barnard?
Yeah, he's just being busy.
Yeah.
And getting them sweep shots out, making the spinners change the lengths a little bit, and then once they do, he's just picking singles off pretty easily. So it's looking pretty good so far.
It's been managed risk so far in making 14. Looked to really cut loose, but there are runs available.
Marley will go around the wicket to Dan Mosley. Just a one slip in the short leg again. Plenty of space in the offside. Marley bowls, attacks the stumps, and Mosley just turns that off his legs for a single. Takes the score on to 43 for 3.
Mosley's had an interesting 2024 already. He was also in the Lions tour in India that Jennings was on. I think Bohannon was on. So played a bit of T20 league cricket around the world as well.
Marley bowls just a bit over pitch, so Bernard smothers that into the offside and splits the fielders, so takes a single.
Well, I spoke to him pre-season, and I loved the fact that he was full of energy about coming back to play. He was buzzing to talk about all these places he played cricket. He played in India and he played in Pakistan and this, that and the other. Now he was excited to come back and play for Warwickshire again.
Marley bowls, and it's just over pitch, a full toss. Mosley just punches that to Nathan Lyon at long gone.
And I imagine you probably found from the time you played in India yourself over the winter that just by going to different places you learn new things about your game and think, well, bring that back, and how can I bring that into what I do at home?
Yeah, certainly, and it's trying to adapt with as Marley comes in, just back of a length, and Bernard stays in his crease, tucks it off his hip, gets a single. Yeah, it's taking them learnings off different kind of pitches, different kind of scenarios, and how you play different types of bowlers at different times, and taking them learnings into sort of English conditions. He'll be a lot more confident playing against spin in English conditions, because he'll have faced a lot of spin in India on the tracks that as Marley bowls, and Mosley just digs out a Yorker to end the over. Yeah, he would have faced a lot of spin in India on pitches that more often than not are very friendly to spinners. We see a couple of the wickets on Lancs TV.
None of these balls that have taken the wickets in the second innings you'd really want to face. The one from Balderson bounced and seamed, took his glove. Lyon's big off break to get Davis, and then the Morley's one to get the wicket of Rhodes that kept pretty low, was right on target, so they were all difficult. It's gone darker still, I reckon, in the last 5 minutes. Heavy skies now. But for the moment, the rain and the thunder have stayed away. It's not been entirely an uninterrupted day. We had a delayed start by about a quarter of an hour this morning, and then 2 further short interruptions during the morning session. But nothing since. Lyon starts a new over, and Barnard sweeps. He's taken on the pad outside the line of off stump, and they are taking a leg by. And there's a different tone to things now, where they're looking for short singles.
Yeah, these two look really busy. They're looking to draw and get bat and ball, every ball, and just rotate the strike. There's plenty of gaps out there when Ed Bernard's on strike, and the field just comes in a little bit for Dan Mosley.
Lyon round the wicket, and Mosley turns this into the leg side, and he's going to get at least 1, possibly 2. Bailey's giving chase, and they will get 2. And to mid-wicket. And Danger Mouse, he's up to 5. Yes, I know. It's the curse of the cricketer, isn't it, to live under all sorts of nicknames. That's what they call him, DM. Round the wicket he comes, and Mosley defends out into the offside. I did ask when he first got into the team, I did ask the is it Mosley or Mousley question. A rather long look crept across his face, if to say, and I'd perhaps only been the 300th person to ask that. Round the wicket comes Lyon. Oh, he beats Mosley. He's looking to defend from the crease, and that grips and turn past the outside edge. So, there were suggestions of a steward's inquiry last year, but as to exactly how we're going to pronounce it. But to the best of my knowledge, it's still Mosley, as in the district of Birmingham. Round the wicket comes Lyon, and pushed away into the offside for no run. Slip and a leg slip. This is the close field that Lions had for quite a lot of this game. Moves up with a grin and bowls to Mosley. Reverse sweeps, and he got a big chunk of that. And it's running away towards the boundary for 4. Good stroke. It's his first boundary. Mosley's up to 9. And suddenly Warwickshire have added 14 from the last 2 overs, and it wouldn't take going along for too long like that to build them into quite a substantial lead, or what feels like a very substantial lead.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot from Mosley there, pulling out the reverse sweep against Nathan Lyon. So often a shot now that the cricketers play against the spinners. Most top order batters have it in their armoury. It's a good rotation option, but also a good boundary option just to put the spinners off the line in length. Scott Reed joins us back.
Good afternoon. Morley's having a good game, isn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled well.
He has, hasn't he? He's bowled really well yesterday. And he's in tandem with Nathan Lyon. I think I mentioned this to you or maybe it was to Mike, but he was saying to me last night about how it was kind of a bit of a pinch me moment bowling with Lyon yesterday. He's hitting that slug swept by Barnard out towards the leg side. And it clonks over the rope, all the way over the rope for 6 for Barnard. He moves on to 22. And Warwickshire 59 for 3. Reaching for it and timed it nicely.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot, isn't it, from Bernard? He swept really well in these 21 balls that he's faced. He's looked to be really positive. And as soon as he's played that, Nathan Lyons give the wave to Jennings. And they're just having a chat now between themselves. And then Jennings has a chat with Jack Morley. Probably thinking about utilising another fielder from somewhere to deep square. And yeah, George Bell comes out of a silly point. Keaton Jennings is going to go and do the sweeping on the boundary. He's just going to try and restrict the sweep option there, but it's an enticing boundary for Bernard. It's not the biggest. He'll play on.
Here's Morley to Barnard. Nudges this one towards the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 23 not out at Barnard, and it's now 60 for 3. Under increasingly gloomy skies, but we play on. We've been so lucky to have got through some pretty strong thunderstorms that have been dotted around the northwest and in and around Manchester, but not here. Here's Morley over the wicket, balls. Oh, he's driven that back down the ground towards Morley. There's Dan Mosley, and burst through Morley's fingertips. Mosley gets a single. He moves on to 10 now, 61 for 3.
Yeah, I think that was an opportunity for Jack Morley there. He's come back at him pretty quick, to be honest, and he had to get a bit of a dive in. These two looking really positive for Warwickshire. I think they're just trying to get as many runs as they can because they know.
Yes.
The likelihood of getting the 36 overs in today.
Slim.
Very.
It feels like it's a bit of a race against time a little bit, isn't it? How many runs can we get before it chucks it down? Playing the miss from Barnard through to the keeper. And there is...
an overnight declaration could potentially be on the cards for Warwickshire.
What's the lead now? Yeah, 196, yeah. Morley from around the wicket, balls. Off the back foot by Barnard. Punched away through the offside. And through they go for a single. So it's nudging towards 200, the lead. 62 for 3. Dan Mosley comes back on strike. He's unbeaten on 10. Something from the film Armageddon. He's currently blowing over the ground. It's hovering, looking menacing above us. That's a full toss, which is punched towards Lyon, long on for a single. And that completes the over. It started with that excellent kind of slog sweep for 6, but viewers on Lancs TV, you can see what's sat right above the ground at the minute. It's a rather fierce-looking sky, but it's not raining. But it looks like it's about to absolutely belt it down.
Yeah, it seems to be just over the media city, doesn't it? Just over near Salford Quays, where the clouds are gathered. At the moment, it's just avoiding Emirates Old Trafford.
Kind of make hay, I suppose, now, isn't it, for Warwickshire? I mean, the wickets in hand to play with. Just keep going, I guess. They're giving themselves the opportunity to try and declare tomorrow and put Lancashire under pressure on the final day, subject obviously to the weather.
Yeah, the weather's going to it's going to be an awkward one for Alex Davis and the Warwickshire boys when they decide to declare 250. I think would be a winnable score that puts them into a really good position. As Nathan Lyon bowls, and Dan Mosley gets down on one knee, sweep him, gets a single. Balderson does the fielding. Seems like they've gone to the sweep option against the spinners now, just to try and smother the spin a little bit, really reach out in front of them. It looks like a good option for the two Warwickshire batters at the moment. Bernard looks really positive against Lyon. He'll look to sweep as well. But he's looked to try and open the offside up as well and look to try and score both sides of the wicket. As in he comes, Lyon, a bit quicker and flatter, and Bernard pushes that down the ground for no run.
Oh, first little crackle of lightning. And in the distance there, not too far away.
In comes Lyon, bowls, and it's just stuck in the pitch a little bit, popped. Bernard plays that bit aerial, but doesn't reach Bohannon. And there's the thunder, and that's...
It's going to get the umpires twitchies, that.
Yeah, I thought they pointed at the ground staff then. Thought they pointed the way to go. Ian Blackwell just having a look around at the sky.
Nathan Lyon's chuckling away.
In comes Lyon. Bernard attempts a sweep and just goes through to, misses everyone and goes through to Wells that slipped. Don't be often that Nathan Lyon's bowled under skies like this and thunder and lightning in the background.
Yeah.
It's an experience for him.
He's having a right old chuckle.
Lyon bowls again. Bernard sweeps, and he sweeps really well and really hard, and it's 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. He's really challenging Nathan Lyon here. Nathan Lyon's just struggling to find the right length to bowl to Bernard because of how well he's sweeping the ball. He's sweeping it off a good length as well, so them shorter balls just aren't really causing much trouble either, so Bernard's just challenging the Australian test spinner here. That 4 takes the score on to 68 for 3, Bernard 28. He's got no fielders on the offside except a deep third man now, Nathan Lyon. Bernard jumps outside the off stump, pushes that through the covers. Nathan Lyon's going to have to do a gentle jog off his own bowling. Bernard gets a 2. And it's really clever cricket from Ed Bernard here.
It's a good over, that, wasn't it, for Warwickshire? He's batted really well. The umpires are going to have another conversation. There's another crackle of thunder in the background. You can see the skies, for viewers on Lancs TV, thick, almost kind of purple, like the colour of the sky above us. Cloud cover looks menacing. The umpires are going to get a little bit concerned because I've seen a couple of bolts of lightning, and obviously we can hear the thunder, so that's going to get the umpires a little twitchy. But I've had a conversation, and for the time being, they're happy to keep going. Getting various messages from people who are watching and listening from 2 or 3 miles away, and they're getting absolutely hosed down. There's a lot of rain falling, but it's just kind of dancing its way around the edge of the ground. And thunder in the distance, and A bit of lightning too. 70 for 3. The lead's over 200 now. It's been a good couple of overs, this, hasn't it, for Warwickshire?
Yeah, they've been busy, really busy. And they played it really well. Since they've started to sweep the spinners, that's when the success has come.
Here's Morley in the balls. Down Mosley off the back foot defends.
I think that's the way Lancashire might have to bat tomorrow. They might just have to be positive. If they hang around trying to survive, that's when they will probably find themselves into trouble.
Morley left arm over the wicket, balls. Pushed away off the back foot. They'll take a single here. Dan Mosley moves on to 13. Warwickshire 71 for 3. Bringing Barnard back on strike. He's been really positive, 30 off 29. And they're going to reinforce that leg side field. There's Keaton Jennings now out at deep mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg. There's Mosley around the wicket to Barnard. Just dabs the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. Still, it's 10 to 5. There's still 34 overs left in theory today.
You'd get pretty good odds back in 34 more overs to be bowled.
Yeah. Morley clutching the ball towards his chest. He creeps it again and bowls. Forward goes Barnard. That's eased out through the offside. Aspinwall comes up from backward point of field. And there is no run.
When he's not looking to it, Barnard, he's manoeuvred the ball well into gaps. He probably could have got a single then if they really wanted to, but they didn't really want to take the risk. But yeah, he's manoeuvred the spinners well into the gaps.
Waits for Morley, who bounces back in again, a little bit fuller. He'll take a single to the leg side. Jogs through for 1. Moves on to 31 not out. 72 for 3. With a delivery to go of the 21st over. Warwickshire's second innings. Lead of 207. Short leg and a slip. Close catches. Mosley back on strike. Morley in. Flashed away to the leg side. Actually strikes George Bell at short leg. And there's no run. That completes the over. Just a couple coming off it. 72 for 3. Lead of 207. There's two batters in conversation, looking up towards the scoreboard, looking up towards where those filthy looking clouds are hovering still. And lead bounces on to 207. Played it quite nicely, I think, since tea, Warwickshire.
Yeah, they've been really good, especially Bernard. Bernard's kind of changed the tempo of the game. And like I say, I think it's since they've started to sweep the spinners. We've not seen many sweep shots in the game. They didn't really take the risk, but since they've done that, they've changed the length of the spinners and they've found it easier to score. And it's been a real positive. They've not played it recklessly. They've not played it unless the ball was really there in position for them to execute the shot. But every time they have played it, they've executed it really well, and it's brought good success for them. Nathan Lyon's going to continue. He's got the two fielders on the offside. We've got Tom Bailey at a straightish cover, wideish mid-off, and you've got George Balderson at a deep third man. You've still got the one slip. Lyon to Bernard. Again, he's down on one knee. I think he gets an inside edge on that past the keeper. Only just misses the helmets. Oh. Or has it clipped the helmet?
Yeah, I think he must have done.
I think it might have done.
I think he has, yeah. I think he's... We'll see back on the replay here. Just have...
Yep.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Yep. Clip the helmet. 5 runs. Then comes Lyon. Balls, and it's a beautiful shot from Ed Bernard. And that's what sweeping's done. It's allowed Nathan Lyon to drop his length. Bernard's opened up the offside really well. Only 2 fielders at cover and deep third, and he picks it. Picks Lyon off, 3 point. He gets 4, cuts away beautifully. That's really good batting from Ed Bernard.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? And the build-up to it has been good.
Lyon in again. Bernard, positive again. I think that one's gone through everyone. I don't think he's got any bat on that one. No, 4 byes from the keeper. He's looking to a sweep and be aggressive. As Scott said, both batters were looking up to the scoreboard just before this over, so maybe they've had a discussion about really getting on with it now and seeing if they can get up to 250 before the rain comes or the end of today. Well, it's been a really positive start to this over. 3 boundaries. Lyon in, bowls, and that one just turns and bounces, and Bernard plays it into the onside for no run.
Didn't turn, and the bounce was quite sharp there, wasn't it, for Nathan Lyon?
Yeah, the Warwickshire boys won't mind seeing that.
No.
5 penalty runs and 2 fours and a dot in this over so far. Lyon bowls. Bernard again, just trying to open up that offside. But with the right delivery too as well. A bit back of a length and a bit disappointed that he's missed out there, Ed Bernard. Nathan Lyon just taking some time out the game, having a chat to Josh Bohannon at a straightish mid-wicket, who is the vice-captain of the Lancashire side.
He does this well, doesn't he, Lyon? He's done it so far through the course of the season, really. He's great at just taking time away, just picking the right moment, whether he's bowling or not, actually. He did it quite a lot to George Balderson last week at Blackpool on the final day, just slowing things down,
yeah.
just being pretty smart, isn't it, I guess, and just chatting away and just sensing that actually this is probably the time just to change it a little bit. It's really good from Lyon.
Yeah, we had Ian Salisbury as our head coach once, the ex-England Test cricketer, and he discussed about how, you know, when it's just getting a bit on top of you out there, just try and take a little bit of time out the game just to reassess, rethink. Don't just turn round and bowl the next delivery, because that's exactly what the batsman will want you to do. There's Lyon bowls. Bernard attempts a reverse sweep. It spins past the bat. He'll just get a single, a bye. It's been a tricky over that one for Matty Hurst.
I tell you what, it's been a tricky over for everybody, including the scorers, I reckon, because it's been all sorts going on in that, with the penalty runs and 4 byes, and oh my goodness, it's been low. I think they've lost count of how many balls we've had. There's a lot been going on there for people. I've got a lot of sympathy for everybody involved, both out there and in the scorers' room downstairs.
5 penalty runs, it just knocks everyone, doesn't it? Penalty runs.
It goes chaos. I know, yeah, this goes absolute chaos. But the umpires are on the old walkie-talkies. It's 86 for 3, or it's 85 for 3, or it's something in that ballpark. At the end of the over, but there was a bit of uncertainty as to whether it was the end of the over or not. But yes, there is a lot of sympathy for everybody involved to try and keep across that. It's quite a busy over, that. There's a lot happened. 5 penalty runs and byes and all sorts going on there. Well, I'm sure it'll all get totted up in the due course of time, but we might be waiting for that moment. Right, Jack Moore was going to start another one. And he's in from the Brian Statham end, with Warwickshire ticking along nicely here. Forward defensive from Ed Barnard. It's kind of got the party started, really, for Warwickshire. He's come out with a great deal of intent. He's been really busy.
Yeah, he's been in form as well, hasn't he, for Warwickshire? He's scored some big runs so far this season.
Morley in. Off the back foot, carved away. It's a good stop by Aspinwall. Neat work down at backward point.
He looks a real good player of spin, Ed Bernard. He looks really busy, uses his feet really well, either right out to the ball or deep in his crease.
In and balls again. And that's a drill through the offside. It's Nathan Lyon who's lurking on the boundary below us, long off. Through they go for a single. Nothing's really been updated yet on either score scoreboard or on the screen, and that's absolutely fine. But everyone gets themselves sorted after that last over from Lyon, which was a bit chaotic. Not from him, but from what was going on, really. Morley again. Oh, that's left. As Dan Mosley goes back into his crease and doesn't offer the shot. The ball slides through to the wicket keeper. Morley again. That's clipped away down towards fine leg, and it's Jennings that puts the dive, and it gets underneath his body. Man, got just a little bit of something on it. Puts a dive in, just Jennings trying to flick it back from the boundary. It's a fabulous effort by the Lancashire captain to try and save a run or two for his side, but it has gone for 4. And 4 more to the Bears total. Warwickshire's lead grows. There's the dive from Jennings, and then he gets back up and sprints after it, and then puts in the dive, desperately trying to flick it back, but it's gone for 4 more. Here is Morley in and bowls. Forward goes Barnard and defends, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. Another busy one. The 2 umpires are going to have a conversation here. Going to have a chat, I think, about a few things.
The ground staff are ready as well with the sheets to the left-hand side. You often says quite a bit when the ground staff are hanging about near the covers. They're going to carry on. There's no rain, so don't see why they wouldn't carry on, but
no.
Maybe it is imminent with the...
Well, they've been there for a bit, haven't they? Matt and his couple of his guys there have been there for a bit. But I say, I think those watching on Lancs TV, that's kind of not coming our way. That's now kind of blown through on that far side. So. It's actually starting to look a little bit brighter. We've not seen any rain, albeit to the north of us, a little bit to the northwest of us. It's been absolutely bouncing it down, but not here. Just a couple of miles away it has. It's been pretty heavy rain, but it seems to have slid past us here. It's the start of Nathan Lyon's latest over from the Jimmy Anderson end, with Barnard on strike. Again, just taking a little bit of time to slow things down a little bit. And it's a well-stacked leg-side field, long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. There's 2 mid-wickets and a short fine leg. Here is Lyon in, that's chipped away into the offside. It's a nice shot by Barnard because he's picked out the gap. There's no mid-off with Bailey quite wide. Barnard can shuffle back for 2 more.
He's batting well, isn't he, Barnard?
He is, yep. He's brought a real kind of sense of spirit to the innings, hasn't he? He's batted not recklessly at all, just really positive cricket and swept really well. He's made Lancashire change the field because of the way he's batted. It's a good knock, this. 31 from 32. Forward and defends again.
I think no run. Some of the scoring has got a bit awry in the various things catching up. It was the penalty runs knocked it a bit askew. So I've got it 93 at the moment. Barnard 38. But I think that's the scoreboard we can see away to the left is sort of down tools at the moment.
I think it's having a word with itself.
They're having a steward's inquiry. A recount, I suppose, in the zeitgeist.
Forward goes Barnard in defence. And there's no run. Yes, I was saying to Callum, everyone's got our deepest sympathies because that was quite a... There's a lot going on in that Nathan Lyon over with the penalty points and all the rest of it.
On behalf of the Occasional Scorers Union, I mean, scoring some club goals, penalty runs throw things into complete... Because nobody can quite remember exactly how you do it.
Lyon in and balls. Barnard sweeps into the ground. It bounces down to deep backward square leg. Gets a single, so yeah, there's a lot of it'll all get sorted in time. There's no rush here.
Yes, it doesn't feel critical at the moment, but in that line over, the first one hit the helmets and was signal penalty runs by Ian Blackwell.
Yeah.
The second one missed the helmet, so that was 4 byes.
Yeah.
The second one that he missed, and then there was another bye near the end of the over. So
under 4.
Under 4, yeah. It was a 14 run over altogether, which 10 of them were some flavour of extras or another.
Yes, it was eventful. There's a lot happening. Dan Mosley's back on strike, slip and a leg slip. And Lyon is going to come around the wicket and bowls, and he looks to sweep and finds George Balderson at fine leg. So just the extra run.
On that sort of slightly scoring theme, I came across a new term. I thought I knew most cricket terms, but I came across one the other day that I'd not heard before. A smudger.
All right.
Did you know this?
No.
I think this is probably scoring terminology, but I stumbled across it online because one happened in the county championship last week.
It's Barnard's back on strike. That's whipped away through the onside. He'll take another single, which takes Barnard on to 39. It's the end of the over, maybe 93.
I'm offering 96.
96.
At this
okay,
point,
thank you. Oh, no, I'll take your 96.
Subject to.
I'll take your 96.
Yes. A smudger. Apparently, this is a term. I think we might not be staying on for very much longer, by the way. It's a term for an over in which there is a dot, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 6, and preferably there's some sort of 5 as well, where you basically get every possible scoring unit appears in the same over.
Brilliant.
And there was one in the championship last week.
Brilliant.
Where the first ball went for 5 wides, and there was a 6 and a 4. A 1, a 2, a 3, and a dot.
Super.
And it's a lesser spotted thing. Apparently named after, I think it was a former Middlesex scorer.
Right. Okay.
Called, again, stands to be corrected, Neil Smith, I think, and hence he labelled it. Spotted it when it first happened. It's called a smudger. Anyway, I thought you'd like that.
I love that.
Anyway, I should have saved that for the next couple of minutes because we've stopped playing now. Didn't miss a ball while I was wittering, and it's a very modern cricketing sound of bad news, because that's the hover cover, which, having tried to conduct an interview next to it last night when they were finishing it, has a very powerful engine. But I think they've obviously decided that the next storm is going to hit a bullseye, or the next heavy shower, because not only is the hover cover on the move, but a tarpaulin is being pulled into place as well. So I think maybe they've listened to the thunder and thought they're going to call it there. Anyway, we are on hold, possibly for the day, because if we do get a heavy shower after 5 o'clock, if we get one of the really meaty ones, then it's going to be pretty heavy. But the score is about 96. Which means that Warwickshire are leading by,
230.
About 230. And they're in a very powerful position. And oddly enough, since the wicket of Rhodes, where he got a very difficult delivery from Morley, that's been a very sprightly partnership, which just feels like it's moved the game to a different stage.
Yeah, I think they've batted really well there. And since tea, they've put together a really kind of enterprising little session of cricket that, as you say, has pushed the game on and has pushed Warwickshire into a position where if we don't get any more play tonight, then there's a possibility they might look to try and put Lancashire under pressure tomorrow. They could declare overnight, couldn't they?
They could,
depending on how it's all shaping up tomorrow when we get to the ground at 11 o'clock and see what the weather's like.
I'm rather pessimistic for the prospects today, partly because the covers are going out and they're meaning it, because it's the full version of the covers, partly because there are some umbrellas up at the far end, and in the last couple of minutes, one of the camera crew, who've done a splendid job for this game, but is having a devil of a job getting a tarpaulin over a camera in front of the hotel. And this is already the second attempt to put the cover over the camera, because the first one was disturbed by an untimely gust of wind that took it away. But it's been wrestled back into place by our intrepid operator, who is somewhere under there. By the look of it, the way the scent is ruffling. So I feel slightly concerned at this point, but it's clearly the point being that there is obviously one or two nasty gusts of wind about, like you get just before a storm is about to hit. So hopefully that'll get nailed down and the covers will be put into place before we get what we're about to receive, for which we may or may not be thankful. Well, Lancashire might be.
Yeah, well,
yes.
Yeah, I think they'd rather be indoors than out there. So that's the scene. Yeah, it's not belting it down at the minute, but it has done within a mile or two of the ground. I've been informed by quite a few people who are listening and watching the coverage. But there was a little bit of rain falling. The umpires had taken them off. We've had rumbles of thunder. We've had the odd spark of lightning, all in the last half an hour. We've had more concerning than that. We've had the 5 penalty runs, which has caused absolute carnage.
Yes.
Really, I mean, forget the thunder. That's been the big talking point.
It is, but I think we now settle on 96, which
Right.
gives a lead of 231.
Excellent.
And means Warwickshire have added 52 in 9 overs since the departure of Morley, which is the fastest scoring spell of the whole game. And quite a telling one. So a 231 run lead. We've had rather more cricket today than Warwickshire might have feared, and they've made the most of it.
I'm absolutely staggered. We've had as much as we've had.
Yeah.
It's been considerably more than what was suggested we might get. Basically, with the odd little break here and there, but we've had pretty much a full chunk of it, haven't we?
Yes,
we've full play pretty much compared to what could have been when the forecast was
61 overs. We've had.
That's good. That's about 50 more than I thought we'd get.
Yeah. So we're sort of slightly in abeyance here, in that the hover cover and 2 portions of the tarpaulin are down, but the fact that they've got that out when it's still only just light rain, I think, at the moment, suggests that we might be expecting some more. But yeah, that's where we're on pause.
We are.
Until or unless it really does hit, the umpires will certainly not be calling it yet.
No, because when we went off, there was 31 overs left. So obviously we're losing overs now, but there's still a possibility if this does blow through, that we might get some more. But it's the sound of the sheets being dragged out.
Yeah, so there's big blue, rather angry, deep blue splotches on the radar thing that I'm looking at on the phone. About 100 miles south, there's one big one going near my house, which caused me slight concern. But however,
yes,
one of the good things for working away from home. Yes, so now they're putting out the full tarpaulin. So at best, even if we were suddenly to decide it's not going to rain now, it would take another 10 minutes minimum to get all this off. But I think this feels a little bit like the ground staff think we're battening down for the night.
It does a bit. Yeah, it does a bit. So we'll. Did we agree on a score?
96.
Thank you. 96 for 3.
For 3, yeah.
Lead of
231.
Excellent. Right. Well, we'll let the ground staff do their bit and get everything battened down, and hopefully whoever's under, I don't have my earpiece in. I don't know who's under the tarpaulin in front of the hotel underneath that camera, but there's someone hidden under there somewhere. That helps that they're okay.
So if you need supplies, shake the tarpaulin, or we'll send a search party.
So we'll all see if we can stay dry for a little period of time. But that's the same from Emirates Old Trafford. We are off for a bit of rain. 96 for 3, lead of 231, And we'll be back if there's any more play, or indeed if there isn't, we'll still be back to say good night. So we'll see you at some point.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you...
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. It's great. What a moment.
Well, the real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for six. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
It's really important, really, to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancashire cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us. And sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience, an opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So, yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs, and so yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that Pelly case.
Using the StreamHub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is it all right if you can take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works.
Oh, great effort! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into
this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary. And
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler with a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
you know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our 2 Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here and here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger and Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger and Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger & Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You obviously you welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with. You're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young, and they're all ambitious, and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically. And I, for one, I can tell you, it's mind-boggling.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So, from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we were interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought, and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture, and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same, and that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices. I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way, not by being soft on them. Because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away it was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media, you sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things, really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20-odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Brody. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you, because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done, and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in a, well, these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because even I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about, on that last day, about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland,
tonight. Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we're like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it, and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties, and in terms of play, but also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about, in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know it. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's actually, it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, That way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And that, the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. But it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I. You know, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is you know, to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, you know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, I mean, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous, the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as a ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, you know, he's learning in conditions that, you know, it's like when they played it, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup on those conditions. It's like, you know,
he's got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for, generally. Yeah. It's one of it should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. You know, and a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, you know, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. You know, and the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday, so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that, and what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something I've got to. It's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so. Yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, you know, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there is an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change. And it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now, you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review. And at the moment, where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be
the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it, and I always felt that he would do what he felt was right.
So the news from Emirates Old Trafford is that the weather has won. Eventually, the rain causing an early end to day 3. So play done for the day, and the score after a few issues, and we've got our deepest sympathies to the scorers. Bamboozled by the ball hitting the helmet. 96 for 3 is what Warwickshire close on tonight in their second innings. So that's a lead of 231 runs. They've actually enjoyed quite a good evening session there, Warwickshire, and Ed Barnard batted very nicely. He's unbeaten on 40 and Dan Mosley on 18. So going into tomorrow, the fourth and final day, we'll see what the weather's like, I guess, tomorrow morning, and two, what Warwickshire want to do, because they lead by 231 runs. So the ball is kind of in their court, really, isn't it, heading into the fourth and final day. So the ground staff are busy getting things settled down for the evening and making sure everything's nice and secure, because there's still stormy weather forecast as the night goes on. Before we leave you, let's have a little roundup of what's happening elsewhere in both the county championship and the Thunder match. Let's start with that Thunder game, shall we, because they're playing in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They're up against the Blaze. 151 for 6 is what Thunder made, so a target of 152 to win. What do they need there? They've got 65 for 3. Could do with a wicket here, Thunder. So the Blaze require 86 to win, with 58 balls remaining and 7 wickets in hand. That's the latest from that Charlotte Edwards Cup fixture. To the county championship, let's have a look at that match between Middlesex and Sussex. This is in Division 2, where we can see that Middlesex are 373 for 6 in reply to Sussex's big first innings score. They made 554 for 9 declared. So Middlesex 373 for 6, trailed by 181 runs. That's in Division 2, and there is just one Division 1 game which is still going, which is the match involving in fact, he's finished now, actually. Yeah, that game at Hampshire and Surrey is all done, isn't it? So Hampshire winning by an innings and 278 runs. Just see there, that's the scorecard. That's the scorecard from that game. All out for 203 Surrey in their second innings. That is a massive win for Hampshire. It's a big defeat for the defending champions Surrey. So they've lost by an innings and 278 runs. So you're up to date with what's happening. Good luck to Thunder as they try and defend that total. We'll leave you here from Emirates Old Trafford. We'll catch you for the fourth and final day tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.